Thank Hello and welcome to DEX 2022. My name is Anthony. You may know me as Ace Attili or Anthony Red's Code. I am a staff software engineer at Sentry. I work on developer infrastructure. I also live stream programming in my free time. And welcome to DEX. The chat for the stream will be on Discord. There's the link or discord.gg/Sentry. Make sure to join there. There will be some polls and giveaways and some other fun stuff there. So stop by there and chat. I'm really excited for the lineup of speakers that we have today. We have a whole bunch of really awesome talks and some sneak peeks in Sentry features and a bunch of other cool stuff as well. So make sure to join the Discord and come hang out with us. We'll also have some fun interviews throughout the day and check in with all of you and see how things are going. But I'm excited for today's live stream. Let me know in the Discord chat how things are going, what you're excited for, which talks you want to see, and yeah, excited to be here and excited to host you all today. And yes, reminder, Discord link there. I've been at Sentry for not too terribly long. I joined in April, and I've been having a really great time working at Sentry. It's a nice, refreshing take to work at a company that values open source first, and I really enjoy being able to work in the open and stream some of it on my Twitch channel. But we are on YouTube today. That's right. But yeah, welcome. We'll be periodically telling you to join the Discord, and things will kick off in about, let's see, in about 12 minutes. We'll get started with things. But until then, we'll just be hanging out, reading through chat, and yeah, hopefully having a good time. Let's see. There is actually a poll that has started already, if I'm reading this correctly. Nope, I'm wrong. I can't read. But yeah, welcome. Let's see, what else do I have to make sure that I say during the beginning part? Join the Discord. We covered that. bit.ly/dex discord or discord.gg/sentry. There will be giveaways that are done through Discord. There will also be some polls that are done through Discord. Your favorite cheeky polls of your favorite framework or tabs versus spaces. We'll have some fun ones and see who wins out on those. But I'm excited. Hopefully you're excited as well. Let me know which talk you're most interested in the chat, and hopefully we'll have a good time. Who is pumped for DEX? I am. That's for sure. Let's see. Our first talk for today. Well, Sarah is going to kick us off, but Dave Kramer is going to be kicking us off today, right after we get started with our keynote. And we have a whole bunch of other stuff throughout the day. And just a reminder, join our Discord, bit.ly/dex discord. I've just been notified that we now have the link in the YouTube description as well, so you can click directly there rather than having to typo it out. Let's see. What's another good topic? I usually stream open source Python programming, so I think our lineup today will be really interesting from an open source perspective. We'll get to see a lot of opinions in that space and a lot of cool tools and procedures that let you through things. Oh, also, I want to show off some cool swag that Sentry sent out to some of our speakers today, which is this neat little wooden. I don't quite know how to refer to it. It's a gear thing. And an interesting thing, as I was assembling this, I actually misassembled it several times, and I was thinking in my head, and I'm like, this is really cheesy, but I really wish I had Sentry to debug how this thing works and figure out where my errors are. But I eventually got it together just by trial and error and forcing it through. But That was a neat little assembly that I did. I want that cute little gear thing. I don't know where to get them. I wasn't told, but I really think mine's cool, and it adds nicely, next to my uh, dumpster fire in my stream background. So, oh, apparently there is. If you're in person, there is a light breakfast, but I'm not. I'm in my home in Ann Arbor, Michigan, so I am very far away. I work remote for Sentry, and that's why I'm also hosting our virtual setup. There are apparently donuts, bagels, and avocado toast, so people are not going to be able to afford houses if they if they go to the light breakfast. Drink a virtual coffee. Well, I've got water today with my Twitch water bottle, but um, yes, here's a virtual coffee for all of you, and um, East Coast represent. I mean, I'm sort of East Coast, Eastern time zones. That counts well enough, right? um, but yeah, usually this little intro time on my stream is filled with open source news. Have you heard any good open source news recently? I did read through the new open source law, which was pretty. It has some interesting parts to it. We'll see what comes out of that about securing open source from the U.S. federal government. Uh, Curious to hear some of your thoughts on that as well. Open source news is flooded with stable diffusion. Yeah, that's true. There's been a lot of AI image generation stuff recently, which I don't know. My take on it is I think some of the art is kind of interesting. There's a lot of uh, you know, copyright and trademark ideas that come out of it as well. Like, who owns the intellectual property of that? And I'm a little mixed on the idea. I think art is good, but I also think that generating art is a little controversial. But everyone pitched their latest open source project. Yeah, what was the latest thing that I did? I played around with Docker API a little bit, which was kind of fun. But AI art is currently public domain, so that brings up an interesting point. Like, what if the AI generates exactly the same art as someone else's art? Does that it feels like there's a legal gray area there. But anyway, just another reminder: join the DEX Discord. It is also in the description, or you can type out this Bitly link, or you can type out discord.gg/sentry, and that will get you there. Cloudflare open source the workaround time. Oh, that was pretty cool. Yeah, I did see that. But yes, just a reminder, my name is Anthony. I am a staff software engineer at Sentry. I work on developer infrastructure. I'm really excited for the collection of talks today about developer productivity, developer experience. That's kind of my wheelhouse. So I'm really excited to join you all virtually and go through all of that today. What if the AI creates its own AI that creates the art? How deep are we gonna go here? Let's see. When are we starting? We're starting at noon, so we've got just a few minutes before Sarah kicks us off. And yes, again, join the Discord, hang out with us there. Chat is in Discord, not on YouTube, so make sure to join there to see the giveaways or participate in the giveaways, see the polls, etc., etc. But yeah, AI's all the way down. Well, I hope for for our sake that the AIs don't take over, but I think they'll be a good assisting tool going forward and not necessarily a replacement of people. Oh, hey, look, it's me now. I have my name here. Perfect. In case you didn't know, I'm Anthony Sotilli. But yes, please join the Discord and hang out with us. A lot of interesting projects that are trickling in the chat right now. And yeah, let's see. We are getting started in 5 minutes, kicking us off. Uh, yes, DEX is starting. All sessions will be streamed. They will also be recorded. So if you miss any part of this, you'll be able to go back later on Century's YouTube channel. That is YouTube. Well, presumably you're already here if you're watching the live stream, but that's youtube.com/c/century-monitoring. And join the Discord. We'll be doing chat through that. And throughout the day, we'll be doing some giveaways and polls. So join there, hang out with us. And pretty soon we'll be doing the in-person kickoff, and we'll cut over to that stream and check out what's going on there. Oh yes, and if you're on Discord, the live stream is also pinned, so check that out. DEX 2022 will be right at the top as soon as you join the Discord. Most of the chat is going through DEX General, so come there and say hi. Hop in there and say hi. And there will be some polls that show up in Sort the Madness, and yeah, come stop by and join us. Yeah, we've got 4 minutes to go before we start. And just another reminder, my name is Anthony. I work at Century as a staff software engineer on the developer infrastructure team. And all of the sessions today will be streamed live, but also recorded. So if you miss any of those, they will show up on the Century YouTube channel afterwards. All of our chat today is being done in Discord. And there's our Discord link. It's also in the YouTube description. It's also at discord.gg/century if you want to type that out instead. And there will be some fun giveaways. There will be some polls. There will be, chit chat. My favorite part of streaming is chat. And so I hope you all stop by and hang out in the chat with me. Oh, we have actually started our first giveaway. So if you're in chat now, that is happening. So react to the giveaway and you can join just as well. I think it'd be really funny if I joined and won the giveaway, but I'm not going to do that. I remember I wrote a giveaway bot for my live stream, and while we were testing it, I entered my own giveaway and won. So I'm not going to do that here because that would just spoil it. But again, reminder, welcome to DEX 2022. My name is Anthony. We will be streaming this on YouTube, and we are recording this. So if you miss any part, you can catch up on that. And join the Discord. That's where chat's going to happen. And we're kicking off right now. So I'm going to say bye for now. I will be back later, and I will see you then.
Resilient little thing, just like mama made you. No one needs to say I deserve congratulations, cause I came out the other side. I've been having revelations, and I'm gonna let them shine. I deserve congratulations, and never thought that I'd survive. If you tell me I won't make it, and that's when I super blue, super blue, super blue. Resilient little thing, just like mama raised you, so you got that wildfire in your soul. Don't you ever let it go, make it burn so bright that they all know I deserve congratulations, cause I came out the other side. I've been having revelations. All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to DEX. Please come take seats. Obviously, we are all devs and nobody likes to wake up early, so we are expecting more people to come in person, but we also have a live stream happening. So hello, live stream people. We have a bunch of people up watching on YouTube as well, so we want to make sure that we get started on time here for all the reasons. So welcome. There's coffee and snacks and breakfast in the back, as well as upstairs in the mezzanine. Did I say that right? I can never pronounce that word right. Level. I'm Sarah. I lead DevRel at Sentry, and we're really excited to have you here at DEX. I'm not going to give too much away of what DEX is because our keynote speaker, David Kramer, is going to talk a little bit more about it. So I'm really here to give a little bit of just insight into what today's going to look like. Yeah, that's me. Different hair color. So we're going to start off with a keynote from David, where we're going to talk a little bit about how Sentry thinks about developer tools and how to support developers in your experience of building code. We believe that code is not just written, but tested, shipped, and then maintained. You can probably tell what part of that cycle Sentry focuses on. Hint, it's the maintained. And in addition to that, we believe that all developer tools should be actionable, a part of the developer workflow, and open and transparent. You're going to hear me say that a lot today because I'm going to tie every single talk to that. We're going to have an amazing speaker, April, from GitHub. She leads Code Spaces, talking a little bit about how to unleash great ideas. Take a short break. For those live stream folks, during that break, we're actually going to have one of our advocates on the live stream with Anthony, who's one of our engineers, who's the host of our live stream, talking a little bit about why he switched from being a developer to being an advocate, and what it's like to be an advocate here at Sentry. We're going to jump into a panel with some incredible people. I'm going to intro them, so I'm not going to go into details of each person from now on. Couple more talks. It is a Sentry conference, so although we're not diving into Sentry all day, every day through the talks, we are going to give you a little sneak peek into some of our products that are coming out. So our head of product, Ian, is going to give you that sneak peek. And then we have this amazingly long lunch. It's going to be upstairs, rooftop, for those of you who are here. For those of you who are at home, you'll be able to grab whatever you want to eat. We're going to have some more guests on the live stream. And then in the second hour, we're going to have some deep dive sneak peeks, kind of an oxymoron, into the 4 products that we want to tell you about today. Couple other talks, couple other panels, and then a glorious happy hour. If you're here in person, we've got restrooms in the corners as well as upstairs. Like I said, there's snacks everywhere. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to anyone, especially in a Don't Panic shirt, and we can help you out with that. Whether you're here in person or you're watching live, we have discussions happening on our Discord. So head over to the DEX website, sentry.io/events/DEX, or scan this QR code and you'll be taken to our Discord. Not only will conversations be happening there, but every hour on the hour, we're going to have a poll where we're going to be asking you to decide for every developer worldwide For example, the first question, tabs versus spaces. So what we decide today is going to be true for everyone forever. So make sure you go on and vote on the hour every hour, and we'll give updates on that. Remember, this content is being recorded. The cameras are there in the back, mostly just recording what's happening here on stage, but just be aware of that for yourself. And that's pretty much it. Remember, have fun, talk on Discord. If you have any questions, let us know. Otherwise, I'm going to pass it off to David. Thank you all for attending, and have fun.
Test. Okay, cool. This should be interesting. It's been a while since I've been to a real event. Though I guess I kind of look at like this these days with a little sparse audience and a lot of people on the internet. I think we've all gotten a little too comfy sitting at home instead of going and meeting people, but it's fun. Cool. So, thanks everybody for coming. Thanks people for dialing in. I'll try to make this entertaining. I'm not going to provide any value. So just spoiler. What I wanted to do is kind of set this up for everybody else today. I'm very bullish on the authenticity of Century's brand and us really keeping it true to who we are and what the world is. And so, ultimately, you take nothing away from this. That's okay. And that's probably a pretty good intro to the point of this talk. Century can't fix that either. But let's talk about that. So why does it say Century can't fix this? What is the purpose of that? Hopefully you've seen our billboards. They are not free. And so, hopefully they stand out. You might often ask, what the hell is going on with this billboard? What does this have to do with Century? It's good. That's exactly what our goal is with those kinds of things. Your marketing team is probably like, why would they waste money on this? I don't know. You should go talk to them. Maybe you need a better marketing team. But this is brand advertising, right? And the thesis behind this is like kind of create awareness, like get people to ask questions like, what is that? What's going on? What is Century? Things like that. And if you'll notice, this is not the current one. But what this actually depicts is a minotaur, which is not a real animal, if you're not sure. And it is playing VR. Makes no sense. That's the purpose, right? And so Century can't fix that. There's nothing to fix. That's true with a lot of things we're going to talk about today. Sometimes it's fine. Sometimes we need to fix it. But that's kind of where we start. And so to really kick that off, I want to dial back time to my early days. And so everybody knows and there's no confusion. I'm in my late 30s. So I'm not old, even though I feel it, but I'm also not young. So hopefully most people know what I'm talking about and it's not too foreign of a concept, but memory lane. So I don't know if anybody recognizes these things. I came up in the era where we had the baggy jeans, like the elephant pants. Jinko was a big brand. Most importantly, we had Furbies and the original iPod, but early 2000s. And this era was hugely influential on me. And I actually like to believe this is kind of the key to the start of what is the modern internet. Like it's not necessarily the dot-com boom connected, but it's sort of the technology path that brought us to where we are today. And for me, one of the most important things about this time was Blink-182. And if you know me, you might think I'm the greatest Blink-182 fan of all time. I'm not really. I just latch on to the idea because it's fun now. But why this is such an important memory for me is because as soon as I got a computer, the first thing I did was download Blink-182 MP3s. Yes, it's illegal. Sue me. Please don't, but you can. But this mattered because I come from a working class family. I didn't have access to money a lot of times. I barely managed to get access to a computer, but the internet made this accessible. Whether it's right or wrong, it made it accessible, right? I was able to access those MP3s, and I was actually able to access many other things. And that's why this era of the internet is so important to me. It was kind of lawless. It was like open, the Wild West. Like there was no GDPR. Like there's no like giant corporations running every website in the world, right? It was like a very different world. And that kind of opened my eyes to like sort of that openness of what you could do and the freedom of it. And even more importantly, how simple everything was, right? There was like a lack of complexity. And I think the actual real important thing of that era was PHP. Still important today, of course, but if you're in San Francisco, you might just think nobody uses PHP anymore. That's not entirely true in just the world we live in. But I got my start in PHP. And PHP was super powerful because you had an idea, you just wrote the code, it was all embedded, and it just worked. You shipped it, there was no deploy, no compilation, no complexity, no JavaScript. It was just there and it just worked, right? And I think importantly, the learning curve was like actually very low. Now, syntax errors were all over the place every time. There were security vulnerabilities like crazy. I think even PHP shipped with this massive vulnerability by default that every time you wrote a new app, you had to disable, called magic quotes. But it was a big deal. And the other thing that I remember from this era is this is kind of when the internet was becoming, in my opinion, like big. And it was bringing on more consumers. And we had a lot more like creativity almost going on in what was happening. And so the other big highlight for me, especially as a gamer, was this is the era of World of Warcraft. And World of Warcraft was interesting because I actually think it brought a lot more people into programming. And it did that because it had this modding scene where you would write Lua, and everybody was playing the game. Everybody wanted to make it better. Some people just wanted to find an edge, but it was this massive scene of now Lua developers. And half of these people had no idea what's going on. They're late teens. I was a teenager at the time. But it opened the world to just doing this thing. There was no barrier. There was no, you didn't need permission to write mods or anything, right? And it was kind of like PHP. Like you didn't need permission to go build this stuff. And that was a really important idea. And so, in fact, we have folks that we know in the ecosystem from the World of Warcraft modding era, one of whom who works at Sentry these days, which is just, to me, like a crazy idea of this small world from that era and this era, right? But for me, this was important because this was another area where I didn't need permission to do stuff. And the technology was like an open thing for me. And what that looked like in practice is I was reverse engineering like the World of Warcraft sort of file formats and trying to extract information about the game and building cool websites out of it. Didn't need Blizzard's permission, didn't need to do anything. Certainly there wasn't an instruction manual, very key of this era of the internet. I didn't need to go to a boot camp or to go to a CS program to figure out any of this. You just tried, figured it out, you went with it. That was like such an important idea. And spoiler, I think we've lost some of that today. But that era of time is just so iconic for me because of how small that barrier was for anybody to get anything done or to sort of start down that career path, right? And what I remember from it is it looked like a lot like this. You would use SFTP, which is a way that you would take an FTP server, and I realize none of these exist anymore. You would basically mount a remote web server on your desktop, and then you just go edit the files live. That was your real-time deployment, right? And when you do this, you quickly realize there's problems. Like as soon as you have a syntax error, the whole website's erroring. And so what I did is I would just copy the folder of PHP code, do a new folder, rename it, and start editing that one instead. And it just worked, right? No deploy processes, no compilation. Now you might say, well, this of course, yeah, it was bad. Code was broken. It wouldn't work if you had 20 people. I mean, the internet was much smaller. We didn't need 20 people to build something, right? Obviously, I'm still a teenager here. I'm winging it. Not a good idea to do things this way. But again, it was accessible, solved a lot of problems. You were able to get to the finish line. And we built like tangible businesses doing things this way. And that's really important, right? Good luck trying anything remotely as simple as this these days. The other thing that was iconic about that time, which you can actually connect to a lot of what we have these days, is sort of the ecosystem and community of tools and products that were available to us. So just like World of Warcraft opened up software to a lot of folks with its Lua modding, MIRC was actually that for me. I got my start and I learned programming through MIRC scripts. If you're not familiar, MIRC is basically Slack, except it was open source and it was not locked to a company or a single vendor. It's actually still used today, but it's kind of dying, unfortunately. And even when Sentry got its start, we were on IRC. We had a Sentry IRC channel, and that's where a lot of like the serious people would exist, right? And IRC to me is actually one of the most critical things of this generation. Because if you were kind of one of these like internet kids or hackers, right? Like you lived on IRC. Like you would have things as PC as like a Django channel, which is a web framework that we use where you can meet other Django users. You would have your like Dragon Ball Z fanfic channel, whatever you wanted to do there. You'd also have all your Wares channels where you can download all your music and pirate Photoshop and all these other applications of the era, right? But this was everything. It was everything all in one place. So it was kind of like exposure and it was open, right? And that was such a big deal. But I also remember at the time, we had all these other things going on. GeoCities, you could host a free website. You had Fortune City, the same thing. You had tools like Dreamweaver, Fireworks, and Front Page, if anybody remembers those. I think we'd cringe if we tried to use them these days, but they made it accessible, like point-and-click web pages. But then you also had things like hot scripts, which are interesting because to me, it was kind of open source, but nobody knew what that was at the time. But it was this open way where like, oh, I need one of those hit counters on my website. Let's go see if there's one on hot scripts that I can install. You just drop it in your CGI bin and go from there, right? Again, it was like accessible and open, and I assume hot scripts was a business, but I don't know. It's unclear if they made money or monetized or what it was, but it was just very iconic for me because it was a way to move forward in the career, right? And to try new things. And so I think the key here is it was welcoming, and it's kind of always been welcoming. And what I want to talk a lot about today, throughout the day, and push people to think about is this still true? And if it isn't, why isn't it? And I would challenge you that it's not necessarily still true today. And it's not about welcoming of like diversity or even the career ladder of like, do you need a CS degree or anything? It's more that the technology component has become less welcoming in technology. The barrier is much higher. And I think what we've done is we've accidentally started gatekeeping technology. Now, we've also intentionally started gatekeeping it with a lot of regulation, some good, some bad, of course. We can't control that. But at the very least, we can look at the technology and make sure we're still making it easy. And that's how I connect this to developer experience, right? Okay, so let's see, good on time. Fast forward a little bit. And as I was doing these, 2010 is a nice round number. This is a little bit earlier, so bear with me. But fast forward, a decade or so, 5 to 10 years. And this to me is like the bread and the butter of the technology era. So a lot of us probably grew up with the LAMP stack. LAMP, if you're not familiar, Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP. It eventually grew, it became Python, Ruby, kind of any of these web stacks, but pretty much everything was MySQL of the era, right? And that's actually the important thing. MySQL and some programming language, super accessible, super open source, no barriers, no license fees, right? It was very easy to get started. Everybody wrote the same thing. PHP had great docs. Like it was easy, right? And I think the other key thing, and the most critical thing for me in my career, and I think a lot of us probably, was this is the era of Rails. And that became also the era of Django. It enabled the era of other frameworks. And this is really where we went from, here's either eBay writing DLLs in C and putting them on the internet, or here's the PHP file that David Kramer is editing in real time in his FTP, to now like, we've got a complicated website. We don't want to download hot scripts, random shenanigans. We need batteries, I guess. Django's philosophy was always batteries included. I think that's a good way to think about that. We no longer wanted to build comments on every website. If it's a blog, we don't want to build the blog. We just use WordPress, right? Like we didn't want to rebuild every piece of technology because the more you rebuild it, the less you actually evolve, right? And so this was kind of the bridge for me to what we look at today. But this is still very much how I see technology's practice today. Is like, I don't want to solve all the problems, at least if I'm being pragmatic about what my goal as a product or a business is, right? And for me, at this time, I had joined a company called Discuss. And this is probably the most important time in my career personally, but also because of what was happening in the technology scene. And so there were two key moments that I took from Discuss. And I'll get into those, but if you don't know, Discuss, also a different era. It was basically a comments widget on a lot of websites. We don't really have comments on websites half the time these days. If we do, it's still probably Discuss, but it's less interactive, right? We all just go to Reddit or something, I don't know, or scroll Snapchat. I guess TikTok's the new thing. Anyway, so Discuss, interesting internet company of the era. This is the era when Dropbox is getting started, when GitHub's getting started. And so it's still early days for a lot of like the startup tech ecosystem of this generation, right? For me, importantly, this is the era of Git, where I had recently learned Subversion, and if you've ever used it, you probably just dread thinking about this era of the internet where branching is hard. You would actually have to, when you created a branch in Subversion, you actually had to annotate the commit log with the commit hash, or the revision ID, I believe it was, of where you branched, or you could not find your way back because it did not actually persist the metadata for you. And eventually they improved that, of course, but it was not a good customer experience. And also, it was like a nightmare to learn these kinds of things. Not that Git is any better, to be fair. It's a big hurdle for people to get involved. But this was when we adopted Git. We moved to Git. And why that's iconic for me is because that's also when a lot of people started understanding code review. Like maybe if you worked at like a mega corp, you already understood this, but I was a startup guy. I was winging it, self-educated. And so for me, all this was new. And so GitHub popularized pull requests and code review via pull request. You know, it was many years later where they actually made it functionally good at code review, but it was still an idea for a way to review code, right? And so such a big deal when you think about back when I was just editing files in real time and like breaking things all the time, right? Code review helped that. It helped to make everybody a better developer, kind of an enabler, right? The more important and I think bigger thing that happened in this time for me was learning what testing was. Somehow I had gotten that far. I wasn't that far in my career, but far enough, and I had no idea what tests were. And so I joined Discuss. I wrote some code. First week on the job, took down Discuss. And I'm like, how do you avoid that? Oh, you run the tests. Well, it turns out we had a server, like literally a desktop computer sitting in the corner of the office for running the tests that was unplugged. It was never used. Maybe it was used at some point, it wasn't used when I was there. And so we had a solution to stop this and to make it easy for people, to enable people to ship code more quickly. We just didn't use it. And what's critical about this period of technology, and this is San Francisco prime days for me, this is when CI and CD became a thing. And I remember going to Python meetups and seeing Yelp and InView, if you remember that. Like it was like this 3D avatar company. I still don't understand what it was doing, but they were big pioneers in CI/CD. And I latched onto this idea, and it's been like pivotal in my career even today. And I think this is like the CI/CD story is what I would say developer experience is. Fundamentally, it's how do you get the code into production? There's nothing more to software development. It's just how do you get it into production effectively? And so, you know, this was like Hudson, Jenkins, that era of the internet. But really a lot of development from a cultural point of view of how do we ship code more quickly, right? And so I became a huge advocate, started driving this at my company, became a massive fan of testing just so I was less embarrassed about shipping code when it would go wrong. And I drove this at a lot of companies. And even today, I still think a lot about this vision of CI/CD when we think about Sentry's roadmap and how that aligns with what we as software developers are trying to accomplish. Which side am I on? Okay. That's the Hudson and Jenkins logo, if you remember either of those things. I guess Jenkins still used. But we're going to skip this one. And so you might ask, like, why is this so important? Why can't you go back to Microsoft land, take 3 years to ship a new version of Windows? Well, there's a business reason, of course. But for me, it was like this dopamine hit. It's kind of hard to explain. Maybe it's equivalent of like climbing mountains or doing something dangerous. Like you like the risk. Oh, this might go bad. This might cause downtime. You want the risk of like, let's just ship quickly. We don't need to test this, let's go. I think that's part of it. I think part of it for me, the dopamine is like, oh, I shipped it to a customer and I get satisfaction out of like, oh, they can use my thing now, right? And I think even if I go back to the World of Warcraft era, and I know for a lot of us, it's like, I liked building gaming websites effectively because I was a gamer and all my friends were gamers. So they would use my stuff. And there's such an immense amount of satisfaction on like people using your stuff, right? It's why Sentry is a market share driven company. It's not a good business model if you want like a fast path to a real business, but it's a satisfying business model because everybody I talk to in the Bay Area uses Sentry. Importantly, when you do this, going back to editing things live, you break a lot of things. And so Sentry kind of existed a little bit in this era. It wasn't great, but we had an early prototype of it, let's say. But for me, the iconic memory of this era is this moment where I would describe it as fucking Scott. I'm gonna call this guy Scott that I worked with. He was an operations person. And I had this issue where there was a bug in production. The version of Sentry we had at the time was not useful enough that it kind of told me what the bug was. We had a customer reporting it, probably, I don't know if Twitter was a thing yet, but tweeting at us or something that was not very useful about this bug. And I spent the better part of a week trying to debug this thing. And so I'm like, oh, I'll add some log statements, right? And I did that. I'm like, okay, I got these log statements. I need to go look at the logs. Scott decided that I should not have access to logs because, I don't know, but I could not go to the server. I could not log in. I could not see the logs. He would just not give me access to them. Scott probably should not have been employed, to be clear, at that point, because his job is not to gatekeep the logs. It's to enable the business. And to enable the business, we needed to resolve the damn bug, right? And so I had this memory because Scott was a gatekeeper. He was not enabling my goals, let alone the goals of anybody around me. He was just trying to control the outcomes and stop me from doing the thing I wanted to do. Now, you know, the the eye-opening moment was like, oh yeah, Sentry. And this is iconic for me because Sentry enabled me. Like, Sentry was my solution to enable myself to solve the problems I had that day and every day since. So like, I have a new project. I'm basically handicapped. It's like Google Maps. I can't figure out how streets work without Google Maps these days. Sentry is that for me on a new project. If I don't install it, I never even think to consider that the application is broken. Like, if Sentry doesn't tell me there's a bug, there's no bugs. It's like the Schrodinger's cat, right? But that was iconic for me because Sentry really helped. And then I started expanding what Sentry could do because I had the power. I had the control. There was no ops person gatekeeping what I could do as an engineer at that point, right? And that's still true today. Like, Sentry is the tool that people use because it's the tool that solves their problem. They don't have to go use some archaic like systems admin tool or something like that to get kind of useful information. They just use the tool that's been designed for the purpose and that's open and really tries to help bring that over the finish line. All right, so today is similar but quite a bit different. I think a lot of the same ideas are there, but I think it's gotten a lot more complicated. And I think the most iconic thing I can tell you about today is this, that we live in a world of tyrants. And that tyrant's name is JavaScript. It's a very good technology sometimes, but it basically owns everything. And for a lot of us, it causes a lot of pain. It's helped us do some great things, but at like a great cost in some places. And why this matters so much, you might be thinking, you don't need JavaScript. There's a lot of haters in the world, right? JavaScript is the #1 segment of software developers in the world, and it has been for quite some time. It's also the fastest growing, and it has been for quite some time. That's important because if you think I can avoid JavaScript, you're being very short-sighted about the world. And I think there's a fair question of like, is JavaScript here to stay? You know, we already have TypeScript, which is an evolution of JavaScript. We have these transpilers and ways to convert code. Is there something else? Is WASM going to be a thing? WebAssembly? I don't know. But all I know is today is JavaScript is the most important technology that exists. And so you're going to hear a lot today from JavaScript folks. It's not intentional. It's also not accidental, right? You can't avoid it because it's such an important topic. But let's talk about the problems, right? We talked about how technology was welcoming and how I actually no longer think it's that welcoming. So this is somebody's version of a dependency tree, hopefully not Sentry's. But if it looks like a nightmare to understand, it's because it is. This is probably the first thing, especially security teams think about when we think about JavaScript, is like, oh, great, NPM. There's going to be 1,000+ dependencies, maybe wrongly licensed, not licensed at all, so legal's unhappy, probably full of security vulnerabilities, probably 3 lines of code that somebody's going to inject a backdoor into that already exists, and it's not a fun thing to deal with. Even if you get rid of all that, it's a lot of complexity in, is this going to work? What's it actually doing? Do I need this thing? And you can't control it because one dependency leads to another 10 dependencies, leads to another 10 dependencies. And it's like this problem that is not actually a technology problem, but it's a cultural problem, where we adopted NPM as a solution to like, oh, we can just share lots of code. And it is good at that, but it's kind of gotten overkill. And so this creates a lot of complexity, right? And the main thing I want you to take away is the complexity. Because then what this leads to is, you can think about Node.js, but when I talk about JavaScript, you've got to understand that Node.js is actually not that relevant in the grand scheme of things. The reason JavaScript is popular is because browser JavaScript, because of UI, because of front ends, because of single page applications, right? And when your dependency tree looks like this, your loading indicator looks like Sentry's, and it shows up for quite a long time while it downloads all the JavaScript, right? And so now we've had to resort to technology to try to fix this. Tree shaking is a popular example, to try to stop downloading the JavaScript that we don't need or don't use, right? And it's a very good idea, but it's a problem we created. And sometimes you got to ask yourself, like, are we taking like 2 steps back to 1 step forward? Sometimes it feels like that. I don't know. But that's a big deal. Like the dependency thing, the bundler thing, the fact that you need a bundler, it's a massive barrier to entry. Like you set up a new project and you're sitting here fighting with the bundler for might be 2 days, right? You don't even write a line of code. Go back to the Rails and Django era. There's no complexity. It just works. It's not all bad, of course. We'll hear from some folks today who are working on solving this and have built technology to help solve this and make this easier, but it is a big problem in the industry. And the way I think about this is, you might say it's an uphill battle. You know, if you've been on the hills in San Francisco, some of them are pretty steep. Just imagine you're going up Nob Hill, you're on a bike, but that hill is maybe 100 miles long. That's where I feel like we're at in the JavaScript timeline right now. But one of the ideas I want to talk about, so Guillermo's going to be here today talking about Vercel and Next, but Next and ideas like Next are a really interesting approach to this problem. You might just say, oh, it's a framework to write these applications. It's written in JavaScript. And if you're not familiar with Next, I'm not a JavaScript guy mostly, so ignore my terminology. But Next is a way to write a single application that renders optimistically both on the front end and back end. So you get fast interactions on the front end, and you get optimized so the back end is doing most of the work, so you're loading less JavaScript at runtime, right? What I like to think of Next as, and this idea, is front end as a service. And that's a newer concept, but people are talking about it a little bit more. Problem there is the as a service concept, because front end as a service makes sense. We still want to render things so they're accessible by like search engines, by people with different kinds of computing devices. So we want to render it on the server sometimes, so we don't need complex computing to render content. But the challenge is these days that I have an API somewhere, or I use Django, or I use some other technology, Java, or whatever, to power those APIs. And you can't really replace all of that technology with things like Next, at least not today. And so I think that there's this great use case where we can think of this world as front end as a service, right? UI as a service that happens to also live on the back end. The problem is as a service part, going back to that, because as a service means you've got a service-oriented architecture, which, rewind 10 years ago, only mega companies had these. And only the big companies had these because they introduced a huge amount of complexity, right? You now have to deploy multiple services. They have to be in sync. They have to communicate securely with one another. So there's a lot of complexity just for this idea of front end as a service. Even in the local development environment, it's a big complexity, right? And we'll talk about that too. But let's move on from that a little bit. One other interesting thing that has come out of this is JavaScript on other devices. It's not just in the browser. It's on your PlayStation. It's on your TV. It's on your phones. And if you've ever tried to write JavaScript on your phones, for example, you might have tried React Native. I will abstain from having an opinion on React Native, but what I will tell you is most of our customers do not enjoy the experience. Not because the idea is not interesting and good, but because it's so brittle and so hard to achieve success with it. Like you build a project in something like this, you come back in a year and nothing works anymore. There's 15 new versions of everything, and upgrading is like a nightmare project on its own, right? And so we've tried to solve some of these things and like innovate on tech, but I think we've too quickly glossed over the flaws in these ideas, and we've jumped all the way to the finish line, even though the tech is unproven yet, or that it's maybe not quite functional yet. And I don't even know if React Native is actually a 1.0 yet, but people ship it to production like very aggressively, right? And there's other versions of this, so people are still trying, and I think it's a good effort. Like Flutter is a good example of a newer technology which uses Dart, which for me is basically JavaScript. Also, like the goal of how do we use JavaScript effectively, or JavaScript developers, because it's everybody, to build more applications in every ecosystem. So I think it's a good goal, but we're not there yet. It's a lot of challenges. And that's the core of the talk today. Sentry can't fix any of this. So why am I up here speaking? Well, let's talk about what we think this is. There's a lot of ways you can articulate the software development lifecycle. This is how we think about it. You write the code somehow. You test the code, hopefully, somehow. You get it into production, and then you monitor it. You get feedback, or you learn from it, right? Sentry kind of owns that monitoring piece, or that's our agenda over time, right? And we think about this specifically from the application lifecycle, right? I don't care about your servers, about your systems and your infrastructure and your machines over there. I care about the product and the actual business that you're building, right? And so that's how I think about this for them. And if you think about this, you also think a lot about the speakers today and how they connect to these things. So I want to talk about each one a little bit. So the develop side, each one of these areas has a number of unique challenges. And so for me, the biggest thing that sticks out in like, how do I write code is my development environment. Like, how do I actually get it functioning so I can write code that maybe somewhat works? You're going to hear from April right after this. She's going to talk about code spaces. That's one investment that helps this area. You know, we probably all use Docker in infinite projects at this point. Docker is a huge influence. Again, not without its challenges. It's a lot of complexity to learn how Docker works and get all these things running. So is it welcoming? Not really. But there's a lot of investments around this, right? Gitpod is another one. I know JetBrains has some stuff. There's a lot of this like kind of cloud-hosted development environment. But now you're in the cloud and you require internet connectivity to write code and all these other things. And so there's still challenges. We're like investing in technology, but we've not really gotten to this place where there's a little bit too much compromise, I guess, today, is what I would say. And I think we need to work on that. So moving forward on the test side, I actually think testing is where we've gotten the most advancement from an infrastructure point of view, but not a product point of view over the years. And so personally, I'm a big fan of GitHub Actions. Solves a lot of problems for me, just exists, it's affordable. We always use GitHub anyway, so it's great, it's there, right? So I've now got a capability to do CI. The user experience could use a little bit of work though, right? As an example, which test is failing? There is no standard UI to see what tests are failing in a build, but every single one of us have builds because we have tests. Why is that such a problem today? I actually do not understand why people have not tackled this problem. Microsoft did it with Azure DevOps. Their CI system reports test results, reports code coverage, things like this. But, and maybe it's because GitHub's newer, but most of these CI infrastructure tools, this is not the out-of-the-box approach they have. It's just to run dumb code and report green or red, right? And that, to me, is not tolerable. You know, there's a lot of other investments in the space. We've got Eli here from CodeCov today. He's going to talk about their point of view on sort of what I think of as like code quality analytics, which are part of the CI pipeline. Circle CI is a big one. Travis CI, I think, is still a big one. We use it a lot in the open source days. But there's a lot of, again, investment in this area. But I think there's a long ways to go, particularly in the testing one. The release phase, which I think this is the area that is the most developed today. We'll go back to, like, we've got Guillermo here. We've got Divya from Fly, James from Convex. All these companies kind of share this goal of, like, how do we make it easier to, like, get the code into production, to make it accessing data or your database or state in production. Now, I will say there's some challenges here that a lot of them have made it easy for JavaScript and not everything else. And in fact, if you look at Fly versus Vercel, they're wildly different companies. Fly is kind of like, how do we enable a little bit more on the server side? I'm speaking for them, I might be wrong. Don't claim I'm an expert in their pitch. Vercel is very much like, we're great at Next.js. We're gonna make it awesome to ship this layer of it. They do some other stuff, of course, too, but a lot of people are tackling this from different angles. They've done a really good job. And I think this is the most interesting because the goal of this is like production canary. Like, can I ship new code to a safe environment where it's guaranteed to work and have zero risk to my customers? And when you make the deploy very seamless, you can kind of do that. You can set it up so you can actually do a production canary, test your code in production, as they say, but not test it on customers in production, which is super critical. All right, moving on to Sentry. And I'm going to bleed over. I think we've got like 40 minutes slotted, so we're going. Monitor, that's what Sentry does. Our goal is to solve this problem for you from an application developer lens. I'm not going to talk much about this now, mostly because I refuse to pitch Sentry, but also Ian's going to shill, as he calls it, soon. There's two important things I want you to take away. We're moving beyond errors. We already did that a little bit. We're not quite there yet, but we're moving drastically beyond errors very quickly. So you'll see a lot of that today. That's exciting. Great. Hang out. Let's talk. We're also going to aggressively invest in our workflow, in our issues concept. We're joining these two efforts, so beyond errors, but with this issues concept, because issues are effectively a tool we know and use. We use Jira for better or worse sometimes, Linear, Asana, all these tools. They're all just ticket tracking. Sentry is just ticket tracking at the end of the day. And so we're really focused on that workflow because the workflow is what matters. I don't need more dashboards in my life. But most importantly today, we're just here to create conversations. Like, Sentry can't fix this. We'll do our little part in our little slice of the world, and hopefully we do it well enough. But it is very much like a community effort. And I think, you know, the best thing I would have happen for this event today is just everybody talks to each other. And we complain about everything we hate, and we find a way to fix it. And so with that, I will hand it off, I think, to Sarah or to April, and I will say, if you want to chat, I'll be around all day. I'm forced to stay here either way because I got to give a little chat with Guillermo later, but I'll be around probably up there if you want to talk Sentry or just talk about this. Love to hear what's on your mind. But otherwise, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the folks who made it in person, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the speakers, hopefully more than me. And thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, David. One of the key takeaways is, like, being a developer has gotten a lot more complicated in the last 20 years, 22 years, however long it's been. Also, Blink-182 still rocks, just saying. Our next speaker is April, who is coming to us from Oregon, and she's going to talk to us a little bit about GitHub code spaces. There's some demoing happening, but also about how you can unleash great ideas. I really love her talk. It fits really well with our idea of actionable, integrated with the developer workflow, and open. So you'll hear me afterwards tie it all back together for you. In addition to that, even if you are here in person, I know, we're going to have in-person conversations. We're about to have a break right after April's talk. We're going to have a really long lunch to be able to chat with everyone. But if you do want to head to the Discord, there's a lot of conversation happening. Spaces is definitely winning, so everyone can calm down. I know we were worried that Tabs was going to win in terms of the debate. But in addition to that, we are giving away some swag boxes. The giveaways are happening on Discord, so you can head over to the Discord to the Sort the Madness channel to enter to win. But without further ado, I'd like to invite April up to the stage and learn a little bit about GitHub Codespaces. Yeah.
All right. Did it go? It went. There we go. Hi, I'm April, staff engineering manager here at GitHub. I use Sentry every day to make sure that, like, at GitHub we can deploy with confidence. And even sometimes when we deploy, there's like broken windows that we're like, okay, we're just gonna not do that. But we have to come back to them because Sentry keeps telling us about them. So anyways, I'm just really grateful to Sentry, and thanks for having me here today to chat. I'm so excited to talk about strategies and tools for unleashing great ideas. So let's start off with, like, what's a great idea? We're gonna get our creative juices flowing, and we're gonna take a look at some examples. So first, this is Runway ML. It's a set of artificial intelligence or AI tools that make video editing magical. So with the ability to create videos and text-to-pattern recognition and prediction, the founder of Runway ML took a common set of data science and engineering technologies and made them available to creatives. Next, AlphaFold is an AI program that can predict the shape of proteins to the nearest atom. So it's reducing a process that used to take months into minutes and opening new paths for drug discovery and design. And finally, Stable Diffusion, if you haven't seen it, it's an image generator based on any text that you supply to the model. And it really is blurring the lines around the creation of art and even reality. All right, so where did all these great ideas come from? More than ever, I think that the ability to discover and create is available to everyone. And really working at GitHub, the home of open source software development, I have a front row seat to some amazing creativity. Well, great ideas usually start with a problem. So we're going to assume today that you've already got a problem as a starting point, but what's next? As an engineering manager, I want my team to get to that eureka moment faster, whether that problem is simple or complex. And I'm going to share a really simple framework with you to help you form the habits that are going to help you get to that moment of discovery more quickly. You're going to know some of these, but I hope something in here is new for you. The first is practice. My ballet instructor used to tell me that practice does not make perfect, practice makes permanent. So practice is hard at first, but it gets easier over time. And so really practice the things that you want to make permanent. Develop the habit of carving out learning time. I asked my team to dedicate about 8 hours every 2-week sprint towards whatever professional development or development is going to make sense for them. So it might be like an hour listening to their favorite tech podcast every day, or maybe attending a how to build a compiler session over the course of the quarter. And in his book, Staff Engineer, Will Larson describes snacking as easy, low-impact work. Avoid it. And I think you all know what I'm talking about, right? It's like bumping that library version because it's just like a quick, easy win, but don't repeat. Automate those routine tasks. Consider how to reclaim your time and never do that extraneous keystroke ever again. And in our productivity-based world, we sometimes just forget to turn off that crank of execution and just play. But remember the first time that you first painted a pixel on the screen and it felt like it was magic? So try to find those same magical moments, but with new technologies. Second, be curious. Don't be satisfied with just getting something to work, but try to understand why it works. Don't stop at the surface, dig deeply into your problems, and until you get to the 0 and 1s, you're not at the bottom of your abstractions. So test yourself and your knowledge by explaining how things work, like to yourself or to others. And with any problem, really think about the constraints that you're given. And then you ask yourself, what if, or how might we? Using the double diamond design process, we can break our problem solving down into 2 separate stages. First, you're going to diverge on the problem space, and then you're going to, with trying to come up with as many ideas as possible, and then you're going to converge on one of those ideas. Then repeat the same with the solutions. The key here is to make some space for that what if, that how might we. And you can even practice divergent thinking. So like my family plays a game where you start with a prompt like, name something green. But you try to be as creative as possible. So like instead of saying frog or alien, you might say student, someone who's like inexperienced or new to something. And then from improv, we learn to avoid saying no, especially when we're in that divergent thinking phase. Say yes and instead. I don't know if you all practice this, but like sometimes I have to catch myself and say like, oh, well, no, that can't work because of X, Y, Z. But like really see how far you can just stretch the possibilities and leave the trade-offs until all your ideas are exhausted. Like I promise you, this is incredibly energizing. And then experiment and iterate. So Thomas Edison said, I didn't fail 1,000 times. The light bulb was an invention with 1,000 steps. And sometimes that means sticking with the experiment even when you're at step 999. And finally, together is better than alone. Great ideas are like Legos, so often constructed with existing building blocks, but put together in new and novel ways or applying a pattern in an existing context. So don't get stuck in a technology or even a field, like explore outside your comfort zone and try to draw inspiration from those around you. And then find others to help collaborate with you, to generate ideas faster and expand your thinking. Whenever we do hackathons, we always try to at least pair up. And we already talked a little bit about iterating and experimenting, but if you fail fast, you close that duration of the feedback loop. So getting fast feedback against your measurements or measurements from external sources will help you know whether that future investment is worthwhile. All right, that's it for our really simple framework. So we're going to get to the tools section. So I've been working on code spaces for about 2 years now. It's like an absolutely game-changing tool. And it really automates away the pain of the development environment setup so that I can get coding fast. So we're going to apply our simple framework to how code spaces can help us unleash some great ideas. The hardware gods were not with me today in this demo, so you're going to pretend right now that I'm actually doing a live demo, but I had to pre-record it. So but my team works on the Ruby monolith that serves github.com or GitHub. It looks like this. It's kind of meta, like you're literally looking at it. And so for every task, we start a new code space. So code spaces are instant-on, customizable, container-based web development environments in the cloud. They let any team from any computer have full, fast access to everything that they need to work on their projects on GitHub. So with config as code, you can package up your project's development environment and in a single click, launch into your favorite editor, backed with compute and terminal access, and customized with your themes, preferences, and dot files. So with our custom welcome message here, you can see that our environment is set up and ready to go. So onboarding new hubbers used to take days and a whole Slack channel that was devoted to like all the slight variation from like the 600 developer environments that existed. And now they can start working on their project in seconds because all that setup is pre-built and it helps our hubbers have get coding faster in these like really nice isolated and secure environments. And companies like Google and Facebook and Slack have made huge investments into these internal-only tooling to make their engineers productive. But now GitHub has created a platform that makes that power available to you and your team. Codespace has also fundamentally changed my personal workflow. So I just have a code space for each task, and these are like truly ephemeral environments. Sometimes I have way too many of them. This is like very reasonable right now. But I was troubleshooting an issue that came in from a customer around permissions. I'm reviewing a PR in GitHub, and I'm working on some internal documentation for the team. So when I'm done, I just delete my code space and I check it off the list. It's actually faster to create a new code space than to like manage state, dependencies, frameworks, fetching, branches, and it really frees up my brain space and time to just focus on more important work. So when my calendar reminds me about that learning time that I carved out, instead of snacking, CodeSpaces makes it really easy to like context switch and get coding faster and to play and get inspired. So you remember Stable Diffusion we talked about earlier. I've really been wanting to play around with it and just generally understand the machine learning, space better. So I forked this repo that my coworker JP has been kind of working on, and it's a little bit pre-configured for CodeSpaces. So with one click, I create a code space that's tailored to this repository. And behind the scenes, a GPU is spinning up in the cloud that's pre-installed with an image that we call the kitchen sink. It has a common set of tools and runtimes to get you productive quickly, but it's slim enough to keep startup fast. And here it is. We're running VS Code in the browser, and in seconds, we can start just kind of exploring this new technology. So the README tells us here that this is a Jupyter notebook where you can run live code, equations, visualizations, and add narrative text to make this really easily shareable. So the first thing, I think we're going to just stick here with the stable version of VS Code. But the first thing I notice here is that we've got a Jupyter server we need to just make sure that we're connected to. We'll just use the default here. And I also see that there's this run all button, so let's just experiment and give that a try. All right, and we'll kick that off and get it running. That's right, we're gonna get curious. We're gonna dig in, we're gonna ask ourselves some questions, and we're gonna experiment. We're first gonna start digging in by looking at this file. This is a devcontainer.json, which does what it says. It defines a development container. It's a pre-configured tool set and runtime stack that's specifically targeted for development. So from top to bottom, we have an explicit call out to the kitchen sink. We have CodeSpaces as our root user. After startup, we're gonna run some commands, and we have a minimum machine type to just make sure that we get that like default experience is really great. And then if you're using VS Code as your client, we're going to go ahead and like pre-install a set of extensions. So development containers are an open standard that CodeSpaces supports. There's a growing ecosystem of dev container features that makes it really easy to add languages and tooling support without needing to be a Docker expert. So, hopefully that like kind of in making, like David was saying, that making that welcoming environment is just a little bit easier. Additionally, there are powerful capabilities that any project maintainer can configure to enable that one-click magical experience. So READMEs really used to be this list of like everything required to get started on the project, and sometimes that just like stopped you. Like you might get to step 3, and then you're like, it just isn't working on my machine, and so you just stop, right? And CodeSpaces is amazing because it just like takes that all away. You just launch in, and everybody gets the exact same experience. And so now you can focus your README on like why you should play, why you should remix, why you should contribute. So our notebook ran, and look at that. I have a pretty strange looking picture of an astronaut riding a horse. So we're gonna kind of take our last step together. We've done a little bit of exploration, and now we're going to collaborate and get some feedback. So every time we run this notebook, we're gonna get a different image. And this one is frankly a little creepy. So I think we can avoid that bad first impression by adding a seed value to make the output deterministic. So let's go ahead and get that started here. And I think outside of, well, we'll go ahead and add our seed here. We'll use 42 because that's a magic number, and we'll get that set up. So I think I'm also going to suggest a different prompt. As much as I really enjoy astronauts riding horses, I think we can do better. And I don't know if you can tell, but I actually have Copilot installed here as well, which is GitHub's AI pair programmer. I think it was like saying maybe sunglasses, but I really think the corgis and rainbow space are better. So, human win. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and run this. We have a beautiful corgi in space, and we're gonna go ahead and run it again just to double check and make sure that we get like actually a deterministic output here. And there it goes. So I think, just to kind of wrap it up here, I think we're going to go ahead and check this in. And I think we'll just create a PR so that JP can consider using this in his project. And since we have that kitchen sink that I was talking about, we already have the GitHub CLI pre-installed, which is just really nice because I just think it's a really easy and quick way to get a draft PR up and running. So we'll just get that going and see what JP thinks. So hopefully you saw here that taking some time to learn, explore, and experiment just got a lot more fun. Code spaces can help you kind of get that jump start on experimentation, allow you to context switch painlessly and get coding fast. And then really I just want to leave you with good habits can help us discover ideas more quickly. So I want you to take advantage, have fun, practice, some curiosity together. And I'm going to leave you with this quote from Maya Angelou. You can't use up creativity. The more you use, the more you have. And so with that, I hope you have fun out there. Thanks. Cool.
Does anybody have any questions in the audience for April and or on Discord? I will let you all think about that as I make some connections to your talk. So 3 things that you mentioned, curiosity, practice, and collaboration. I swapped them
Together.
on.
Yeah.
Togetherness. And I really feel like those match really well to what Sentry is thinking about, again, in terms of actionable, integrated into the developer workflow, and being open. And I think that that says something when you have a company who is open source like Sentry and a company like GitHub that is obviously one of the biggest open source communities on the planet, to think about how we solve problems for developers in a similar fashion, even though we didn't sit there and write your talk together and make sure that they aligned. So that's what this conference is all about, right? Is that developer experience. It's about understanding that the developer experience isn't just the framework that you choose. It isn't just the tools that you choose. It isn't just the company that you work for. It is also the idea of curiosity, being able to take action with the tools that you have. It's the idea of practice. So any tool, framework, anything you're trying to do needs to be integrated into your developer workflow so that you can practice that. And it's the idea of collaboration or openness and transparency. And I think that that's something that we want to obviously drill in today. That's why I keep saying it. Because if not, then at the end of the day, we might just feel very depressed that it's just hard. So rather than feeling depressed that being a developer is just hard, let's feel excited that if we can make tools or we can create teams or we can come together to create these actionable, integrated into our developer workflow and open solutions, then maybe we don't have to go back to the 2000s. We don't have to just listen to Blink-182 on repeat and only update PHP files, but instead we can use all of these more complex, more integrated tools and frameworks so that we can but have it be a little bit easier for us. So that's kind of the goal here. Anyone think of any questions for April? Yes, we have mics. Also, I used to be faculty, and so when I say anyone have any questions, I'm very comfortable just awkwardly staring at you while you think about the question that you want to ask. Test, test.
Test, test. Oh, I'm working.
Yeah.
There. Is GitHub, are code spaces available on GitHub Enterprise?
Oh, that is a good question. GitHub Enterprise. Yes. So I was going to mention that actually is that today we have made code spaces available for teams, and we are working on by the end of the year having them available to individuals as well. Yeah.
I'm good. Cool. Is Codespaces able to run natively instead of in the cloud? Can you run Codespaces on your own hardware?
No, not today.
Not today? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Great question.
Anyone else? All right. Well, we are a little early for our break, which means you get a little bit of an extra long break. If you're watching on the live stream, go ahead, take a quick break, but we do have Lazar, who's one of our newest advocates here at Century, going to be talking with Anthony, one of our engineers, a little bit about why he switched from being an engineer to being an advocate, and also what it's like to be an advocate here at Century, and maybe giving some just kind of thoughts on our keynote and on April's talk. So please stay tuned online. If you're here in the room, a couple of reminders. We've got snacks, breakfast kind of in the back up at the mezzanine level. Another reminder is that we will be doing what we are calling office hours. So if you have any questions about some Century products, whether they're the new products coming out, dynamic sampling, profiling, performance issues, and session replay. If you don't know what that means, number one, head upstairs and you can chat with some centaurs. Yes, we call ourselves centaurs, and ask them. But then also we'll have a talk from our head of product and then some sneak peeks during lunchtime. So feel free to head upstairs to just kind of mingle here, and we'll come back at 10:25 exactly. Also, space is definitely one. Sorry, people who like tabs, you have to convert now. And our next kind of poll, which is, I think it's what is the best editor? Yeah. You have to go onto the Discord to see what the options even are. I'm not even going to tell you. So head over to the Discord, see what the options are for the best editor, vote, and then also you can, try to win some prizes there too. So thank you all. We'll be back.
Hello. That was a great talk by April and by Kramer. And we're back in the virtual session. I'm Anthony. For those of you that did not catch the intro session at the beginning, I work on the developer infrastructure team here at Century. And briefly, we are going to be talking with Lazar Nikolov, Lucky, who has just joined the DevRel team here at Century, and get their perspective on why they switched from being a developer to being DevRel. And so without further ado, let's bring Lucky on. Hello, hello.
Okay. Hi, Anthony. Hello, viewers.
How you doing? How's DEX been so far?
Amazing. Today I found out that people actually prefer spaces over tabs, so I lost the battle.
I like spaces, but I'm okay being wrong sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've always thought that, tabs are cooler. So I sticked with that through all, the years, and here I am, finding out that actually spaces are cooler than tabs. So,
I definitely
yeah.
started with tabs myself, so I feel it. But yeah, tell me about yourself. Tell me about why Century. You joined just this month, from
Yeah.
what I can tell. Tell me about your journey.
Awesome. Yeah. So, I've been a software engineer for the past 7 years. I started out in mobile, and we'll circle back on that later. And like recently, I think it was 12th of September, I officially started with Century as a developer advocate. And this is my first official, professional developer advocate role. And why I basically decided to switch, or first let's talk about how I got into DevRel, right? So passion for creating content, for mentoring people, and basically working and learning in public has always been, in my mind. So a few years back, I started being more active on Twitter.
More shit posting.
Yeah. Then I created a blog on Hashnode, and I started writing some blog posts about web development, about Next.js, even a few UI design blog posts as well. But then I wanted to be like the cool kids, and I started streaming on Twitch. Right?
Nice.
Yeah. And
I say as I hold up my Twitch partner water bottle, but
exactly. Yeah, and the first project that I streamed, right, that I worked on was an absence tracker. So I started this project as an excuse to learn some new technologies. I was interested in Prisma, Blitz.js, Chakra UI, and yeah, I was like, if I'm going to learn about, these technologies and how to work with them, might as well stream it. So, right, the community and I will also learn it, not just me.
Oh
And
yeah,
I
aren't you a
think I
core member
worked.
of Chakra UI? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to
Yeah, so
interrupt you.
that's actually how it happened. Yeah. So I think I worked publicly for 6 months on this project, right? So it's an absence tracker for companies. People request days off or vacation times. They get approved or declined with a reason, etc., etc. So yeah, the standard absence tracker. And I've worked on this for I think 6 months straight, publicly on Twitch. When the creator of Chakra UI, Sage, noticed me and he asked me to join the core team.
That's
Of
awesome.
course, yeah, of course, I wanted to join the core team, right? Because I've really enjoyed working with Chakra in those 6 months and until this day as well. And yeah, I was super happy. It was like this is unreal, and that's how I pretty much got into DevRel. But I wasn't aware that I'm getting into DevRel at this point, because funny enough, I had no clue what my role was in Chakra UI, what my responsibilities were going to be. And at the beginning, I asked Sage, "What are my responsibilities? Like, what do I take care of?" And he said, and I remember this vividly, he said that I'm going to be the troublemaker. That's translated into being a DevRel. So awesome. Like, yeah, let's see what DevRel is about. And at this point, like, I had no idea what DevRel is, what are the responsibilities, but like as I learned more and more about what being a DevRel is, I identified really into this role. So yeah, like I'm actually starting to like it a lot, right? And I'm doing this in my free time, by the way. I'm still going to work. I'm still a software engineer for like, yeah, ever since I joined Chakra for like a year and a half, or like a year and 7-8 months. I'm like thinking about, do I want to do this full time? And I started to like it more and more as time passed by. And yeah, so much so that I actually decided to join Sentry as a developer advocate.
Awesome. Welcome, welcome. I certainly know a lot
Thank
of
you.
troublemaker DevRels, so you'll fit right in. I did want to ask you one
Yeah.
question about live streaming on Twitch, because
Mhm.
I've been streaming on Twitch for 4 years and I really enjoy it. What do you feel about it? Is it a good medium? Do you like the educational aspect? What do you get out of streaming?
Yeah, I mean, what I like about streaming on Twitch is I can, it's first of all, it's a really, I guess, forgiving platform, right? It's not YouTube, right? If I put out something unpolished, that's all right. It's a live stream, right? I don't need to edit everything and like upload it, and yeah, and I can basically be myself. And then that's what I like about it. And I'm not afraid to, expose myself to the public and be criticized. So it's even making me better because I like throughout the chat I can figure out, what I'm doing. Is it okay? Is it wrong? Is it right? Etc. No one actually told me that tabs are not cool, but okay, I need to stream more. But yeah, basically that's what I like about live streaming. Yeah.
Nice. How many API tokens have you leaked on stream so far?
A lot, but yeah.
Same.
Been killing it like minutes after I press stop streaming.
Yeah, we need to make a thing that like, I don't know, scrapes your screen and pre-filters it. But anyway, yeah, I really like streaming on Twitch too. I feel like the community audience is the best part for me. I like interacting with chat, and honestly, sometimes I go on stream to write code, and maybe I'll get a line or two in a couple hours, but it'll be a nice experience, chit chatting with my regulars and also just passerbys, and talking about code and having a good time.
Yeah.
So when you say you're a member of Chakra UI, what do you do most of the time? Is it code review? Is it contributions? Is it outreach? Like what part of Chakra UI do you work on there?
Yeah, I'm officially holding the DevRel front, me and one other person, Esther.
Mm.
and what I was doing, for example, last year is working on a YouTube series called Design versus Dev. I'm picking some UI design on Dribble, and I'm trying to break it down top to bottom and actually rebuild that in Chakra UI. Right, so not just people learning Chakra UI, but they also learn how to break down designs, because yeah, if you're a front-end engineer, you'll get a UI design delivered on your desk and you need to implement that. So yeah, going through the whole process of how to break things down into manageable chunks and how to implement them later on. And what else? Like, we also organized a hackathon recently, which was super fun. And I also do some code contributions, not a lot, and triaging, maintaining the doc site, all these things. Yeah.
Yeah. How does it feel to be an open sourcer?
It feels great. Yeah, it feels great. I don't know. There's something in the feeling when someone says, "Hey, thanks for making this." Of course, it brings me joy.
Awesome. Sounds great. Anything else you wanted to chat about?
Well, you mentioned about like why did I actually switch, right? After being a software engineer for 7 years, why am I switching now to DevRel? Well, I think it's the freedom to create content and to bring value to developers, right? And as I mentioned, at this point, I'm a DevRel in my free time in Chakra UI for like 1.5 years or more, right?
Might as well
as
be
I
your day
mentioned,
job,
like,
right?
Exactly, yeah. And yeah, now like I started thinking of what if this is my full time, right? What if this is my actual job? And what if I can reach even more developers than this, right? So I was in this mental state. And then a few months ago, Brandon sent me an email, and I'm gonna read you the title of the email because it's pretty cool. Lazar, you either retire a software engineer or live long enough to see yourself become a DevRel, right? That was funny and intriguing, both at the same time. And yeah, it piqued my interest. Like, I let me do some research, on Sentry, and because I know I've worked with Sentry before on client projects and everything. But yeah, not as I haven't done any research on Sentry as a company, right? So I started doing that, and yeah, I also spoke with a few people, and then I found out that actually Sentry, is the perfect place to start my DevRel career, because it has a massive community, a ton of SDKs, right?
Yeah.
And also I love that Sentry is putting a major focus on every developer, right? By providing real values and solutions and to their problems. And I think these two are like aspects that every DevRel is looking for. And I'm actually really happy that I found them here.
Yeah, I also think the aspect of like you mentioned build in public being something that really enticed you about streaming, but I think Sentry really embodies that. And I stream my work on Twitch sometimes too, and I think it's really cool to see that Sentry is open source first, and so there's that big aspect of build in public, and DevRel fits in a glove to a hand based on that because everything's already open.
Exactly.
Sweet. Well, thank you for coming on. We're going to take a short little break before we have our next panel, which is web tools and frameworks. And we're looking forward to seeing that. But thank you for coming on, Lucky. I really appreciate chatting with you.
Awesome. Bye-bye.
Oh, and shout out your Twitch channel.
Will do. Thanks.
Running over mountain feet. Even with the babies and the mama call a grave digger. Gone with the fallen leaves. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might have had your fill, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now. Feel it still. We can find a war for peace. Giving to that easy living, goodbye to my.
I guess the memory probably is more like of that. Where's Birmingham? My Alabama geography ain't great. I just
Good? Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice break, got some snacks, got some coffee, water, good conversation. I am very excited to have our WTF panel. Definitely the acronym came before I chose the words, but it is very much on brand, web tools and frameworks. Basically, it's WTF, our ecosystem is huge and big and complex, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So today I have 4 incredible panelists. We've got Divya here, who has been, or is a platform engineer at Fly.io, and works on building a better infrastructure with better design. Accurate? Yeah. Cool. We have Matt here, who is CEO and co-founder of Netlify. As you all likely know, Netlify is a platform to build, deploy, and scale for the modern web. He's been building dev tools for more than 30 years and coined the term Jamstack. And if you're not going to go to Jamstack Conf, I highly recommend you do. And if you want to, well, first of all, because I'm speaking, so, that's why you would attend. But you get a 40% off discount for attending DEX. So use the code DEX, DEX 40. And if you're attending here, you'll get a 40% discount for Jamstack Conf. Thank you, Matt.
It'll be a lot of fun.
We also have Eli here, who has been founding SaaS companies for over 10 years.
Just a string of SaaS companies.
Just all of them. And is the CTO of CodeCov, which enables over 1 million devs to improve code through test coverage.
Through test coverage.
See,
and
I got
code
it.
quality.
I got
all
it.
those fun things. Yeah.
All of the things. And then, of course, we've got Ben here on the end, who is has been a UI dev UI front end web dev for over 15 years, is currently a front end architect at Stitch Fix, and helps design systems and front end infrastructures.
Hello.
So thank you all for coming. please, we are inviting questions both from Discord. I've got a text thread with our Discord moderator here. So if you're on Discord, please feel free to ask questions there. And then, of course, if you have questions in the audience, we'll have mics around. The first question I have for you all, though, and this won't be like each of them will answer, so there might just be general conversation after I get out of the way, is kind of around this idea of when, how, and for what are we deciding what frameworks and tools we're going to use. And so, we've talked a little bit about, we heard David in the morning saying that the developer experience is really about writing, testing, deploying / shipping, and maintaining code. Do you think about those pieces when you're choosing a framework or a tool set? And how do those parts of being an engineer factor into choosing the right framework?
You want first?
Please.
I'll break the ice here. The very first thing for me is what does the problem demand, right? And so depending on what I want to solve or I want to solve it, that can actually make a lot of the sort of language framework decisions for you, right? If I'm building something that requires high concurrency, for example, a lot of real-time interaction, maybe I'm reaching for Elixir. If I'm building something that has to go very, very fast, maybe I'm writing it in Rust. If it's web or server-side, maybe Golang, right? If it's a language I work in all the time because I want to move very fast, I'm going to pick PHP, which has come up a couple of times already. And so the first thing there is definitely like, what is the problem demand? After that, everything else can kind of fall out from that question. It's my approach anyway.
That's also always the questions of like, are you taking short-term or long-term decisions? And it's very different if you're building a quick prototype or if you're building a one-off microsite where you might actually really want to pick something that you can experiment with and take new conclusions from and drive from. Or when you're sort of setting a core foundation for an app that teams of developers are going to be collaborating on for years, right? Like it's pretty different considerations that comes into those two aspects. And totally agree on always focusing a lot on like what are you actually solving for before reaching for any specific tool or any specific framework, and then thinking through like again whether this is like a learning opportunity for the team where you want people to be able to push the boundaries a little, or whether this is a moment where you need to be predictable in execution, where you really want to pick something that you've tried building with before.
Your collaboration point is really important. Like one of my favorite things I think about when I'm choosing a framework or building something early is just don't be clever. Just don't. I think that you hear the term innovation tokens and this kind of thing, like where are we going to spend our innovation tokens when we're solving a problem for the first time? But like, if you think about building something that you want to tack a team onto, and that team comes on and says, hey, why did you choose X? And if your answer is, oh, I thought it was cool, that's like probably not the best justification. And so keep it simple where you can, keep it straightforward where you can, especially if you're moving quickly and prototyping and that kind of thing. Like reach for as much as you can that already exists that people know about. But yeah, otherwise pick and choose your battles or remember to be clever.
We've usually hired for, or we've usually picked frameworks for hiring purposes too, because like there are times when you pick, I don't know. So at Fly, we have written in Elixir and Phoenix, which is great, but it's sometimes really hard to find people to join because it's like, oh, we're writing in this framework that most people likely are not writing in. And this is not a jab at the framework we chose because it's really powerful. But oftentimes that comes into play as well because you're like, oh, we're going to build this thing in Rust. But it's like, great. You're not going to find a lot of engineers who have like 5 to 10 years of experience in Rust because likely that's not going to happen. So that tends to be something that we think about as well. Just like, I think the longevity question is also important. Just like, okay, we're building this tool right now in this particular framework or language, but then 5 years from now, are we going to hate this thing that we're working on? Or is it going to be easier to like migrate and work on for future engineers who join or people who continue to work on it to be?
Yeah, I'd like to zero in on that people aspect because the people is just as important as the technology, right? You can pick the best technology, but if the people can't use it, then it doesn't matter. So their current experience is also important of what people can use right now versus what's the best one in a vacuum. So both of those things are important. Where you're at right now matters for what you're going to pick next.
Yeah.
There's also now, especially in like larger settings, larger scale companies, right? Like a lot of movement towards the idea of composable architectures, which I think is interesting because like the risk is that with the sort of traditional monolithic stack, the kind of scope of your choice of a framework is like, this is what we're going to build everything with forever, right? Like, and that's a very hard choice to get right? Like, because most likely 2 years, 3 years from now, at least in some parts of that stack, other frameworks, other tools will have like wildly out innovated the monolith you are on. So this idea of composable architectures, I think, is very powerful. Can you find clear demarcation lines where your choice could be like encapsulated better? Can you cleanly decouple like the web UI layer from any of your backend choices? Can you take different choices from the part of your backend that requires really high concurrency throughput network versus the part of the backend that's really about like building a CRUD interface for business operation and where you would want good domain modeling and good understanding of like business flow and so on? Can you find even off-the-shelf tools for some of those endpoints that you can just go buy and not have to build, maintain, and operate yourself? I think that mindset of leaning in towards composability is one of the really powerful movements now that makes some of these framework choices a little like that can help you de-scope them from being a choice of everything to a choice of like, for this specific problem, what are we going to use? Then balanced with like the complexity, and you can then end up with if you keep choosing a different answer to that question for every single piece of your stack, and suddenly developers have to understand 15 different tools and frameworks and languages.
Yeah.
There's an intentionality to it, right? Like if I'm starting out, if I'm a one-person operation growing a business, or maybe I'm doing some skunkworks thing inside a larger company, I want to move as fast as possible. And sometimes the monolith is the right answer, right? Like, one of my core beliefs when you're working at that level is like, don't solve a solved problem. If you're sitting there trying to figure out how to make your auth work, when auth has been solved a million times in a million other frameworks, you're wasting your time. And so monolithic frameworks can help you solve those problems quickly, but you have to be intentional, right? Because Matthias, you're absolutely correct, right? Like being able to compose your architecture down the line becomes incredibly important. Like this endpoint is slow. Well, it's in the monolith and it has this dependency and that dependency, this other dependency. Like I can't pull it out, I just have to deal with it. These are problems that you don't want to have to solve later unless you absolutely have to, but you also don't want to trade that speed off at the beginning. And so grab a framework, know what's going to suck as you grow, and be very intentional about replacing that as you move forward in time. I think that can, I don't want to say best of both worlds because that can be a disaster as well, but like it can give you a good starting point for scaling quickly when you need to move fast as an individual versus how to make things better when you need to optimize.
Yeah. I wanted to ask this question to this group of people in particular, because I feel like when we're focused on our role as an engineer, an IC engineer, then a lot of these decisions, maybe we don't understand. Like you just joined a company and you're like, why the heck are we using this framework? Like this does not seem like it'll be fast enough, or this seems like it's not going to scale enough, or whatever. And so being able to understand from the perspective of engineering leaders, of people who've built companies and who've influenced infrastructure, I think it's important that we all understand that there's so much complexity in just that choice from the beginning. We talked a little bit about this from the framework perspective. How do tools play a role here? Do you take that same approach with tools? Is it not as critical choice there?
So how are you defining tools exactly?
That's the best question ever. Don't ask me anything. I'm not on the panel. No. I mean, I think it could be a combination of things, right? Like it could be your tools for deploying, right? It could also just be your literal editor. It could be the choice of what computer are you buying for your engineers, right? Like I think that there's a lot to it. And I think that there's probably levels of it, right? But when I first joined Microsoft recently, there wasn't a requirement for a particular operating system, for example, right? But when you, and when I was at GitHub, I was working on client applications. And so everyone in the company used a Mac except for my team because we were building GitHub for Visual Studio. So we had to have both, right? And so I think it can be kind of anywhere within the stack, and that's kind of the question, like, how much do you need to think about those things ahead of time?
Yeah, I can go first here. Like, I think it on the first rule, you want to really trust your developers to pick the best tools for their job, right? Like, so you want to really give them power to choose how they want to solve problems and so on. Then on the flip side, you want developers to also be able to work across different teams in your organization, right? Like, so if every single team has a completely different way of deploying and doing code coverage and running their code, and like it will be very hard for anyone to help out another team, right? Like, they'll be lost in a completely different set of tools and they'll be handicapped. So all of this comes down to, like, how do you balance the ability for your developers to have agency to take choice anywhere where they can, while still standardizing enough on the core tools you have that, one, people can jump from project to project, and two, a new project also comes with a bunch of decisions that's already taken, so you don't have to spend all the time reinventing the wheel for your basic tooling.
So then how do we figure out that balance? Like, how do you decide which tool is okay for everybody to have and which tool needs to have that consensus, right?
I think you just hope somebody's decided for you already.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard, right? And like, I think first and foremost for me, if it's tool selection, and this is the obvious one, like, the tool has to work, right? Like, if I'm sitting here, if it doesn't work for my use case, or I'm fighting it, or, there's times where different teams can't onboard to it the same way, like, it's probably not worth keeping. And I think a lot of the decisions that I tend to make around, do we in-house this problem? Do we buy a tool for this problem? Is kind of like, how repeatable is it across my teams? How much do they have to think about it, and how do we have to use it? Because almost worse than in-housing something is adopting a tool that you have to leave behind in 3 months, right? We went through all these negotiations, we paid for all these contracts, we went through all this proof of concept and security and yada, 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 and now it's gone. And so the longevity of the tool is important if I'm choosing for the team, and then the ability to not fight it, to have multiple teams adopt it, right? And that just comes down to choose good tools, right? And that process is hard, and I don't think I answered your question. I just made it harder. But ultimately, like, let's choose good things that we know scale, and then keep those in our toolkit for as long as possible.
Well, and I think, real quick, there's this interesting kind of conversation happening here, which is choosing the right tools, like trusting your engineers. And to go back to the things that I keep mentioning, tools should be integrated into your developer workflow. So thinking about, what are your different teams? What are their work? Like, what is their workflow that is needed to be able to ship your product? And then what tools kind of match that, and then hopefully across teams, right? And Divya, I know that you and I had a quick chat, and you were talking about needing to jump across like so many different projects. Maybe you can have some insight into this.
Well, so I work at a small company, so this is kind of part of the process of that. But I see picking tools as a trial and error process, because you can't optimize from the get-go, like, this is the tool that's going to be perfect for everybody. And so the nice thing is, when you're at a smaller company, there's a lot more opportunity to do that. So you can start by being like, this is what we're going to do, and this is how people are going to work. And then you see over time how that doesn't work, or if it works. And to give you an example, like, when I joined as a platform engineer, we had to build one of our code bases on a Linux machine. And I had a Mac, so I basically had to get a nuke, or however you say that word, and like boot Linux on top of it, and then always SSH into it, pull my code, run it, and then deploy from there, which like worked when we were a team of 2 on the platform team. But as we started scaling, we were like, this is not sustainable. We had to write a giant doc to explain, like, this is how you do system cuddle stuff and container and like all of these things that most people are like, I just want to run this code. I don't care about all the extra pieces of like how exactly it boots.
Right.
And so then we had to think through like, okay, now we have to fix that tool. The tool worked when in the early stages, and even then it was really clunky. But at the point where we want, like Matthias was saying, more people to work on the tool, we're like, okay, we need to have like some kind of vagrant setup so people can just like use that instead of having to boot on their own. And so then tools sort of change and mutate as the team grows and changes, which I think is the beauty of it. So I think like tools are not in stasis all the time. It's like it works until it doesn't work, and then there's like a plethora of other tools to pick from, and you're like, okay, you can pick because it's like more ergonomic, or the pricing works better because the team is bigger and the pricing model doesn't work anymore. And so there's all these trade-offs that you can make, and sometimes engineers themselves have the power to do that, and then other times it's kind of like more top-down.
And then back to the idea of like composability and relatively simple tools that can work together versus like very big monolithic tool solutions that are interdependent and where you can switch out the initial pieces. And a very similar approach is with picking your framework and writing your code of like, don't be too clever. If your tool tries to be too clever, it's typically also has some edge cases where that doesn't work, and suddenly it takes a very long time figuring out what it was trying to do for you and why it's not working. So I'm generally a fan of anything that's simple in the sense of being easy to reason about. Like, what is this tool actually doing, and what's going to happen when it doesn't do the right thing?
So like one of my roles, or I guess our whole team, is to build tools for all of the other engineers at Stitch Fix. So we're always thinking about what's the best tool to use. And the way we do it is like, okay, what's the biggest problem that engineers have? Okay, how can we solve it and create something consistent? So for instance, code editor is not one of the biggest problems. So I pick VS Code personally, but we're not going to make everybody else do that. Whereas how do we develop React applications consistently is, so then we'll build a design system, and that's the tool that teams use across everything, as opposed to having to write their own React components and style them. So it all just depends on the expertise of the people there and what the problems are that they're running into.
Yeah.
When do you decide build versus buy on your team? Is it this thing like, if it's the hardest problem, we're just going to build it, or like what? How do you pick?
It depends on the cost of having to build it and having to maintain it. So not just build, but also maintain, and whether or not we have the expertise. So if we're looking to deploy code and Netlify already exists, well, let's just use Netlify, and there it is. We have our Jamstack application. Why have to rebuild everything in AWS, et cetera, et cetera. But if it's a design system and we want our design to look a specific way, okay, then we'll build it ourselves instead of pulling something off the shelf.
You made a point earlier about the composability of tools, right? But do you not feel like as organizations get bigger, all tooling trends toward a monolith? Like, look at comprehensive solutions like Datadog, or even like Harness. This is CI tool that's coming along. Like, you know, these try to give you that all-in-one out-of-the-box solution that I feel like we try to gravitate toward as we're getting bigger and just want like the all-in-one solution. You think it's a good idea?
I think it's true that there's real tension there. That even as an ecosystem of APIs and services, we haven't quite nailed yet. Even from a perspective of how do we sometimes sell and collaborate together, because otherwise we often get in that situation where it's not so much that the developers want everything in one tool as it is as a buyer. You don't want to have to deal with buying like 15 different tools from a relatively simple perspective, right? Like, so I do think that when tools turn into paid services, they need to, in the current environment, take on a certain amount of gravity and include more and more things just to make it simpler to do the whole like buying management. I think every one of us at scale, if we look at the amount of SaaS bills we're paying every month, it becomes pretty unwieldy to manage, right? Like, so there's a pure layer of like, how do we keep down the complexity of that leads us towards more monolithic solutions. And then there's like the opposite path to like, okay, how can we actually make sure we don't get stuck in a solution where the individual pieces over time just get completely out innovated by the ecosystem because we're over indexing on buying from one vendor versus actually getting best in class.
You thinking that like a system of services could ever beat the monolith? Like just from the billing and the friction, like, I don't know if there's anything we could do independently to beat a monolith. Yeah, it's tough.
It also seems like perhaps as you start to grow and you need to start, to your point, like not having to write 10-page docs on how to use each of the tools. And so you want to have, again, tools integrated into your developer workflow. You should just record that and replay it every time. But truly, then you might start to say, okay, you do have to use VS Code because these have these 10 extensions and it's just going to work. And if you choose something else, fine, but you're on your own. I'm not going to write docs for, maybe not that mean, but still, right? Like, I think that as you start to grow in the complexity of your tool set, and yes, there's the buying and the kind of, keeping track of it all, but there's also just the reality of like a new engineer on your team and getting them ramped up so that they can push code, in 30 days.
We're not even discussing the security aspect of that yet, of just like, hey, we're a small security team. Can we all please use one operating system? Like, please make my life easier. Which is, conversations we've had at CodeCo before. Like, and that's a whole nother layer of complexity that pushes you toward the monolith of like services and tools, right? It's one SOC report, it's one approach. It pushes you toward unification of your dev tools. For better or worse, you're just kind of constrained by the resources you have, right?
Yeah, it's true. As a reminder, you all are welcome to ask questions. Oh, there's a question up in there in the back. Do we have mics? Thank you.
Yeah, just
we want to do it for the live stream too. Yeah. And also just in case, we can be patient. Almost. Good. You should be good now.
Yeah, there we go. Are you guys familiar with the golden path and kind of the mentality of the golden path? How do you prevent the golden path from limiting freedom?
Can you though? Really? Like, isn't that the whole point of the golden path? No, the golden path, the paved road, kind of that terminology. We're ultimately a developer tool at CodeCov. We get into CI space, we get into the workspaces of.
Do you want to explain what the golden path is?
Yeah, it's the collection of tools and processes and frameworks that like are the easy ways to onboard in a growing organization, right? Like, these are the things we say you should use. It's the paved road, the easiest way to get to your destination, this kind of thing. And this comes up a lot with us selling into CodeCov, and the conversation we typically have is, okay, how do we get you on the golden path, right? How do we make CodeCov the tool that everybody has to use? And, I think by definition, that kind of creates friction, right? Because you can have other tools used by smaller teams in that company. They're like, oh no, we want coveralls or SonarQube or some other tool. Like, why do we have to have this one? And I think that's the trade-off that you're always going to have to balance, right? The paved road should always be the easiest way to get up and running. You don't want to limit innovation because that could prevent selecting a tool that could eventually become a part of that paved road and be really helpful to everyone. But you also have to be realistic. Like, I think there's enormous friction to replacing a tool that's already there, already on the golden path. That can be great if you're the tool on the path. It can be terrible if you're not. But ultimately, like, it is a balance, but I think that it's a paved road for a reason. And these are tools that are working, they're spreading across the team, and they're doing their job well. And I think we have to accept that in a lot of cases until something comes along that's just so great that its escape velocity kind of like gets past that friction and gets along the golden path. And then 5 years later, you replace that one too. But ultimately, like, it is what it is. Like, we need this to be easy, and we pick what's easy. And there should be a higher barrier to overcome those tools that a company has defined as easy to use and works well for us. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
There's like an ideal world we are all looking for, right? Like, where every one of our developers are fundamentally just spending their time on building things that have unique value to our business and our customers, right? Like, and not spending their time on anything else, right? None of us will ever get quite to that point, right? Like, there's a lot of things that goes beyond just writing the feature before you can get it in front of a customer, right? Like, but of course, the ideal of everything is that a new developer can jump in, just start writing code for customers, and they will immediately go live for customers, be observable, be test covered, and just work out of the box, right? Like, So even a company like Netlify, we're sort of trying to give that whole package of release management, of operations, of deployments, of rollbacks, of integrations into observability systems and so on, as like, this is just there for you and it just works. But then of course, like, we always have to balance that with like, are there tools that if you adopt them as a company can allow you to speed up some of the processes in a way that makes you outbuild your competitors and move faster. And you want to give your developers the freedom to experiment with those, test those, prove out in projects that, hey, this could actually make us work faster, and then adopt them. And we're never getting to that. Like, I mean, there's always so many other parts to being a developer than just building production code, right? Like, but I guess the gold standard we're all trying to aim for is like, how do we get to that world where like what your developers do is building value for your customers and not all the other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Ben, were you going to say something on that?
Oh yeah, I think you nailed it. Like the golden path is important for maintenance purposes. There's only so much you can maintain. But then if you start seeing others going around the golden path and more of them are doing it, it's like a signal that your golden path is no longer serving people's needs. And maybe you can switch to a new one. So you always have to be open to having a replacement of the golden path, I guess.
And I'll say that tipping point is really hard to see.
Yeah.
Like when you're running a company and you have 5 teams and 4 of them are using this tool successfully and one's just pushing back hard and trying to replace it, do their own thing. Like,
yeah,
do you try to pull that team in line, or do you say, oh, there's real problems here, right? And like,
there's friction with that. And
yeah, and there's almost like there's not even a playbook. Like you have to dig into it case by case and say like, well, you know, why is the path not working? Okay, well, let's think about it and work through it. And you know, if anybody knows just an automatic way to figure that out, I would love to hear that.
Yeah.
Because those battles are no fun to fight.
Yeah.
And the other part is that it's very hard to get rid of tools in reality, right? Like, so it's a lot easier to just keep adding more tools than replacing tools. Sometimes it's really important to go in and enforce some replacement rather than just addition.
Yeah, I don't see it as a golden path. I see it as like cow paths of developer tools, because it's like, what are the developers actually using instead of the ones that you designate? And then you should probably look at those, because that's increasing velocity. That's what it's more ergonomic. And so those are probably the ones I would focus on personally, rather than a golden path.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. I think it's kind of interesting because as engineers, we are curious, like to April's talk, right? Like we're curious, we want to practice, we want to collaborate. And so we want to try new things. And that is kind of counter to an extent to just choosing something and moving forward. But then to your point, if the developers are going to be curious and trying to something new, then that's probably what you should have chosen. There's another question. Yep.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Sorry I was late, so I apologize if this is a repeat question, but hashtag manager life. So I'm curious if y'all had discussed the kind of interoperability issue and like more specifically, do we need to kind of have some more formal governance bodies to kind of set open standards around tooling so that we can have some more stable interfaces and kind of swap out our implementations as we can kind of innovate without the kind of thrash that it brings into the community. So curious if that was discussed.
That's the dream, isn't it? Like if we can get there with just open interfaces that we hot swap tools into and out of. Some of this happens, right? You've got initiatives like OpenTelemetry that I think are really starting to like show how to do this right, or at least well, maybe better than we have in the past. But it's also, if you look at businesses building tools and trying to lock you into their tool and trying to, grow and make money as a business, this is almost, it can be kind of directly antithetical to that approach, right? To like have an open standard that we all work around, because the easier I am to integrate, the easier I am to maybe swap out with somebody else. Like, I think perhaps as a community, we're getting better, point to tools like OpenTelemetry, but I don't think we're perfect. Like there's more to do here. And I think that even as someone that runs a business that has to make money to live, I still think we can do more with standards, and it can make things better for all of us. But yeah, I think it's going to take more time. And I looked at examples like OpenTelem to maybe hopefully push us in that direction.
Yeah. Good point. just a quick update on the editor of choice. It was between, these are the only choices, Vim.
Exactly. I saw that.
Yeah.
My choice wasn't on there.
What's your choice?
I already
Code.
said it was VS Code.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
We were going to have VS Code, but it was Vim, Emacs, Notepad, or Nano. So I want to ask, of just those 4 choices, because also Mr. Swats on Discord also asked, what are your choices?
Is this the choice we hate the most, or or the one we like?
The most.
Okay.
I think the prompt was the editor you will throw down for. It does not have to be that strong of an opinion.
Text made.
Yeah. An overly honest method here is what I'll communicate. Like, it's Nano for me because that's the one I know is going to be there when I'm SSHing into a production machine to make a hotfix I shouldn't be making. That's what it is for me. Look, Vim and Emacs are great. I cut my teeth in Notepad when I was like 10. But yeah, it's Nano. That's where I'm headed. Yeah.
Cool. Vim. Or V. VI is always there as well.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, same. Vim.
Yeah. Ben?
He's
like,
none of the
painful.
above. I guess Vim, yeah. I'll throw that in.
Well,
there.
Vim is the one that won on Discord as well. So sorry, everyone. You have to use Vim now forever. Do we have a question, Sachin?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. So my question is related to people challenges. And what I've noticed over time is people become the frameworks. And we've all come across like some code where you're like, well, why is it set up like that? And then you ask someone else and they're like, well, go ask so-and-so and they're going to know about it. And then you go down this rabbit hole of like, okay, now go find the person that knows the person who knows the person. And you're terrified of making that change at the end of the day because you're like, well, I'm going to leave it because I still haven't figured out who put this change in. And so my question is, how do you sort of deal with those kind of things as you're growing up as a company?
Yeah, that's definitely a challenge. Like even right now, we're building a platform on top of Next.js, a development platform for everybody else. And right now, I'm the only one building it, or was the main one building it. And I don't want it to be Ben's platform, and I'm the only one who understands. And then I leave, and then all of a sudden, it's like, why was it this way? So really trying to get people involved as early as possible. Multiple people bought into it. So it's really our platform instead of one person's platform. I think it's helpful. So really, it's about the developer losing their ego and making it not about them, but making it a project that everybody works on so that it's not tied to any one person or any one person's decision. I found that helps.
I think tribal knowledge, which is kind of what I refer to, that's called as tribal knowledge for better or worse, is like unavoidable, right? If people are working on things, they're working in small groups or teams or individually, and like they just make decisions. At CodeCo, we're fully remote, globally distributed, always has been. And so these problems, I think, surfaced a lot sooner because you just can't tap somebody on the shoulder and be like, hey, why'd you do this? And so we had to try to solve them a lot sooner, emphasis on try. I can tell you now, you could go ask some of our engineers and they'd tell you that Confluence was a place where knowledge goes to die. So we're obviously not doing it great yet. But I think what I've learned about this process is you have to minimize the friction as much as possible between the developer who's making the decision and disseminating the knowledge about that decision. And if you don't make it easy through process, they'll make it easy themselves. They'll throw it in Slack and then it's gone forever, or whatever. To this end, I try to rely on where the developers are. So usually it's a code comment, right? Like it's right there. If you're looking at the code, if you're making the edit of the change, there it is. Is it a well-developed rationale in a PR, for example? At least then I can get blamed and work my way back, right? But ultimately, if you're trying to get knowledge to be disseminated in your org, you have to remove the friction. And going to a platform or going to a documentation source, like that can be friction, right? So get as close to the code as you can. That's my recommendation.
I love that because it's documentation integrated into the developer workflow.
I think also it's about encouraging the one person who's building that platform or who owns it to bring people on with them, because it's a lot to expect that person to also document and like do all the work. It's like, oh, okay, well, you're also the point person if anything breaks, but we expect you to document, write tests, like do all of these things so other people eventually can work on it, is probably a really bad way of approaching it. And so at least where I've worked, it's usually trying to get more people to work with that person. So generally when it's like the one bus problem, like this person owns that framework and knows everything about it. So if anything happens to them or they take vacation, everything is probably not going to end well. It's about making sure that that person still like, because I think sometimes it can be an ego problem too. It can be just like, this is my baby and like I have ownership and I don't want anyone else
And
to
this is
take
going to
it.
get me a promotion.
Exactly, exactly. It's like I need all of this to myself only, but it's encouraging kind of the ability to own but also like delegate. I think it's sort of, and I think this comes down to like management a bit too, because it's about how do you make sure that this person like feels heard and seen and also like is able to help other people along with them and bring people up, because I think that's going back to like the promotion bit. It's actually, that is promotable work, like being able to bring people with you, not just being the one person building everything all the time.
Yeah.
Low ego people do much better in these situations than high ego people, and part of it is also like some of that in some cases comes with experience, sometimes it doesn't, but sometimes I see developers early in their career, but like long enough that they're good developers, dive into a code base and conclude like, oh, all of this should be done differently because like this is not the way anymore and so on, right? Like without having the sort of lower ego and saying like probably the ones that built it had like were really smart people and took informed decisions for reasons at a point. And I think it's always so important to build the skill set of trying to uncover why would someone have taken this decision before questioning the decision. If you jump straight to like, I could do better without first having gone through, but wait, why did they choose this way in the first place? Was it just because like better technology didn't exist at the time when the decision was made? Or was it because there was actually a set of trade-offs involved that I haven't thought through yet? That exercise when you look at a new code base is
Trade-off like time.
Yeah, often it's time constrained, right? Like, but often those time constraint doesn't magically go away if you go in and try to redo the decision. Suddenly you'll find, oh wow, it's actually a very big decision to untangle. And
I want your point about ego is interesting. From experience growing companies, I think ego, company-wide ego, is kind of a reflection of the founders, who's steering the ship, right? And if you have a CEO or CTO or leadership that can't let go of their toys, you can't expect your engineers to do it either, right? Like you have to set that example of what promotable means, what good behavior means, what collaboration means, and that's top down as the organization grows. And I think if you do that right and you foster it right early, people have a high amount of agency. They do these things and interesting things, but they also have a high amount of empathy toward giving it to others, right? And if you enforce that behavior, you reward that behavior, that's what you're going to get. And so if you're founding a company or growing a company, you're thinking about it, like, I think an important takeaway is like your ego becomes your company's ego, right? And so just be very intentional about what you want your company to look like 50 or 100 people from now, and you can probably get there.
Yeah, good point. We have a question from Discord from Kanadaj.
One in the back.
Okay, we'll do this one first and then we'll, I'm not pronouncing this username correctly, Kanadaj. How do you handle performance bottlenecks and code duplication in multi-language, multi-service environments, given that latency can get exponentially higher in a monolith and there is a limit to sharing code?
I have to answer the monolith question because I defended them early. Yeah, no, you're right. Latency is a problem. Performance bottlenecks can be a problem. I think the choice of a monolith, as your project grows, I think everybody gets to this point, right? Okay, it's monolith, it's performance time. What do we do? That goes back to what I said earlier about building to replace. Like, think about pieces you're going to break out and change. I think shared code is a problem no matter what what it looks like, right? You know, at CodeKev, we have 3 major services. We have a 4th repository that's shared code. That's meant to be shared between those services. It's a library. And you can solve that problem either in a monolith, like I'm at least going to architect this to break out later, or in a services model. You know, when you approach a performance problem, especially in a monolith as it is scaling, the decision you have to make is it time to adopt the overhead splitting, or like, can I get in the guts of this thing and make it a little faster? And that's just going to be dictated by the problems you're experiencing at the time. There isn't a right answer, like a broad right answer, in my opinion.
So what you're saying is it depends, like everything else.
Yeah, let's just say it depends for like every question.
And it's very rare that the right solution at first to a performance problem is like another language or tool or something like that, versus first really understanding what's the architectural issue of the, like, most tools and languages and so on can be made performant. Then there's a couple of cases where you really are in the wrong path and it will happen, but it's like the exception and not the rule. You should really start by understanding, if whenever you're optimizing performance, start understanding what's the like core thing that's really holding performance back before touching it at all. Like trying to make something more performant just by rewriting it in Rust or something is like pretty much always a recipe for failure.
It is. I have a counterexample. I rewrote some Python in Rust. No, we had some performance issues with part of CodeKev's backend processing, and man, we banged our heads against Python for ages. Like, there's got to be a way. There's got to be a way. And ultimately, you decide, like, okay, am I just like kind of gilding the lily of Python here? I can't make this any better.
It's very true.
Yeah. But you have to be diligent. Like, you have to do that
be
work.
really diligent.
Yeah.
Right? Like we've done a lot of those parts where our core service started out as a Ruby on Rails monolith, right? And of course, part of our key solution have been spinning parts of that into Go-based services and so on, right? Like, but there's a lot more work. Like, if you're just rewriting in Go, you'll get some inherent benefits in concurrency and so on, but you'll probably also then very quickly see the performance bottleneck shift to the data you're assigning to serve concurrently and to the scalability of your like architecture as such. So it's just always important to start by understanding, like, what's the real constraint? Have we really removed that before jumping to, like, this tool should be faster, so let's use that.
I like that there seems to be this trend of what we're talking about today, which is, one is, before you question, stop and think about how a decision was made, or, you know, whatever it might be. And then I lost my other thought. So we're going to take the next question, and then I'll maybe remember.
I was going to kind of say a little bit more, or I wanted to have a comment on what we were talking about earlier with, like, how to kind of curb tribal knowledge. So I think Matt and Ellie kind of covered a lot of what I was going to say, but I think probably one of the most important things that you can do there is really kind of foster a culture of, like, you know, asking why, and not necessarily like immediately jumping into Slack and just being like, hey, XYZ, does anyone know why this is like this, kind of thing. And so I've found, like, as part of fostering that culture, I think kind of like teaching tooling is like really important. You know, like, I think one of the most important things that you can do to make it a lot easier to answer the why is, number one, make very, like, kind of small, concise commits instead of having these giant big pull requests that are like a whole bunch of things. Because I can't tell you, like, how many times per day I'm using git blame to understand, like, why is this like this, right? And then, you know, going back, looking at the pull request, reading the comments or reading the description, and then just being able to be like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense, right? So I think, like, you know, kind of fostering that culture of, like, having really good just documentation while you're actually, like, you know, producing the code, like the actual kind of, like, the story of how this was made. I think that can be really important. And then just, like, you know, having people understand, like, how to use those tools, right? Like, you know, I've definitely ran across people that, you know, I do a git blame and they're like, whoa, what's that, kind of thing, right? So I think that's a very important thing. You know, I mean, we spend a lot of time, like, you know, reading code, right, and asking that question why. So yeah, I think I don't know. I just wanted to say, like, I think that a lot of that just comes from, like, the culture of the company, right? Because I've definitely also been places where everyone is just, like, immediately ready to, like, just go and jump to you know, asking Slack, which, at least for me, it's like, I've always kind of found it's actually way slower to wait for someone to come and respond and explain something versus me just, like, going and figuring it out. And that might be, like, a little bit of, like, you know, I grew up coding, and, like, I didn't have anyone necessarily around to, like, answer questions for me. So I found it was a lot faster for me to just, like, figure it out myself, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think you're right. And some of this, though, is you have to kind of meet people where they are, right? Like we're talking about the difficulties of imparting knowledge to other engineers as engineers. Now go try to impart that knowledge to a revenue team who needs to sell your product. Like, you know, if your answer is go look at the Git blame, they're going to go like, what? What are you talking about? And so yes, and that bleeds into your culture point that like we not only have to be very good at sharing knowledge on ourselves as technical people, but sharing it outside of that org as well. Look, if Slack's the best tool you got for that, it's the best tool you got. But ultimately, like the cultural piece of we are here to share knowledge with others because we're all rowing this boat in the same direction. Like if you start there, you're at least you're gonna land somewhere helpful. And if it's Slack for a while and something better later, great. At least you're going somewhere.
That was the second point that I was going to make, which is that asking the questions why, not just why in kind of an attacking way, but to understand, and then knowing it's okay that when organizations grow, when your product grows, that you might have to make new choices. And that seems to be like the theme that we've been kind of going into. Question.
Hello.
Yep.
So getting into web development, there is already a lot to learn, and there is so many tools. Do you guys expect juniors to know about the tools and the different things that you use, or do you onboard them and guide them, like, to use the tools? Yeah.
Good question.
Sorry, go ahead.
We built an idea of cohorts, we call it. So when we add juniors, we add a couple together that then rotates across. They'll start on what we call our foundations team that work of our core, like our core infrastructure shared between the different teams, like our design system, our deployment pipelines, and so on. They'll get a view into sort of the different languages and systems we use. And then when they start building familiarity there, they will pick like one of the final product teams to move into, so they get an overview. And in general, my philosophy there is always like fundamentals over individual tools, right? Like frameworks, especially in the front end space, change incredibly rapidly, and even within a framework, like React today looks completely different than it did 2 years ago. On the back end, maybe the frameworks change a little slower, but it's still much more fundamental to understand, like sort of the overall questions around different models of backend engineering and what you're solving for, and so on. Than the tools. I think like being an expert in a tool doesn't last very long. Having like really building deep experience over time, working on solving problems through programming, that lasts forever.
Yeah, I think also a matter of like trying to start with just like not a lot of tooling. So we've had interns at Fly as well, and usually we start them at like, okay, here's a really like low stakes way of getting into the product. So you don't have to do core things, because the deeper you go, the more architecture you have to know. And so it's like, okay, let's get you started by working on like the web piece of things. And it's like, here's how to run a database, here's how to run like the UI, here's how they connect, and slowly building those pieces. So it's like kind of, this is a really bad analogy. It's like a shutter of a camera opening. I'm not a photographer, but imagine it opens more than, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
whatever.
It's an apprenticeship.
Yes, it's an apprenticeship model. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my first job was at a company that had an apprenticeship model, and that was sort of the same model, where it starts out being like, here's a really specific thing that you're working on. Because when you're a junior, it can be really overwhelming to be given an open-ended problem. So it's very like, we're going to be working on this particular thing. It's very specific, it's very tangible. And then you kind of like show them like, these are the tools that we're going to be working on, and like so on and so forth. And then kind of let them explore from there, and then giving them the opportunity to ask questions. So the biggest thing, I think, is just empowering the learning environment. And I think, yeah, and honestly, it permeates throughout the entire like org, because I find even when I was at Netlify, I used to work at Netlify. there was just like a sense of learning and growth. So like one of the things I worked on was starting like a Rust learning group. And that was cool because it was like I was like a baby Rust engineer, but there were people who were like expert Rust engineers who would join because to them they are always like learning new things, or they're keen on like teaching people things that they know. And so it's like if you build that, there's like so much empowerment and so much like it builds a very strong culture where people aren't afraid to ask questions too. Because I find like the more senior you get, the more you don't know. And it becomes more overwhelming to say I don't know things because people expect you to know things. But if like a junior person is like, hey, I don't know this thing, it kind of empowers you to be like, yeah, I don't either actually. And we can go on this journey together. And one thing we started doing at Fly is we have an internal like forum, and we encourage people to like ask questions or post comment threads. So you can be like, hey, I noticed that we're using Nats for like pub sub reasons, like why? Or we're using Nomad, and Nomad is frustrating to use sometimes. Sorry if you work for HashiCorp. But yeah, like why did we choose to do that? And so you kind of can ask those questions and then get people to like respond and have that conversation. So it goes back to like the tooling thing, where you're not just being like, this tool sucks and I don't understand it and it doesn't make sense. It's like, hey, I actually don't know how this works, or like this decision doesn't make sense to me. Why?
Yeah.
And it doesn't just like if you empower a junior person to ask that, like it's just everyone's gonna be asking questions. And I would personally, I enjoy working in environments where that's possible because then I'm growing and constantly developing myself.
Yeah, I think for your question, I'm going to split my answer into like there's tools and frameworks, right? So let's talk about the tools, the things that have like helped me to build the product, maybe not necessarily write code. I think from the perspective of a junior, the best tools are one of two things. They're either invisible, meaning they work and the junior dev doesn't even know they're there. I think about an integration like Sentry, right? I'm getting all this exception data, but I don't know where it is in the code. Somebody did that and I'm getting this data and it's great. Or they're opaque. I think about a tool like Docker, right? I don't know how our Docker's orchestrated in local dev. I don't know anything about it, but if I run Docker Compose up, I get to work. And I think if you start there, if you can meet one of those two criteria for your juniors, and the juniors bring to the table kind of the one universal truth of all great engineers, just curiosity, they're going to get there, right? They will ask questions as they come up, especially if you foster a culture of asking questions, and they'll get better over time, but the tools cannot get in their way. Like day one, they cannot. If to make a meaningful contribution to your stack, if a junior engineer is like, hey, this Docker error is happening, I had to spend 5 days fixing it, that's failure across the board. And so you always shoot for invisible or opaque, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a good point. We only have about 5 minutes left, so I have one question here, which is, what are you excited about moving forward? And this can be like a particular framework, a web feature, a particular tool. In particular, maybe something that you're excited about that you think might transform our industry in some way.
So you kind of threw me with that last part about transforming the industry. I was going to pick container queries and CSS. Like that's something that I've been dealing with like my whole developer career.
Yeah.
Once media queries came out, I was like, oh, you know, I build design systems. So in lots of cases, I don't care what the whole screen size is. I just want to know the size of this piece of element. So container queries, they're already there. I just need more browser adoption or older browsers to die. And then being able to use that as a component library author will be great.
Yeah. And I think transforming our industry doesn't mean it has to be like some completely new thing. It could also just mean that there's less friction and that just makes us happier and able to do more. And
I'm pretty excited about like WebKit's coming support for declarative shadow DOM in web components, because it shows finally movement towards actually like building around web components and making them more generally useful. And I think that takes a while, but that's one of the things that if it works out can be pretty transformative, even in sort of a post-React kind of age, where I think we've all seen that the idea of components that we can build different types of tooling around from lots of different companies is very powerful for the UI layer of the web. and it's been really useful. Like often when you are in the innovative part of a technology, it's been very useful that there was just like a team at React, kind like at Facebook, just running with React, building what they thought was useful, right? Like now I think we're tipping to a point where React is sort of becoming more and more opinionated, like more bringing a lot more complexity to its solution, which might be a great solution, but it's like a very opinionated, like integrated solution between client, server, and so on. We're starting to see like more fragmentation between React, Preact, Svelte, Vue, Solid, all these different takes on what it could look like. And I think it might be the moment of opportunity if the browser makers actually start stepping up the game around core web components to start moving on like, okay, but now that we've learned from all of these iterations, how do a true industry standard actually look like that we can build real tooling around from all kinds of different companies and vendors and so on. And that could be pretty transformative if it happens.
I'm gonna use a word that Matt hates, but I'm excited for the post-Jamstack world. Because there's so much like edge infrastructure being built and more people are focusing on that. And I'm really excited for the developer experience there. Because so my background was like, I'm a front end, back end, full stack engineer, and now I'm doing platform. So I've basically run the gamut of the entire stack at this point. And it's really cool to see kind of things converging. So a lot of front end devs being like, ooh, what's happening in the infrastructure level, and being empowered to build there, because there's a lot of companies that are sort of building platform as a service type tools. So it makes it really powerful for you to be like, I want to run a full stack app like globally without having to worry about knowing what that means, and knowing just like a little bit of infrastructure and having that power at your fingertips, which is really cool. And I'm excited to work on that. This is not like me shilling Fly.io, but it's a great company with a great product. And I'm excited to work in that space a lot because there's so much potential, and I think there's a lot of growth. And like Netlify is working on a lot of that as well with like edge functions, and yeah, it's cool to just see that space grow.
Definitely.
59 seconds. Do you want to do another question?
I was going to do my rapid fire. All right.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Seconds.
Rapid fire. No explanations. So you'll each just answer. We'll just go this way. Backend framework or language?
Go.
Go.
PHP.
Node.
Front end framework or language?
React.
HTML.
Vue.js.
And React as well.
Okay. Web feature?
The URL.
Been out of turn. Not ready. I love browser extensions. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll say media queries.
Yeah.
Type button.
Love it. Editor, not limited to those four.
VS Code, for sure.
VS Code.
VS Code.
VS Code.
It's why we didn't include it in the tool of any kind. Engineering related. Not Hammer.
Probably GitHub.
Oh, I like Tailscale. I've been using it a bunch. It's great.
Netlify.
I'm going to say Code Covenant.
Yeah. And last but not least, Pokemon.
Jigglypuff.
Pikachu.
Cinderace.
I'll go with Pikachu as well.
Right. Well, thank you so much, all four of you. This was a really great discussion. If you didn't get a chance to ask your questions, a lot of folks will be sticking around. We'll have lunch coming up very soon in the next 30 minutes. So let's thank our panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and you can just leave the mics on the chair. Yep. No, they'll do it. Yeah. All right. Where's my next set of notes? Well, next we've got, yeah, perfect. So next we have Arun from VMware, who's going to be giving us a talk. Let's kind of dive down deep a little bit, right? So we talked about kind of these high level bits of how we might be able to improve our workflow and our developer experience. Arun is going to tell us a little bit about an actual incident that happened at VMware. And so we get to actually see these things in practice.
Thank you. Get started. Give folks a few minutes, get some coffee. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sarah, for the intro. I run Marketplace at VMware. Marketplace it's an enterprise marketplace for software validated by VMware to run on VMware data center software, whether it's running in the private cloud or in public cloud. It's a two-sided marketplace, so we have customers and publishers. The customers get validated software. They get immutable software, like once it gets onto the marketplace, it doesn't get taken down unless there are some security issues. Then we keep the versioning consistent across various versions. The software is easily available across VMware systems. So if you're running something, a vSphere in your data center, then you can just connect to the marketplace and download the software, validated software that is running on VMware. And we provide some semblance of supply chain security. So we will give some metadata related to the tests that were run, the licensing models, the open source licenses, and the other capabilities that are there in the software. For publishers, the capability we provide is being able to upload software, so the customers don't have to go discover the software at the publisher sites or the ecosystem sites, and then being able to submit it, and automation, a bunch of automation built in to validate that software on various VMware substrates. I mean, VMware has obviously the vSphere, which is like virtual machines, but we also have Kubernetes and a bunch of other technologies on which we need to validate this software to make sure it'll run in your data center. So this is a two-sided marketplace. It basically is built. It's a modern app. It's built using microservices, runs on Kubernetes. We use service mesh, and we use a bunch of other tools, which you know the recent talk talked about, panel talked about various tools that are available. We have used a bunch of them. Obviously, being part of a large organization, I mean, there's a lot more governance around security, around data governance, around data, around cost. And so we do have a golden path that we use, and that is kind of integrated in the marketplace service. I apologize about the quality of the image. We were trying to do a model into a blown up image, so a little bit not very high fidelity, but basically you can, this shows a workflow for the consumer that they can connect directly to their data sources, their compute sources and network sources, and deploy the software directly from Marketplace. So I'm going to talk about the incident that happened last year around November. It was a very interesting incident. The setup was that we had to push a hotfix, and this hotfix kind of came about because one of the third-party libraries that we are using did not follow semantic versioning. So they updated breaking changes, non-backward compatible changes in a patch release, and our automation and regression systems were not doing testing, full-scale testing for the patch releases, assuming that semantic versioning was followed. So the site came down. We had to do a quick hotfix for that. Once we did the hotfix, it was around noon PST. So our services were already running. We just pushed the hotfix. But next day, you know, as our services, we generally run 3 pods for one of the catalog services. And the pods, as they started horizontal auto-scaling at the start of the day, one of the pods started seeing an exception, right? So and that was because the wrong config file was pushed as part of a part of the hotfix. And what happened was we got a developer exception through Sentry within seconds. But because 3 of the working pods were still working, and sorry, that's a dual use, but 3 of the working pods were still handling most of the traffic. So our tools, incident management tools, which were testing the pods, we use uptime, they were still running against it, and they were still hitting the healthy pods, and they were not getting any exception. And the first incident management event we got was 15 minutes later when we got paged, and the command center, the SRE teams, everyone got in gear. We got a bunch of alerts. Then we got a pager duty. The engineer on call got pager duty, and a bunch of incident management machinery kind of took over the whole event. Then we figured out, as more and more engineers get involved, the scope of the problem got bigger. We had to reset some of the working pods, and we realized the problem, and the problem took almost 2 to 3 hours to fix. We kind of ate away all our error budget in this just one event, and that was, a lot of it was quite avoidable. Like a lot of delays that happened in the whole incident management were quite unfortunate, and it caused a lot of issues for us later on. But eventually, everything was restored. The status page was updated, and the service was up, and the customers were able to use it again in their data centers, and being able to deploy the software through the UI and everything else. So and this is the right WTF, but what happened in this case? So just looking at we did a bunch of postmortem around this, and tried to figure out what happened. So what worked? First of all, we were very eager to understand what worked for us. The circuit breakers, our app is a collection of microservices, and for all third-party services, we have a bunch of circuit breakers. So the circuit breakers work. Like the apps were not sitting in an async loop waiting for the IO to complete and hanging there or crashing. It was just, it will return, it'll give an exception, and the code execution would move on. Other services continue to work for us. The whole incident management, in a 30,000 people company, defining an incident management system, having the runbooks, having the standard operating procedures for SaaS applications, being able to bring various teams together and getting them to follow a recipe, that worked pretty well in this case, because everything was, once the incident management machinery kicked in, it worked quite well. The third thing that worked very well for us was the concept of micro front ends. Our app is a collection of front ends. We have a different header, the side navigation bar is different, the catalog is different, and the other aspects of the app are different front ends altogether connected to their specific backend. So while the catalog was not working, the rest of the app worked, still kept working. You could do your user management, you could look at your subscriptions, all other services and the front ends for them worked fine. So what didn't work was semantic versioning didn't work in this case. Like even for a dependency, semantic versioning was broken, so which caused breaking changes for us, which caused this incident in the first place. So we kind of lost, we have to figure out how to do dependency management. What are the things we need to do for dependency management, making sure that the dependencies that we are using are not introducing any breaking changes in the code base. So how we fixed it? Sorry, let me go back. Okay, the second thing that didn't work was config file change. Like we were not using versioning in the name of config file. Like config file was still in the code base, but it was very easy to, unless you looked at the timestamp when it was last checked in, it was not very obvious that there is a change in the config file. So that caused the oversight in this case, which caused this issue where our production system was pointing to a development database, which caused this issue in the first place. And the third thing was our uptime alert is too delayed, but in this case, there were 3 working pods, and uptime was hitting the working pods till it started hitting the failing pod, or it would intermittently hit the failing pod. Because there was not a lot of traffic coming on the first pod, the new pod that was spun up as it warmed up and traffic started hitting, our observability, the P95 errors were not high. Like we were not hitting the P95 error alerts. So the metrics, the systems that were set up, they were just not getting triggered in this case. And the interesting aspect here is what can we do to reduce, or the interesting discussion we had is what can we do to reduce this gap between when we got the alert from a developer exception system, which is Sentry in this case, and the incident management system, which is using the third-party tools such as Uptime and observability tools and other tools that we have in our machinery. So the learnings we had, one was when updating the dependencies, we cannot trust the versioning. So we have changed our push to production for all dependency changes, which is pretty much every time. When you are pushing to production, we do weekly pushes to production. So every time we have dependency changes and we do run a full suite of tests. Now that's a trade-off, right? Because the whole end-to-end regression tests and everything takes a long time. So your production lead time is much longer. So, but that's the trade-off we took initially, that we will not do that, but then we were forced to do that because in this case, it was a pretty catastrophic incident. The second was versioning the config files. So our versioning, as I mentioned, was not time-stamped. It was more just putting in the GitHub or the GitLab in our case, and it was just very difficult to see. Like someone would know, oh, I need to look at the config files. And that was pretty evident once we looked at the logs and the failure that was happening, and the Elasticsearch instance was not returning. But once we figured that out, we had to go look for the config file. So it would have been much more obvious if the config file change was very evident from the name itself. And so we changed the format where we add the timestamp of the config file to the name itself, just to easily identify for developers when was the config file changed. Third, we do integrate Sentry with PagerDuty. Like, so, that is the hard part, right? Like, how do you make sure that the developer exceptions are connected with the incident management and other systems that we have? Now, there is, I mean, this is more art. This is where art of engineering kind of comes in, because, I mean, Sentry generates a lot of exception alerts, a lot of false positives, and you don't want your incident management system to be getting all those alerts, right? Like, you don't want, your SRE team is going to hate you if you connect your Sentry to PagerDuty and they are going to get paged every time you push code to production, or every time there's a new change coming on, or even if there is just a normal exception, so, which is not catastrophic. So the discipline, the governance that you have to push there is to make sure that your alerts and exceptions are properly identified, they are properly installed in your code, you have the right exception handling. You do generate, you do have different classes of alerts, and only for certain class of alerts, you generate these incident management tickets. For us, that tuning is still going on. Like, even after 9 months, we still haven't found the right balance of what it should be. The important part is this is a separate PagerDuty account, so it's not connected with the organization's incident management system, but it is an iterative process to understand how do we connect a development exception system to an incident management system to make sure that we developers or my team can look at these issues way sooner than the incident management systems get triggered. Now, we could have done some other things in this case, like we could have drained our pods if we saw some exceptions. We could have changed some of the more I would say exotic things on the Kubernetes cluster side to bring this problem to forefront much earlier. But I think in a normal environment, or at least in our case, we just don't have that kind of breadth of the Kubernetes operational experience that people need in order to do that kind of set up that operational fabric. So the best, for us, the best approach was to connect developer exceptions with our incident management system, or in this case, just connect it with the developer PagerDuty and get paged. Initially, when we set it up, I'm on the PagerDuty always because I'm the third line of defense, and I would get paged like every day. Every day I would get paged for some exception or another, to the point where I started, I blocked that number like from PagerDuty because I was just getting texts all over the day and at night and all the time. So that is the challenge, right? Like figuring out which exceptions you want to pipe it through to your incident management system or even get paged about is a challenge in this case. So that's pretty much it. Love to hear from you guys. What do you think and any questions you have? But it was a huge learning moment for us, and I hope it gave you guys an opportunity or a window of opportunity to learn about how some of our systems work. Thank you. No questions?
Yeah. We're going to wait, see if anyone has any questions. Perfect. There's a couple. And while we're getting mics, actionable. I think the combination of incident management with what devs, like the dev exceptions, make them solving that problem actionable. And so I think that like learning that you had and kind of that improvement in what worked well, I think was on point there. Dev workflow. It seems like it was easy for devs to push to prod, and that was the learning that you had. And so it was integrated into the dev workflow and easy therefore, but maybe a learning of like, what might devs actually do? And then where
that's
kind of
the
goes
trade-off,
from.
right? Like as a leader, how do you make sure that the right checks and balances, like how many obstacles do you want to put in the path of production, going to production? Some are necessary. Some, you want to reduce as much friction as possible, but some of these changes are kind of necessary. Right? So make sure.
And then the open, I think, you mentioned run books and kind of how that worked well. Like you were able to actually resolve the problem. And I think that's a sign of openness though within the company, right? So
yeah, that is actually very important, right? When you're running multiple SaaS services, having a common set of run books, having a standard operating procedure which everyone follows, helps the service teams like ours to know, like not invest or not invent the whole process ourselves, right? Like what is the process we have is very, very pedantic in the sense they kind of talk about, hey, you need to have this PagerDuty policy. This is the escalation policy. This is these are the people who will get paged all the way up to the CEO if the things are not getting responded to in a certain amount of time. So the status page update policy, all those are very well defined. So it helps us not worry about all those things in a large company because that grid or that operational model is provided to us.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Question in the back.
Yeah. Do you find the knobs and dials available in the combination between Sentry and PagerDuty enough to help dial down alert noise? Or would you like to see there more knobs and dials put into that kind of an ecosystem?
I would like to see more dials. Like one of the dials that I would like to see is if this, then that kind of dial, like if this alert happens and that alert happens only then to PagerDuty. Right now, it's only one level, right? Like you just say, hey, these alerts, send them to PagerDuty. But more, one of the reasons why we use Uptime is we can provide the whole flow, like log into the app, then go to the catalog, then try to download it, then go to this data center and see if you can push there, right? Like in Sentry, but it is just very one level right now. I can't define any logic there. So I would love to see that because that will be really helpful for the developers in that case.
They should turn it on in a second. Someone test. Oh, here we go.
No worries. Hi. Good morning again. Thank you for the wonderful talk. So I have a question that's kind of two-pronged. One is really, I think, specific to you and your company, and one is maybe a broader question. You might have an answer. Folks in the community here might have an answer. So the semantic versioning is like kind of like a really fuzzy stressful problem for me. It was, you know, I worked at NPM and can definitely attest that like it is definitely a relative term. You know, not everybody observes that equally. And I think, you know, different companies kind of take different strategies, right? So at Stripe, it was like a 6-month policy for like not like we're not importing anything into this code base unless it's been out in the wild for 6 months, right? And so I'm curious, like, was there kind of a tolerance that was implemented or was missing?
So we do
you know,
have that, we did
for
have
y'all?
that tolerance for the major and minor releases, but generally because security updates come in the patch release, unless they are breaking, like they are backward, non-backward compatible, or they are breaking changes, that's the policy we were following. Like we would do that for major and minor releases, but we were not doing that for patch releases. It was pretty much automated. And that, I mean, that is the one that caused this incidence in this case.
Yeah. So it was like, did you all just stop trusting patch releases as well?
Like
Okay,
we
good.
just said, okay, all
I was
three
gonna
versions.
advise you to start doing that if not. But the other question is, I think the broader question for me, which is kind of around, you know, it'd be really nice to have some common infrastructure, tooling, guidance, whatever, you know, around, you know, how to accurately make sure that you're properly following semantic versioning, you know, for library authors. And I'm just curious, like, do you know of anything that exists in the community? Do others in this room? You know, because it's, you know, like we can fix this problem. We just need some tooling. So.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any tooling, but love to hear from others. That is a very consistent problem actually in using third-party libraries, that different people have different interpretation of semantic versioning. And that causes a lot of problems when you are combining systems to build an application. But would love to hear from anyone else.
Continue that conversation for sure. One last question.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to say first about the run books as well. Like, it doesn't, in my opinion, matter how big your organization is. Like, even if it's just yourself maintaining something, it's very nice to have.
Yep.
The top of mind is literally check Sentry, because I forgot to do that several times, and it would have saved me so much time. So yeah, I recommend it.
I mean, in this case also, you know, we got Sentry alert 3 seconds after the incident happened, right? Like, if we checked Sentry, I wouldn't be standing here today, right? Like, so.
I did not pay him to say that.
No, it's just, yeah. But yeah, my question about the config is, maybe it's too specific, but did you add any, after this incident, did you add anything to your runbook about like checking that, or did you add any automation to ensure that the configuration wouldn't get out of sync or like prevent, you know, dev or other environments from like cross polluting into your production? And just wondering.
So yes, we did. We took 3 corrective action in this case. One was obviously versioning our config files, which I talked about. The second was not testing the, like what we talked about, the semantic versioning case. And in that case, we did update our runbooks to see not the incident management runbook, but our own internal runbooks that we have to look at, hey, when an exception or when an event happens, this is the process you follow, right? You look at your observability, you look at your logs, then you look at the services, you look at the pods, you know, you go through a whole process and you figure out where the error is happening. The third one that we did was updating our runbooks more around how do you update, you know, updating more around checking Sentry and other tooling that is coming. We have a bunch of other tooling that generates alerts. So consolidating all those alerts into a single panel, but that is kind of, it's only us, we follow that, and it's a hit and miss with the developers. Like some of them want to use it, some of them don't use it, so it's difficult to implement. But the first 2, we pushed it into the code base, and we made sure that we are following those. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Arun.
Yes, welcome.
I thought that it was very apt to have an actual example of something instead of just talking in the abstract. So I appreciate you sharing that. Right before lunch, we're about to break for lunch. Yes, sorry, thank you. We're about to break for lunch, but before we do, we want to tell you a little bit about some of the new products that are coming out with Sentry. And we have Ian here, our head of product, to do that. And just a quick update on the Sort the Madness voting. Macs did win over Linux and Windows. So if you don't agree, you better get on Discord and start voting, because we've got another one out now, which is which cloud platform is the best?
All right, thanks, Sarah. All right, I'm Ian Withrow. I run product at Sentry. And with all these developers here and here with us in spirit, we couldn't help ourselves. We need to spend a little time talking about some things we've got going on here. And at Sentry, we're really obsessed with developer productivity. So today, I'm going to tease just 4 big ideas we think can make your lives suck less. If any of these sound intriguing, get your lunch, enjoy it, and come back at 1 o'clock for a sneak peek. They'll actually show you some of the things that I'm talking about in concept here. So first, I want to talk about myself just a little bit to set the tone. I got my first taste of application performance at the 2009 Velocity Conference, which I think was the second Velocity Conference. I'm not sure.
Neither of us had badges.
Well, all right, got multiple mics here. Okay, we're back. So I got my first taste. The Wayback Machine actually didn't have a picture of this conference's website. It can only go back as far as 2011, so forgive the slight inaccuracy here. But just imagine you're with me in 2009 at Velocity. And I have to say, I was quite smitten at the time with the big idea of the conference and the conference organizers. And the idea was this: a performance improvement done by a developer would actually impact the business bottom line. A developer could do something to improve the performance of their application, and that would actually translate into cash money. I thought, wow, that's actually really cool. And not long after that, big companies came out with studies that kind of corroborated this idea. Amazon and Google said that, hey, if you shave like fractions of a second off your page load times, we got real impact. 1% from Amazon may not sound like a lot, but actually at their scale it is. And certainly 20%, even you're at Google scale or small scale, that's a meaningful improvement in outcomes. And over the years, over the decades, many others came out. Akamai had a study, et cetera, et cetera. This was like well corroborated by big companies. And the fundamental idea was speed things up, and there's a pot of gold waiting for you at the end of the rainbow. Pretty neat. However, if you look around at what we do today, I would say that this vision really hasn't reached its potential. Like, I don't see dev teams spending a lot of time and doing performance improvement projects and then measuring how that actually improved the cost impact. So there's something wrong here. And I think the first part of the problem is that analyzing this stuff is actually really complicated. It's hard. You gotta delve into things like histograms and understand the statistics of this. And look at this screenshot from the Sentry UI. There's some technical jargon here that we know is opaque enough that we actually literally put a text definition in our product UI so you can follow along what we're talking about here. So this is really not like a beginner's tool. You actually have to have some level of expertise and engagement to go out and interact with this kind of data. And when I talk to customers, I find the motivation for doing this type of thing is because they believe. They believe it's the right thing to do. And they make performance improvements sometimes. And I like to ask them, hey, so did you get the impact? Did that improve, conversion rate or average cart size or whatever you cared about? And usually the answer is, I don't know. I did it because I thought it was a good idea, but I don't know if it actually impacted us. And the reality is, you're not Amazon, right? And so you don't have a team of 20 people you can deploy just to measure stuff like this, right? So it's kind of hard. So over the time, people in the industry introduced abstractions. They said, all right, let's try and boil down these ideas into more simpler constructs to track and follow. And so you have things like DEX, which I think is one of the first, and then user misery. Google has been working on a version of Web Vitals for like a decade. And if you go way back, there's things like YSlow that people were messing around with. But when you peek under the covers of these abstractions, they're actually still pretty complicated. It's not fairly as straightforward as just looking at an easy number here. And what I find that people often do is then they move to what I call like regression mentality, which is kind of an SRE or an ops way of thinking about the problem. which is good. You should definitely, if you have performance monitoring, you should definitely measure performance and react to slowdowns. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's not really the original premise of what they were talking about at velocity either. And by the way, when you do get the alert, you're back to all the complexity I just showed you, but now you're trying to do that under the gun with a fire. So we thought to ourselves, and here's our first big idea. What if Sentry made performance an issue? Issues are great. They're actionable, they're unique, they're tied to a piece of your code, and they give you a lot of value. Error issues deliver clear value. And in fact, I would contend the reason why many of you here today or you're tuned in online is because you got, or at least saw value in error issues with Sentry. So that seems like a no-brainer, right? Let's take what's working and apply it to performance and make an error issue. And I think if we do this well, and if we do this repeatedly and at scale at Sentry, we can actually go back and fulfill the original promise of velocity, but do it in a simple and actionable way that any developer can leverage and take advantage of, regardless of the scale they're operating at. Okay, so this is now in early access. So if you're an early adopter, you can actually check these things out today. We've got the first N+1 issue that I've shown you here, which Albert will show you in more detail later. But we're going to definitely evolve this over time. We got lots of different types of things we think we can detect. Let's move on to the second idea. And this is a related thing with performance. Customers are asking yourself, am I actually getting useful data? Or am I getting enough data? Or the right kind of data? Or am I spending my quota? Do I have enough quota? Maybe it's a technical question like what sample rate should I set? And these are all different variations of the same fundamental concern, which is, am I getting good QPR? Am I getting good quality price ratio from my performance monitoring tool? And it's a tricky question. And it has not obvious answers to it. And what makes it worse is actually making changes to this type of configuration is expensive and slow. In worst case, like you might be waiting 2 weeks for like a mobile app update before you can actually change it. And so what you fundamentally have here is a very ambiguous problem with high latency to work on the problem. And it's not so great. And as you scale, these stakes actually get higher, right? And I think the issue here is that you're fundamentally trying to solve for two different problems at the same time. On the one hand, you want to monitor and alert, the regression thing that we talked about earlier. That's important, and to do that well, you want a simple random sample on your data. You want it to be unbiased and broadly representative of what's going on in your system. But at the second side, you want troubleshooting. And in this case, millions of healthy events, and heck, even millions of unhealthy events of the same kind, it's not useful. You're not going to look at that. That's junk data. You can't analyze that scale of volume, that volume of data. And so these two things are like fundamentally at tension when you're trying to do performance monitoring. Oh, and by the way, if you add another service to your application, you get this exponential growth curve you see here, because typically when you add a service, it's not talking to one new service, it's talking to a couple of different services. And so your data starts to get out of control. So how can we attack this challenge? And this brings us to our second idea, which we're calling dynamic sampling. It's simple. You've got two use cases here. Dynamic sampling will let you make two different decisions. First, you got your decision about what data you're going to send to Sentry. And we'll take that data, we'll process it at scale in a very cost-effective way into KPIs and metrics. So you can do the alerting and trending thing. But separately then, from the Sentry UI, you can set up some configuration, decide what you're going to actually retain in expensive raw format that you want for troubleshooting. Two problems, two decisions you can make, and we think you can use this. You can use this to tune your app performance monitoring to your needs. Let's look at an example here. Customers ask me all the time, "What's the right sample rate that I should set, Ian?" And the answer I have is, I don't know. You know, actually, you know your application way better than me. And I think the problem is I haven't given you the language to express that knowledge in Sentry. And so that's what we're going to be exposing to you here. And with this, you can be very targeted and focused. And we will apply these rules on your behalf in real time. So you make a configuration in the UI, we apply them out, no rollouts needed on your end. Take this staging example here I've got at the top. You might say, hey, staging is a good early indicator of problems. There's not a lot of data in staging, so I want to get all that data and I want to analyze it. 100% retention. Great. You also might say, staging is not realistic for my production environment. It just serves a different purpose. And realistically, I'm never going to look at that data. It's a waste of money, 0%. These are both reasonable perspectives. It's a personal decision. And so I don't want to be in the business of making these decisions for you. I want to empower you to make these decisions. And so that's what we've got going on here. At the end of the day, I guess what I'm saying is you can effectively have your cake and eat it too here. You can accurately trend performance and get a high-level view of how things are going. But separately, you can then tune what data, the data that you'll index and store with Sentry for troubleshooting problems. So that's dynamic sampling. All right, so let's move on to idea number 3 here. So even with performance issues, even with spans, sometimes that's just not enough to troubleshoot problems. Have you ever looked at a span and thought, what's going on under the covers here? Take this warm start example from a mobile trace. Now you might say to yourself, okay, there's probably some interaction with my code and the device under the covers that have some bad interaction with threads or device resources. You might be right. I mean, but that's not very actionable. You're just kind of speculating on what's going on here. And device variety really isn't helping things matter. Like, take mobile. It's particularly bad. You have tens of thousands of Android devices out there, multiplied by tons of different versions of Android that the different device makers have forked, and then multiplied by where you have actually multiple different versions of your application that you're maintaining, because pesky users won't keep their apps up to date, so you got to worry about that too. And so this is a big problem, especially mobile, but even in other communities, right? And at Sentry, we like to go deep. So we asked ourselves, what if you could actually get insight and click into that span under the covers? And so that's exactly what we're doing with profiling here. You can actually unfurl one of these spans into something like a flame graph, and now you have the most granular possible detail to be able to troubleshoot what's going on under the covers. We started this with mobile. It's in open beta right now, and we are already in the house expanding this to other communities. And with these 3 ideas that I've gotten through so far, I think the Sentry performance is really going to change the game in terms of bringing actionability and letting you achieve that actionability at scale while maintaining good QPR. All right, one more idea. I'm not done yet. So we've got one more exciting thing coming for issues. And as we all know, reproduction can be a real pain in the butt. You're looking at breadcrumbs and you're trying to guess what the user was doing leading up into that moment of time. And it's hard. But we have a plan to let you have a clear reproduction of user conditions and behavior right in the context of a Sentry issue. We're calling this session replay. And if a picture is worth 1,000 words and a video is worth 1,000 pictures, imagine a video in the context of a Sentry issue with all dev tools details like network requests and DOM events and the console output. And by the way, this will work for both errors and performance. Imagine what level of a complete view you would have of the user's journey before and after they ran into something that resulted in an issue. This would be incredibly powerful for troubleshooting. Okay, this is in closed beta now, so you can't really adopt her into it yet, but we're actively working on it and it's coming soon. All right, so that's what I got to show you today here. I'm gonna pass it back to Sarah, but like I said before, if anything here has tickled your interest, grab your lunch, have a great conversation, and come back down here at 1 o'clock, right?
That is exactly what I was going to say. And in the meantime, thank you, Ian, so much. Please head upstairs all the way to the rooftop. We have lunch already ready for you. You can grab it. You can come down to the mezzanine level and chat with our centaurs to talk about each of these features. We can demo them for you. We can also talk about anything Sentry related. And then come back down at 1 o'clock so you can get a demo of these and ask questions.
And for those of us on the live stream, we're going to be doing some developer interviews. So stop by for those. The first one is at, oh shoot, what is the time? 12:15 Pacific time. That's 3:15 Eastern. And so I will see you then. We're going to be talking with Mishi. Oh yes, and join the Discord. That's where we'll be fielding questions as well.
I'm so done with, done with. I'm so done with, done with. Oh. I'm so done with, done with. I got time for so long. I got time for so
Hello, welcome back. Soon we are going to have a quick interview with Mishi Hoffman, who works on the PHP SDKs. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for PHP. I'm sure a lot of us wouldn't be here if it weren't for PHP. Mishi has recently joined Sentry in August, and we'll be talking about their experience working for an open source company. So Mishi, come on in.
Hello, everyone. Happy to join.
How you doing?
So, yeah, doing pretty well. I mean, so I'm based in Vienna, so it's actually 9:15. We just we just actually hosted a Grafana meetup at our office. So Sentry also hosts a lot of meetups. So that was a lot of fun.
So late night for you. So tell me about your experience at Sentry.
Yeah, at my former company, we've actually been using Sentry since roughly 2016. Yeah, found out about it. Actually, we run it self-hosted for a while. Yeah, worked great for error tracking. Later then we also opted in for performance, which was actually a bit rough for us because the application we were building are built in CakePHP. And we sadly don't have a performance SDK for that yet. Let's see, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you. I was going to say, so I know you're on the PHP SDKs. Can you tell me about your experience there so far? And I know, remember looking at my accidentally 2 gigabytes error log file that happened to be spit out by Apache, but please tell me more.
Yeah, so right now we support we actually developed 3 different PHP SDKs. The first one is our so-called generic PHP SDK. So this can be used by any PHP application out there, any framework, or if it's just maybe frameworkless. And then we have, on top of that, we have 2 specific framework SDKs. One is for Laravel and one is for Symfony. And the benefit of these 2 is basically that we provide a lot of auto instrumentation out of the box. So like instrumenting the ORMs, the view rendering, the whole request cycle, stuff like that. Yeah.
Awesome. How long have you been working with PHP?
So I think professionally I started in 2015, but I think like 2-3 years before that. Yeah. Did a bit of Swift or did a bit of Go, but yeah, mainly PHP and some JavaScript on the front end as well.
Awesome. I have it here in my notes that you also do PHP in open source. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, so I mean, as I told before, at my former job, we mostly build stuff in CakePHP, which is also an open source framework. And in 2016, I started to contribute there a little bit, like writing docs or raising issues about things I couldn't figure out. And then I kind of was like, hey, that's pretty cool. The people working on that seem pretty nice. So yeah, I started to contribute more. And then actually at one point, another fellow Sentry employee, Mark Story, he's the project lead on CakePHP. He asked me if I want to join the core team. And yeah, that's what I did. And that was pretty cool.
Awesome. So is Mark why you're here?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's definitely a person I'm really looking up to. Like, so yeah, pretty happy that we are now colleagues.
Awesome. So tell me why you think an open source company is awesome. Like, what's different about working here than somewhere else?
I think something that is really great working at an open source company is you can talk about what you're working on. If you work at some other company and you maybe can, yeah, we're working on this great thing, but hey, it's super secret. We will launch it soon. Or like if you work at Apple, I don't know, you basically have to sign tons of NDAs that you never will talk about anything. Yeah, at Sentry, it's just like, yeah, so we were working on a dynamic sampling support for PHP, which was merged today. So expect a release soon. Yeah, stuff like that. I think that's awesome. And then by doing that, you basically, if someone asks you, hey, what have you been working on the last few years? You can just point them to your GitHub. It's like your public CV open in the wild. Yeah.
Let me show you the pull request. Yeah, you don't have to work at Apple with a gun to your head about what you're working on, right?
Yeah,
I had a friend I used to go hiking with, and he worked at Apple, and we would always my other friends would talk about what we're working on. And he would just, sorry, I can't tell you anything. But cool. So yeah, what is your favorite thing about Sentry so far?
The people. So what I really like is we have a very diverse stack in terms of we have so many SDKs which are written in a lot of different languages. Yeah, so if you have a problem with the Swift app, we probably have a guy that knows Swift. If you have some questions about Go, we have a guy that does some Go. If you want to learn Rust, yeah, you can learn Rust. And that's also the nice thing. I mean, like nobody is really gatekeeping any projects at Sentry. So if you want to contribute on something, maybe that you're not like actually being paid working at, like for example, in my case, the PHP SDK, people will just be helpful, yeah, and actually, how shall I say, encourage you to do so.
Nice. Have you fiddled around with any new programming languages since joining?
I updated my website yesterday in Go, so that's definitely also something I want to look into a bit deeper, because we have a Go SDK, but it definitely needs some love. So yeah, that's something I will do in the coming months for sure. And then let's see. I mean, Rust also seems pretty cool.
Yeah, I've been playing with Rust a little bit myself recently. How do you feel about it?
I mean, I don't know much yet. The code, I mean, looks a bit weird for me, but that's probably just something getting used to. But I mean, everything we work on in terms of relay, just the performance of it, like the scale relay is actually operating at, this is just mind-blowing for me, especially coming from PHP, where performance is like on a slightly different level. Yeah, it's just awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to, it's not really apples to apples comparing PHP to Rust, but same could be said for Python and JavaScript too. But.
Yeah.
Cool. Anything else that you wanted to shout out, or how's the conference been going so far?
Yeah, pretty nice. Really enjoyed the GitHub stuff, the code spaces.
Really cool.
Yeah, also nice to hear some of the story from our CTO David Kramer. Yeah. So yeah,
how things were in the old days.
Yeah. I mean, that was like I giggled a bit when I saw like his PHP slide in the beginning. Yeah.
Oh, wait, I still do that.
Yeah, exactly. Like FTP on production. You know, I mean, why not? It works.
Yeah. I mean, Docker push is not that much different. Awesome. Well, thank you for taking the time, Mishi. Really appreciate chatting with you, and thank you for stopping by. And we'll have another interview coming up in about 10 minutes with Ethan, who works on the open source team here at Sentry. And we'll be talking about all things open source and maybe even some type checker stuff. But we'll see you soon for that. Hello, welcome back. No, not me, just jamming out to the music here too. But we're about to be speaking with Ethan, who is actually a friend of mine. I've known Ethan for a very long time. But Ethan joined Sentry in June of 2022 and works on the open source team. Ethan is also a core contributor on the MyPy project and is a CPython contributor. Welcome, Ethan.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great to be.
How are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. Yeah. Yeah.
So, how's Sentry been so far? I know I referred to
It's
you,
been
but
good.
how's
Yeah.
it been? I feel like this is
I've
a
been
waiting
really
question.
enjoying it. Yeah. No, I mean, like, one of the reasons that I joined Sentry is it uses a lot of technologies that excite me personally, like MyPy, Rust, and also the emphasis on open source. And it's been great to, kind of learn a lot more about that and work with people on all of that stuff. So, yeah, I've been really enjoying that.
Speaking of emphasis on open source, you are on the open source team. Tell me more about what that means.
Yes. So you can run Sentry yourself, self-hosted. And so we basically work on making sure that the open source offering is working correctly and that it's easy to deploy and that anyone can use it because we want Sentry to be available to people and so that they can fix bugs. Yeah, so it's a small team right now. I was the second person to join the team, but yeah, it's really great.
Sweet, sweet. So,
Yeah.
what are the typical challenges that you run into with the open source product?
So let's see.
I
Sometimes
assume a lot of them are the same bugs that normal Sentry users hit too, but I'm sure there's special cases as well.
Yeah, it's a mix of bugs in Sentry and also issues with how users deploy things. Sometimes there's some networking issue or there's a proxy that's messing things up or sometimes it's just kind of hard to say.
Mystery
but,
bugs.
Yes. Yeah, it's a little bit of both. But it's kind of interesting to see is this going to be a bug in Sentry or is this just kind of an issue with how things are set up? Because it's amazing how many different environments people can deploy software in, which I guess,
Too many.
Right.
I was just saying that there are too many.
Yes, there are probably too many, but I guess that's why it's important to be able to catch issues. So actually, recently we've been working on running Sentry to monitor our own installer runs so that we can catch issues with setting up Sentry self-hosted.
So we're using Sentry to monitor Sentry, monitoring Sentry, monitoring Sentry?
Yes.
Nice. Well,
Yes.
as long as we don't have any Sentry problems, that'll work great.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Cool. So I know you're part of the MyPy crew. I've been
Yeah.
using MyPy as a type checker in Python for a long time. Why don't you tell me more about that? How you got involved, and what do you think about it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I love MyPy, but I got involved originally. I started using it. I've developed on Windows for a long time, and so I started using it, using MyPy on Windows many years ago. I just came across the project and was like, oh, this seems kind of nice. I like having stricter checking of my code so that if I make mistakes, it's caught for me. So I started using it on Windows, and something broke, so I submitted a fix for it. And a few other things broke, and I started submitting more fixes. And soon enough, Guido approached me and was like, "Oh, hey, do you want to go to this meetup that was happening in San Francisco?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely. That sounds amazing." And so I got to meet a lot of the team and hack with them on stuff, and the rest is kind of history.
Yeah, one of those meetups is actually where I first met Ethan in person.
Yes. So
you're mentioning that a few things broke on Windows. Was the experience that it worked at all on Windows?
Yeah, I think mostly works. I mean, it now works much better since I was first contributing. I think at the time it was, I think it was throwing an error due to some Linux thing, some Linux assumption, and so it was very easy to fix. And then once you did that, you actually got like correct output. But
nice, awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
You also contribute to CPython itself. How do you feel
Yeah.
about the development process there?
It can be a little daunting at times, honestly, because it's like such a big important piece of software that a lot of people use. But they definitely vet things pretty well, I feel like, and they do a lot of review, and there's a lot of discussion beforehand, of course, on how things should work. I wrote a PEP, and so that's like probably the longest amount of review that goes on before a change is made. So for people who don't know, PEP is a Python enhancement proposal. It's basically kind of like a specification for how Python should do things. And yeah, that took quite a while. But I also contributed some code changes, and once the decision was made, this is the way forward. It was pretty straightforward. So yeah.
What's your number? 615, if I remember correctly?
Oh, for the PEP, it's 561.
561. I had the numbers just the wrong order.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah,
How do you feel the conference has been going so far?
It's been great. Yeah, I've been really enjoying, especially like hanging out in the Discord and talking with people, and watching the live stream and hearing all the. I was really interested in the WTF panel. That was good. Yeah.
The WTF, yeah.
Yeah,
was definitely workshopped as a title.
Yes. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for stopping by and speaking with me. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. And we'll hang out later. But
Sounds
thank you again, Ethan. And coming up next, we will have Ben Vinegar, who will be joining us at 12:40. So I will see you then. Welcome back. We're about to have a chat with Ben Vinegar, who has been at Sentry for quite a long time, since 2015, which is quite the long tenure, and is now the VP of Emerging Technology, which incubates new platform capabilities. And let's bring in Ben to chat about that.
Hello, Anthony.
Hello, it's nice to chat with you.
Yeah, I know. I've been excited. I've been ready, psychologically preparing myself.
Emotional damage, right? how's the stream been going so far? How's the conference been going so far?
I mean, we've been having a good time. Shout out to Princess Marcia. We got Alexis, Koei. Who have been chatting with? I'm trying to scroll up. Banira, Lauren, Mr. Swats,
who has won everything.
I do feel that if you've also apologies if I didn't get any names scrolling up here. Seems like your odds of getting a prize are very high. What are we?
Yeah.
Are we feeling good?
Yeah. I also see a lot of my viewers showing up here too. So thank you AWC crew for showing up. But yeah, you want to talk about replay and other things. So what's that all about?
I'm trying to this is hard. I'm trying to read the Discord and also come back to this. It's kind of hard. I understand the struggle is real. Session replay. So Ian was up there. I don't know. Was up about 45 minutes ago. He was going through some of the new product capabilities. So session replay is something I'm working with the team here, watching on the stream at home, which is basically to sort of create, give me a moment here to reset and think about this. Today Sentry errors is the core part of the product, the issues platform. But that's really like a snapshot in time centered around a stack trace, right?
Mm-hmm.
And while the stack trace tells you quite a bit, in the past, I actually worked, one of the first things I worked on when I joined Sentry back in 2016, I think is when we launched breadcrumbs. And that was an early attempt to sort of could we bring logging into Sentry issues? Could we sort of augment the stack trace with breadcrumbs? Because, there's often a story to an error that can help you. And we've done some clever things with breadcrumbs over the years, as flex patterns started to get popular on the front end, we made it, you could start dumping your Redux state onto breadcrumbs, and that certainly helped quite a bit if you're debugging. But there's still clues. They're still called breadcrumbs. They're crumbs.
Yeah, they're only part of the story. They are really useful though, because I found a lot of times, especially in JavaScript, where you don't always have all the stack trace there.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing the breadcrumbs of what has run right before has been super helpful. Oh, this is the part of the code that's actually running here.
They absolutely can be helpful, and I think, but our attitude is there is sort of a subset of problems in which the stack trace and breadcrumbs are not sufficient. And I think especially in JavaScript world where you have so much asynchronous code, where it's I kind of call it cause and effect. You can trigger something on a page and you may not actually see the downstream effects of that for a little bit while, right? Could be a long network request. You have multiple network requests going, firing. And that can actually pollute, that can pollute the breadcrumb trail because you can have sort of concurrent problems smashing up against each other in the breadcrumbs. And it's really hard.
Chaos.
Yeah, browser chaos. And it's hard to actually distinguish these problems from each other. So with replay, it's not actually a video recording. What it is sort of it revolves around a technology that sort of snapshots the DOM and sort of reconstructs the DOMs in a video-like experience. So I'll see in here for a moment. It's it looks like a video, but it's actually really just sort of replaying the DOM as the user was navigating the application. And since it is a DOM reconstruction, you can do a lot, other than, yes, even just seeing it is incredibly valuable, absolutely. But you can do things like you can pause the replay at the moment that's important to you, and you can actually inspect the DOM. You can inspect the DOM in the player because it is actually it's an iframe basically containing a reconstruction of the web application at that point in time. Does that make sense?
That's awesome. Yeah, I've thought of doing something like this for so long, but it sounds so cool that it's actually becoming a reality.
Yeah, so and then we sort of augment it with other things, network telemetry. We show you the console. Yes, the console output it did exist in the breadcrumbs, but actually sort of seeing the console dedicated to like this is the console, as opposed to just seeing everything kind of mingled together, network requests, et cetera, in the breadcrumb trail. We try to give you like a dev tools like experience. Like if you opened up your developer tools, this is kind of what you would see, and we're trying to give you like a post hoc debugging experience, except it's something that's happened in the past, right? This could have happened yesterday, a week ago, and you can bring it up and debug it as if you were doing it locally, or at least as close as we think we can get.
That's awesome. So I hear you're also in charge of profiling. Can you tell me more about that as well?
Yeah, in charge. Listen, that's a misnomer. We have incredible teams that build these products. Okay.
You're involved.
yeah, I'm involved. Profiling, again, another thing that Ian introduced, which is we have this performance monitoring product, and I worked on the performance product monitoring product in the past too. And our attitude when we were building it was more sort of focused on, I would say, even the like network topology, and especially sort of a front end to back end debugging experience, right? Very focused on HTTP requests, database calls, because we believed that was sort of like, that if you could understand that an HTTP request was particularly bad, and that if we also captured like the database queries within that call, like frequently that's the problem, right? It's sort of
it's
like
almost always the database, right? Some shitty join somewhere that
yeah, but it's like another thing where yes, that captures like a majority of cases, but there are situations in which it's not enough, right? Maybe you have a really sort of like CPU intensive operation. Maybe you're just like munging through a colossal amount of data. You're not going to the database. What that can look like in the performance product, depending on how we've instrumented, is it could just be like a really long span that could be like 2 seconds long, and because of the instrumentation, we can't actually drop down and provide you the detail of like where you're spending that time. So you might understand that this broad operation is slow, but there could be a ton of work within that broad operation, and where to actually pinpoint the problem could be problematic. So profiling operates a little bit differently for performance. It's sort of it's a sampling profiler, so it's something that you can run in production, which is a relatively new concept. Most of what I knew about profiling is pressing the profile button or compiling your application with profiler flags, and it's 3 times slower, right?
Yeah.
It's not something you would ever really run in a real environment, but with this this sort of sampling profiler, it's sort of like periodically snapshotting what's happening in your application and understanding which function calls are being executed, the relationship between them, how long. And so we sort of capture that and give you this like flame graph visualization tool, so you can sort of I'm sure you've seen these surely in other products, right? But we provide that with production data, and we map it up to the transactions, so that going back to that example, if you do have this long running process, you can drop down even deeper now, get a flame graph, get a flame chart highlighting where your software is spending all of its time down to the function call, and sort of really illuminate that almost like last mile, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
What sort of
That's what's going on.
What sort of are they like in process snapshotting, or is it something that's like hooking into the kernel, or like how are we approaching sampling profiles?
It depends on the platform, right? So we built this for iOS and Android initially, and I believe that the someone on those they're listening, they can correct me, but ultimately I think that those platforms actually expose sort of like hooks to kind of allow you to do this. I believe that's correct. Not every platform allows you to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that we have an approach of trying to do in process, because Sentry is sort of implemented as libraries. It's not agents, right? It's not something that you run alongside. So we are expanding this to other platforms, and we're trying to solve, can we do this in a performant way by just doing a library import? And depending on the platform, that could be in process. Maybe it means spinning up another thread and listening. It's like whatever gets us the performance. whatever gets us to the outcome, we'll pursue.
Yeah, because you don't want Sentry to make your app slower. Like, yes, it's super valuable to have that information, but you want the trade-off to make sense there.
Yeah. I mean, for what it's worth, we target sub 5% overhead, which we think is acceptable. It's for you to have like really great visibility into the performance.
That's awesome. Yeah, 5%. That's easy money for me. Like, that's definitely worth it.
I think that's a good deal, especially like, what if you make everything 20% faster? Like, I think that's a good it's a good trade-off.
Pays off very quickly.
Yeah. So
Sweet.
I think sneak peeks. I don't know. Gee, how do you switch to the sneak peeks? Maybe that's only happening in person. What's the story there?
I think we're going to get them on the stream as well. I believe they're going to start in about 3 minutes. So
okay, what a great
that means
lead in.
we're just about out of time here. Is there anything else that you wanted to throw in, shout out, etc.?
Oh boy.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah. This is like, check out my local improv act at the community center on Fridays.
Come see my band.
No, it's great. Yeah.
We play Blink-182 covers. No.
Yeah. No, nothing to highlight. But if you're interested in those products, yeah, check out the sneak peek.
Sounds good. Well, thank you for coming on, Ben. Really appreciated talking with you. And as Ben alluded to, we'll be doing those sneak peeks in about 3 minutes. So I will see you then. See you then. That's what I want to say. So see you then. And we're back. So we're about to go through a series of small demos and sneak peeks into Sentry products. Of course, conference hosted by Sentry. We're going to show some of our brand new features and products coming out. So those will be starting in just a few minutes. So looking forward to those, and we'll see all the cool stuff coming up there.
All right, welcome back everyone who is online and those of you who came back down from lunch. Hopefully more people will be coming down, migrating back over here. I am very excited because we have 4 people from Century that are going to be coming up right now, back to back, to do the fastest lightning talk demos. But they're going to be amazing. So we have 4 people, like I said. We have Ale, who's coming up first to talk a little bit about dynamic sampling. Then we'll have Albert to talk about our performance issues. We'll have Ryan to talk about our session replay, and we'll have Indrajit to talk about our profiling. You heard a little intro from Ian just before lunch, and so now you're going to get an actual demo and a little bit of a deep dive, a shallow dive, a dive. Let's just call it a dive. So Ale is our PM for the telemetry team, and like I said, she's going to chat with us a little bit about dynamic sampling.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so my name is Alexandra Cota, and I'm a product manager here at Sentry working in the telemetry experience team. And I'd like to give you now a bit more details about the dynamic sampling feature that Ian already introduced earlier. So I'd like to start us off by talking a little bit about why we even need sampling in the first place and why sampling is hard. So actually, in the monitoring industry, there's a big problem and a big conversation that's been going on forever around how do you actually manage the enormous amounts of volume that your instrumentation generates, the enormous amount of data that your instrumentation generates. Because more data actually comes with more costs, because the more your organization scales, the more volume of data you have, your costs also increase. So that's one thing to consider. And sampling is a solution for that, but some people are skeptical about it because by sampling, you actually give up 100% visibility into your performance data, and just basically selecting a certain amount of random data that you can then use for troubleshooting. Both of these concerns are valid concerns, and that's why it's very important to get your sampling configuration right, so that you make sure you have enough data to get valuable insights, but also you need to be able to control your costs. So we know more data means more costs, but it doesn't always mean more value. So as Ian already introduced to us, the marginal utility of data over time actually goes down, while the costs actually continue to grow. So at Sentry, we kind of understood that engineers basically need different views on their data and a good process in between to be able to find performance issues and solve them. So on the one hand side, they need a broad view, which allows them to measure and see overall performance, the overall performance of their application through these accurate high-level performance metrics. And on the other hand, they need a deep view. So this means having the full event detail of distributed traces that allows them to troubleshoot and solve the performance issues. So going a little bit into the history of how we approached this, a couple of years back, we had only client-side sampling capabilities. So this means a basic sampling rate that you can set in your SDK configuration. And this is mostly what most of our customers did. So for this example, if you have a web page with 1,000 visits and you have a client-side sampling rate of 10%, you would end up with 100 of those transaction events actually stored and get performance metrics based upon them. Now, this has a couple of drawbacks, namely, if you get this percentage, although it seems quite simple, if you get this percentage too high, then you might end up with a painful bill at the end of the month. If you get the percentage too low, then you might not have enough data to get valuable insights. And every time you get it wrong and you have to change this configuration, because it's in the SDK, you need to make a code change, right? So you need to redeploy your application, you need to make a new release, and for as normal or trivial as this may sound to a lot of us, in certain worlds, such as mobile, it's not so easy to just push out a new release, and it also takes time for a new release to be adopted. So in comes dynamic sampling, which is basically our new approach to tackling this problem, in which we introduce the concept of server-side sampling as well. So it allows us to decouple basically these two things, and through client-side sampling, now you're able to basically send more data to Sentry that is not fully retained, so we don't retain the full event detail of those transaction events, but we're able to process them and give performance metrics based upon them. And through server-side sampling, you actually get to decide in a much more mindful, meaningful way which of those transactions you actually want to store and are going to be most valuable for you when you want to troubleshoot performance issues. Now, one thing to note here that's important is that both these sampling rates apply to your total volume of events, so they're not compounding. So one way that we wanted to also give more control, basically to our customers into how they can choose which events they want to store is through sampling rules. So you might start off with an easy 10%, for example, so a basic sampling rate to cover, let's say, a random sample of all of your transactions, and then you can really dig deeper and try to collect more data into the problem areas that are valuable for your organization. So Ian talked a bit already about the environment example before. So for example, a pre-production environment that you might want to keep all of your data from or none. Another example that's maybe resonates for sure with us at Sentry is you might have certain transactions, certain endpoints, like anything related to billing or anything related to signups, which are important for you. So you might want to keep 100% visibility into those endpoints. So now I'm going to show you a quick demo, which has actually been pre-recorded. So when you first get to the dynamic sampling settings page for one of your projects, the first thing that you're going to be prompted to do is go through a very quick onboarding process, which basically shows you a bit of an overview of your transactions from the past 30 days and gives you insights into your current sampling configuration. So in this example, if you have maybe a 50% client-side sampling rate, you would have 50% of your transactions being indexed and also processed, and the rest are basically just discarded. So what we do then is we basically, as a first step, suggest to migrate this certain sampling rate to the server side, and then increase your client-side sampling rate so that you start getting more processed events. Now you can, of course, adjust these values, or you can decide to just go further with the suggested value. One thing to note is whereas any configuration you make with server-side sampling is basically saved immediately, you still need to go one more time into your application's code and increase that client-side sampling rate. So we provide you with a code snippet on how to do that. So once this is done, we basically have our first dynamic sampling rule saved. So it's a general 50% of all of my transactions. And then what we can do is basically go and create more advanced rules based on certain conditions such as environment. So for example, you might want to keep 100% of your data within the dev environment because your volumes are low and you want to keep all of that for troubleshooting. Or you might go with releases. Now, you can actually pick a specific release version, which are listed, or you can go and use this handy new feature called latest releases. Which basically allows you to have to not have to do so much manual work, because as we've spoken to customers, a lot of them are interested in keeping a lot more data from their latest releases to make sure that there are no regressions or just to make sure that everything is stable. So having to go in and change that every time you push out a new release didn't make sense. So basically by using this latest value, you can make sure that you're always going to get that rule applied every time you push out a new release. And lastly, I just want to mention that basically, as you see, you have a set of sampling rules, and the order in which these rules apply is important. So basically, it's kind of a priority order, and the last one is always the uniform sampling rate, which is a sort of catch-all. So if if a transaction doesn't match any of the previous criteria, the catch-all is basically the last one. Okay. Sorry, I need to come back to the slides. Okay. Okay. So just to kind of recap, basically what we're doing with this new model here is we're using kind of your total volume of transactions to be able to understand the scale of your application and to support predictable sampling. Then through processed events, we're able to provide basically a more accurate high-level view of your performance, of the performance of your application, and help you to spot basically high-level performance problems. Once you've identified those problems, you can use your indexed events to look at related samples in order to really have the full detail and be able to troubleshoot the problem and fix the issue. And if it happens that we didn't actually catch one of those events because of the dynamic nature of it, so you can easily go again into the Sentry UI, you can update your sampling rules, and you can easily collect more data that's relevant for solving that particular issue. So if you guys want to get started with this today, it's already available for early adopters. So if you haven't opted in, you can just go in Sentry to your organization settings and make sure you have that toggle on. And then once you do that, all you have to do is go to settings, and you can select a project that you'd like to get started with and go to dynamic sampling. Currently supported platforms include Python, JavaScript in all of its flavors, so front-end, back-end, so Angular, React, Node, etc. And also for mobile, iOS, Android, and React Native. So we're targeting October 17th to go out in general availability with this feature, and until then we'll be adding more platforms, probably Ruby, PHP, and .NET. We also have a dedicated dynamic sampling Discord channel, so I'd like to invite you to join this and give us feedback once you have. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys' time here and also those on the live stream. And now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, which is Albert Lam, and he's going to be talking to us about performance issues.
Thanks, Ally. Hi, I'm Albert from the Toronto office at Sentry. I'm the product manager for performance. In 2020, Sentry launched our performance product that put very powerful visualizations for your performance metrics in one place. Over the last 2 years, we've built a lot of interesting features such as suspect spans, suspect tags to try to give you clues as to why your performance is lagging behind. And we understood this very early on, that latency is pretty much the new outage when you're building software. But when you're a developer, how do you actually get ahead of this, right? You're probably aware of a bunch of performance problems in your application, but it actually takes a lot of time to figure out exactly what to do and what to tackle first. At the best scenario, you're proactively looking into Sentry and finding your slow endpoints and improving the performance. In the normal scenario, you have customers complaining to you that things are not working or you're hanging, or worse yet, they just exit your app completely and you lose them forever. You go into Sentry, you look for slow transactions, then you're digging around each individual event to figure out what's going on. You form a hypothesis as to what spans are slow, what might be causing them to be slow, and then deploy a fix and cross your fingers that that's actually what you need to do. So chatting with customers, I love this quote, is that it would be so nice if Sentry just told me proactively that there's something wrong in your code that's going to cause performance problems, and go fix it before a customer even comes to you. So introducing today in early access is performance issues. And this is where we'll start telling you about critical performance problems and point you to where you need to fix it in the form of a condensed span tree. So instead of scrolling down a span tree that could be hundreds, if not thousands of spans long, we'll tell you exactly where in that span tree that you need to focus on, because that's where the performance problem is. We're starting this with N+1 database queries. That's when database queries are operated in a loop and the code is executed for every item in that query. And more performance issues will be coming in the near future. Key benefits are obvious, right? We're showing you the problem. We're saving you time and effort of finding this problem yourself. We're also telling you exactly where the root cause is, so you've got everything you need to triage and fix the problem. And the best part yet, if you're sending us transactions, we're detecting these issues out of the box automatically for you. So there's no extra setup. We're just going to start serving up these performance issues. So I want to talk you through us dogfooding this feature internally at Sentry with our N+1. So you're going to see the N+1 issue in your issue feed, similar to all your other issues. It's going to be a really familiar UI for you. You've got your number of events, your users, first seen, last seen, all the stuff that you love about issues today. Go in, again, looks very similar. The tabs are a little different because we can't support everything that errors have, like attachments and that sort of thing, but it's trimmed down to be everything we can serve up to you in a transaction. You scroll down and what you're gonna see is instead of a stack trace, you have this condensed span trio. And here, we have detected a 15 duplicate span, so this is grouped here where it's blue, and it's about 380 milliseconds long. And I can expand that to look at the duplicate spans, but really I wanna expand the hidden spans on top to understand where in the code it's happening. So I'm looking down these spans, and I see Sentry Team Avatar ID. I go into my code. Up at the top, we have Avatar's Team ID. And here is the code loop that's causing this n+1 problem. Simple fix, add a SQL join, and voila, our n+1 is fixed. So scan here, read our blog, learn more about performance issues. If you don't see any performance issues in your application, there's a new search filter, issues.category, to filter for performance issues if you want to take a look. And I'd love to chat with you about your experience with these. Thanks. Next up, we have Ryan to demo us Replay.
Turn on now. Okay, hi everybody. I'm Ryan Albrecht. I'm here to represent the Emerging Technologies team, and I want to do a demo of Session Replay today. I'm actually a little bit new to Sentry. Before this, I was at Facebook and then later Pinterest, so I've got a lot of experience writing bugs, and Session Replay is, I think, the tool that I would have always loved to have to help me fix them a little bit faster. So let's do the demo. Oh, so before we do the demo, I want to show you my app that we're going to be debugging today. It's a DEX app. It's got some pretty basic features right now, but I keep adding more and more, and so it's getting better every day. So far, the core features that it has is you can scroll through a list of all the Pokemon that have ever existed. If you find one you like, you can click through, you can see the stats and the moves that it has, and then give it a try to catch it. Oh, internet might be broken. My internet's not working. Let's try the Wi-Fi. Live demos, guys. Okay, I knew I was going to be the only one. npm run serve. There we go. Okay, it does work. Yeah. Thank you. Be here all day. This is the app. I guess it's mostly offline only, except for this page. But when you find a Pokemon you like, anyway, you can try to catch it. Now we'll see if this works. Oh my God. I've been practicing all morning. Yes. Okay. And then you can give it a fun name: Butterfree, Butterfly, Fry, whatever. And so you can build up your list of Pokemon. So I've got a couple right now. It's going well, but like I said, early days. Like any massively successful and massively working all the time product, there are some bugs. And Sentry has alerted me to one already. So this bug is saying, cannot read properties of undefined. It's trying to read map. This is a usual bug I get all the time in JavaScript. I should learn how not to get it. But what it means is that it's trying to access the property called map on an object. I expected it to be an array, but it's actually undefined. So let's see what Sentry here can tell us. We've got the stack trace. This is always very helpful. We can see here this props my Pokemon list.map. So obviously we're expecting a list. It should either be empty or have some Pokemon in it. I had 3 Pokemon. Whoever this user was, they probably had 0 or some. It shouldn't have been undefined. The problem with the snapshots is this is just like a snapshot in time, or the stack trace is a snapshot in time. And in this case, there's only 2 frames. We've got the code that failed, and it looks like this is the Sentry instrumentation. It's actually not my application code. So just by looking at this, I don't actually know where that undefined came from. And I could go in, I could add an if statement or check to make sure if it's undefined and set a default or whatever. But the real source of the problem is somewhere else. It should never have been undefined to begin with. So this stack trace is not very helpful. Luckily, though, we do have breadcrumbs. And the breadcrumbs are better than the stack trace because they're giving you information about what led into this error. So we can have up to 100 breadcrumbs here and try to pick through what was relevant. So let's see, here's our error at the bottom that we know about. The last thing the user did was they tried to save a Pokemon, and it looks like they were trying to save undefined, so that's wrong. It should have been something. We can see the button clicks here from when they threw the ball. Here's the throw, obviously it worked. They had the random numbers were in their favor. And if we even go further back, we can see here that they had Pokemon to begin with. There's about 6 in this list. I don't know what they are, but it's important that there was something there. And now it's undefined. So normally if I had this kind of error, I would just kind of be at a loss. It's a mystery how I could reproduce this. Where should I go to fix it? There could be other places that are reading undefined, other errors in my app. They're related, but I can't see them. So this is where session replay comes into play. You can find links to it all over Sentry. We're adding more integrations every day, but when I'm looking at an error page, I love to just scroll down and I can see the preview right here. But let's click through. So session replay is taking a snapshot of the DOM for any JavaScript or web-based application. It doesn't matter if it's React or anything else. And recreating a video-like experience so you can see what the user was doing leading into an error and after the error happened. So you're going to see the reproduction steps that you need to follow in order to recreate the error, but you can also see what the user saw after the error happened, and you can use that to tell you, like, was this a significant error? Did it get handled automatically, or was the user like totally screwed? Maybe they had the blue screen of death or something. So this is what the replay page looks like. I'm going to give you a little tour, and then we're going to debug this thing. So starting at the top, we've got our timeline. This is where we've taken the existing breadcrumbs that everybody's used and loved, and we've blown it out so that every event that happened is now placed relative to the other events. So it's breadcrumbs over time. This gives you a sense of like what kind of activity was the user doing and when was it. Maybe if you scroll back in the breadcrumbs, you're going way back early into the video and it's not really relevant. So this shows you where the clusters of activity were and what was really relevant. Of course, we've got the replay itself, the video, which you can zoom into and play in full screen. Below that, we've got our normal breadcrumb list, which gives you sort of a sense of familiarity, I think. And that scrolls along as the video plays. You can keep your place and know what the user is doing in a textual way. And then, of course, the main part of the screen is the console. We've got a bunch of other tools as well, which we can get into a little bit today. But this is really taking the browser dev tools and putting it remotely on your desktop so you can debug things. So let's try to debug this thing. So because we came from an issue, the video is actually already scrolled to right where that error happened. So it's a 5-minute replay. We're not going to watch the whole thing. And I'm at about the 4-minute mark. So let's just play it and see what happens. Was this a serious issue or not? So I'm going to stop it. Whoops, wrong button again. Let's jump back a little bit and stop it at the right spot. There. So the user was trying to catch this Mew Pokemon. It's not Mewtwo, so it's not that good. But it's going to evolve. It's great. And so when we play it, we're going to see what happened. It looked like the catch was successful. They're back at the list. They're looking for another Pokemon. So I'm actually might be thinking, oh, up until this point, I was actually thinking this might not be a serious error because they were able to make the catch, navigate around a little bit, but whatever they just clicked on, it's a white screen. This is like the white screen of death. It's very bad. So without having session replay, I would have never known the significance of this error and how it affects our users. So knowing this, I know that this is a real serious bug that we're going to fix. Let's jump back to when the error was. So we can see the error here in their timeline, and we can jump back to it. So the error itself was reading property undefined of map. I think the way that I would try to debug this, well, we know that they had Pokemon at one point, right? And now it's undefined. So maybe if we use the video, we can go back in time to when when the app was working, when they had Pokemon on the screen, and see what happened from then until now. So how do we find that moment in time? Well, I'm going to go to the network tab, and this is just like in the browser dev tools, all of the network requests that were made. So you can see image loads, JavaScript, CSS, and for our purposes now, navigations. So I know that this page is called the My Pokemon list. So all I have to type is my. And this is divided by things that have already happened and things that are about to happen. So because we're looking at the error right now, all I have to do is scroll up and find the most previous or the most recent time that the user was at this page, which happened here about 30 seconds before the error. I can click to it. The timeline is going to jump back in time, and we can see here what the user was doing when this worked. So let's watch it again. So it's that same Mew Pokemon, actually. That's fun. Let's play it. Oh, okay, I'm just going to pause it right away. So here they are on the page. Page loaded, worked fine. All their Pokemon are here. We've got the 6 Pokemon, Bulbasaur. Oops, sorry about that. We've got the 6 Pokemon, Bulbasaur, Pikachu, obviously, most popular on the panel. Charmander, Squirtle, the famous ones. Mew and Mewtwo is here. So they already have a Mew. That's fun. Let's see what happened from now until the end. So they have their Mew, they're checking it out. They're on the list page, doing a search, and they found Mew again. So this is the problem, actually. The search, probably working fine, but when you search for Pokemon that you already own, you should see your own Pokemon, right? It's like, I have a Mew, I have a Pikachu, that's who I want right now. They've got funny names. They've got, Butterfly, whatever. So just using my product knowledge here, this is not supposed to be the catch button. This is supposed to be the release button. I want to see my existing Pokemon. Oh, stop doing that. So let's keep going and just see what's happening here. So he's doing the catch. He's caught it again. He's gave it a cool name. I'm going to stop it here. One of the things that is really important to session replay and that we're working really hard to make sure is automatic and easy for everybody is taking care of PII and private information for people. So you can see here in this text box that whatever the name is that this user has typed in, it's being masked. And this is happening all on the browser side. So no data is going to get sent. Whatever they've typed in is not going to get sent to Sentry. So if you have a bank or if you have a social network or anything where there's private chats or anything like that, you can mask it all out on the browser and keep your users' data safe. So let's keep watching. So it looks like this catch was successful. And we're past the point in time, this is the 4-minute and 15-second mark. We're past the point in time when the error happened. So the error happened silently, which is kind of good. But we know that if we keep watching this video, the error is actually going to seriously impact the user, and they're going to not be able to to use the site anymore. So that's really what session replay is. We've always had bugs, and we've always been able to go in and put those try-catch statements or those if statements in there. But by looking at the whole session and the whole journey that the user's taking, we're able to see the reproduction steps that the user, the steps that the user actually took, but also what the impact of that bug was. It's a session-wide view that reduces guessing and lets you fix your bugs sooner. And so I hope everybody gets excited about session replay, and you can find out about it by going to sentry.io/4sessionreplay or asking questions on the Discord. Thanks, everybody. Next, we're going to have Indrage talking about some profiling.
Cool. Thanks, Ryan. So my name is Indrajit. I'm the Director of Engineering for the profiling product here at Sentry. Profiling is a brand new product at Sentry, and my team has been working on this for the past year or so, and I'm here to walk you through it. So some context on the origins of profiling. So profiling actually came from the acquisition of a startup that I co-founded called Specto. Sentry acquired Specto in November 2021, and for the past 9 months, my team has been working on integrating Specto into Sentry, improving the developer workflow, and extending our mobile profiling support to additional platforms. So you might already be familiar with the performance product at Sentry. And so performance transactions are a really great way of visualizing the ordering and the duration of the high-level operations that occur in your application. And so this is great for tracking things like how long network requests take, how long database queries take, and things like that. So the kinds of questions that you might seek to answer using a performance transaction are things like, how long does it take my app to warm start? Or how long does a network request that's blocking a UI render take to run? Profiling is a little bit different. So profiling is focused on the use case of client-heavy workloads. So let's say you have some code running on the device that's extremely CPU intensive. So this could be a thing like expensive image processing or audio processing. It could be complex UI rendering with thousands of views or components. It could be running inference on a machine learning model. Stuff like this where you really need deep visibility into what exactly is executing on the client. So you might have seen from the previous example, we have, we know from performance that the app takes 2 seconds to warm start. But why does it actually take 2 seconds to warm start? What code is running inside the application that causes it to take 2 seconds? Or you might have noticed that you're scrolling a long list of items in your app, and you're finding that the scrolling is janky and it's dropping frames. You might know that it's dropping frames, but why does it drop frames? Like what code could be running on the main thread that contributes to the frame drops? These are the types of questions that profiling is here to answer. So just to sum this up, the relationship between performance and profiling is basically like if you were to take a span, which is kind of opaque in this case, you have a span that takes 2 seconds, and you want to take a magnifying glass to it and understand exactly what runs during the time when that span is measured. What you have is a profile, which gives you function or code level visibility into exactly what's happening when that span is running. So now I'm gonna do a live demo of profiling. So I'm gonna start here. So going back to our performance example, we have here a transaction that was captured while we were scrolling through a mobile app. And we have a duration for this scroll interaction. We know that it's dropping some frames because you see there's 60 slow frames out of 365 total frames. But this alone doesn't give us enough context to diagnose why this might be happening. So now I'm gonna open the profile that we collected for the same transaction. So this is the what we call the flame chart visualization. If you've used other profiling tools, maybe like Chrome DevTools or something, you might be already familiar with what this is. But a brief explanation is that we have time on the x-axis. So you can see that this particular profile ran for just above 7 seconds. On the y-axis, we have the function call stacks that were captured here. So we have the root frame starting at the top with the main function going all the way down to the child frames here. And at a glance here, it's kind of hard to understand what's going on. I mean, we can zoom and pan and we can see all the data that's been collected here, but it's really a lot to parse. So you need to find a starting point for where you might start to debug why your app is dropping frames. So one of the things that we can do here is we can change the color coding scheme of the flame chart to categorize by system versus application frames. So what this does is it colors the frames that are in the mobile SDK, the iOS SDK, the system functions, separately from the application code. So you can see the beige colored frames are system frames, the blue colored frames are application code frames. So you can see from the mini map, most of our frames are beige colored, and then there's a few here that are blue. This is the code that's actually running in our app. And so a good place to start debugging is always the code that you control, the code that you own. And so here we can see there's a function, table view self-heroic index path that's called pretty consistently. So in this particular instance, it takes about 230 milliseconds. It keeps repeating itself all the way throughout the profile. So this is called very frequently, and we can actually go here and we can also visualize by frequency to see that this, the darker frames are the more frequently called frames. So if I click into this frame, I can look at the call tree here. This is a tree visualization of the same stuff that's in the flame chart. And we can see that a significant amount of the runtime of that self-heroic index path function is this component separated by function, which is essentially a string splitting function. You give it a large string, give it a delimiter, and it splits it into an array of strings. And this takes about 44% of the runtime of that self-heroic index path function. So if we take a quick look at the code here, this is the code for the application. So you can see here I have a call to component separated by inside my self-heroic index path function. And so we know that this line of this function is responsible for the majority of that function's runtime. So an optimization I might make here is instead of splitting this constant string every time the cell is rendered, I could change it so that I separate the string once at the initializer, and then my implementation of the cell for row and index path function just becomes a simple cache lookup, which should be much faster. And so just to reiterate, like the change we made here is we pulled out that component separated by call from these functions here, did it once, and then we're just reading the cache result. So if I go back and I look at a new profile, and this was collected after we made this code change, I can look at the color coding here again, change it to system and application frames, and straight away I see that in this version of the flame chart, I don't see those blue frames highlighted here. I mean, we see the frames at the top, which are just like your top level main function stuff, but that blue cell for row index path function seems to be gone. We can also search for it in the filter here. So here you might find a few instances of similar functions, but these are not the function that we were looking at earlier. So basically, what we're noticing here is that that particular function has been eliminated from the new flame chart, and now we understand that we've made that particular optimization. This should improve scroll performance and so on. So this was a demonstration of how you can go from what is a transaction that's like somewhat difficult to understand to more deep analysis at the code level using profiling to fix a performance issue. Going back to the slides, a few things to keep in mind for apps that can currently use profiling. So we currently only support native iOS and Android. We don't support hybrid mobile frameworks. However, we are expanding to support other platforms. We're working on support for things like Python and Node, and those are coming later. The second major requirement is that you must already instrument your application with performance transactions. So if you're already using performance, enabling profiling is as easy as a one-line change. If you're not already instrumenting with performance, you should enable performance. And then third, we only currently support CPU profiling. So if you wanted to profile, like, you want to do memory captures or like understand like how your memory usage changes over time or things like that, or GPU profiling, that kind of stuff is not currently supported. And so with that, I encourage everyone to go try profiling today. If you have a mobile app, an iOS or Android app, profiling is now launched to all Sentry customers in beta. So if you go to your Sentry dashboard, you'll see the profiling tab there. And if you click on that, it'll walk you through the onboarding flow for getting profiling set up in your app. If you want to learn more about profiling, scan this QR code or navigate to the Sentry website where we have documentation on profiling. And the entire profiling team is on Discord, and they're there to answer any questions you might have about profiling. And that's all. Thank you, everyone.
Good. All right. Thank you so much, all four of you. Really appreciate it. For those of you who are here in person, all four of our centaurs / additional folks are going to be up in the office hours, so you can ask more questions about each of those features. And or on Discord, as Indrajit just said, we have a bunch of Sentry engineers on Discord ready to answer your questions about these features or other things. We have another break, 15 minutes or so, 2 o'clock. We'll come back for our next session.
Hello and welcome back to DEX. We're about to kick off our afternoon set of sessions, and doing that is going to be James Cowling, who's going to be giving a talk called Stepping Stones, Not Milestones. So look forward to that in just a bit.
Of the white dress and the mistress, spirit holding my hand. Father, tell me how it is. I know you've been through all of this. You ran away so many times. Your kids your heart a couple times. Love is not like they say. Alive, it's hard to make it stay. I drown my feelings in the sea. I try to go on the beach. Ritual unions got me trouble again. I was wondering of a white dress and a mistress and a spirit holding my hand. Ritual union got me trouble again. I was wondering of a white dress and a mistress and a spirit holding my hand.
All right, everyone, if you want to take a seat, we're going to get started with the second half of DEX. As a little update to our polling, preferred cloud, AWS, GCP, IBM, Azure, or run your own servers. It was actually close between run your own servers and AWS. AWS won, though. And we just finished another best web framework, Next.js, React, Flask, Fast API, or Svelte. Any guesses in the room? React. Yeah. But that one is actually like fairly spread across. And then the next poll has just launched. Most important keyboard attribute. Mechanical, split, backlit, or you just use your laptop. So make sure you vote. All right, hopefully you all had a chance. The mezzanine level was hopping. That's what the kids say these days. No, they don't. I don't know why I said that. But I hope you all had a chance to chat with some Sentry folks, whether on Discord or upstairs. We've talked a little bit about where we've been, where we want to be, and what happens when things go wrong. Now we have James here to tell us how to make sure things go right. James is the co-founder of Convex, convex.dev, if you want to check it out. Convex makes back-end engineering a thing of the past for app developers. James has been working on large-scale applications and projects, for example, multi-exabyte Dropbox storage, basically anything Dropbox storage related, infrastructure related. That's the dude. So we're really excited to have James here talking to us a little bit about stepping stones, not milestones. Again, how we can solve the problems before they happen. James.
All right, thank you.
I'll get the speaker notes. Speaker notes are not showing. Speaker notes are not showing.
We're just waiting for some speaker notes to show up. Otherwise, I'll have to wing it and look behind me. Oh, look, I can see something here. All right, so I see some folks in the audience I've worked with in the past. And so I just want to be clear up front. I'm going to take credit for everybody's work and make it seem like I did all the right things. So this is it's a talk about stepping stones, and not milestones. Very buzzwordy, but I'll try to make this pretty actual straightforward and not kind of vague. So I want to start with the mythology of the perfect project, which, by the way, is something that doesn't exist. But I've been fortunate enough to work on some very large projects, things like Sarah just mentioned, like building the kind of multi-exabyte distributed storage system at Dropbox. This is a system of about 1 million hard drives, and moving the company off AWS S3. I think that was the largest ever data migration in history. Stuff like multi-homing the company, so that we can shut down the entire West Coast in the middle of the day and have the company keep running seamlessly with no downtime. And these are projects that had just like at a certain point 0 room for error. Once you have multi-$100 million invested in projects, and if they go wrong, it's kind of the end of the company. These are projects that have to go well. And so it's tempting to celebrate these projects and say, these are great projects to look at as examples, but I think they're actually terrible role models, because how these products look from afar is very different from how they actually worked, because they appeared very high risk. And it appeared like we knew what we were doing, and we absolutely did not know what we were doing, right? And I think there's a lot of lessons I've seen engineers take from these products that I think are real anti-lessons. And one of the conclusions is the team were like these geniuses that sat down and planned out this perfect trajectory and foresaw all these corner cases and delivered on these multi-year projects that just kind of looked like they delivered on the dime and everything was perfect. And that is very discouraging because it's impossible. And it's useless because you can't do it. And the other thing sometimes I see is they say maybe there's some nepotism going on. Why does this team get to do this big risky project that I don't? Right? Isn't this a big cavalier project? And that's also not very instructive, because it's missing the point. And so these faulty observations can lead to 2 failure modes that I've seen happen quite a lot. And one is the never-ending plan. And I'm not going to give concrete examples for these 2 because I don't want to trash talk anyone's projects, but you've probably seen this happen before. And the never-ending plan is a team of engineers who sit there and spend their whole life in design documents. Right? They're iterating over and over again in design docs. Everyone becomes a world expert, shutting people's ideas down, debating every detail, which, by the way, is not at all fun and is totally discouraging. And if his teams ever get anything done, you'll find that progress, early progress, kind of starts to slow down. Right? People get less and less done because they're always worrying, am I doing the right thing? And they're probably not doing the right thing. It's very hard to be doing the right thing in a complex project. Right? Because you're trying to be perfect in a domain where perfection is impossible. And the second failure mode is this confident road to nowhere, right? This is the team that's like, just trust us, we got this. Like, just let us do this thing. And you'll recognize this team because they like to think that everyone else is an idiot, right? That team, they're idiots, they don't get it, right? Or management have no idea what's going on, right? And they have a kind of acrimonious relationship with everybody else. But the project just plows ahead. Every other team gets stalled, they all get pissed off, and eventually the project gets shut down with nothing to show for it. These are both disasters, and I try to think of why do these happen? Because I like to think that engineers are smart, well-intentioned people. So why do smart, well-intentioned people approach products in ways that don't make sense? And I think it's because of a natural extension of how we operate as engineers, right? We're allergic to uncertainty. We like kind of doing things perfectly. We like math. We like, accurate results, and we like being evaluated, and we like getting a gold star and being patted on the head. And this is kind of how things operate when you're a junior engineer. You get a task and you nail it, and someone says you're awesome, right? But as a senior engineer, this is very different to how things work. As a senior engineer, you have to deal with the concept of uncertainty. And there's a shift, not just in the magnitude of how you work, because actually you probably become worse at programming when you get more senior, but there's a shift in the nature of how you work. You do different kinds of work, and you do work that involves uncertainty. It's one of the most difficult concepts for an engineer to get comfortable with. So this is a quote about unknown unknowns, and it sounds like a tongue twister. It sounds very silly, and it's by Donald Rumsfeld. So just ignore the context, but it's a very important quote, and I'm going to read it out, right? It says, as we know, there are known knowns. They're the things that we know we know. We also know there are unknown unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things we do not know, but there are also unknown unknowns, the ones we don't know, right? And I remember this quote. I remember everyone laughing at it. The context was weird, right? But I think this is really important to know when you think about engineering, right? So what's a known known? Just something you got to do. I got to implement an API for login. Just go do it. Put it on the task list. That's a known known. What's a known unknown? I don't know, we have to pick an auth provider, we have to find a database, we have to sort out how we're going to store that thing, right? We don't know how we're going to do it, but we know that problem's going to happen. We're going to run into it. But the thing that characterizes difficult engineering projects is unknown unknowns. It's the stuff you don't know in advance that you don't know. It's discovering that the big cluster of SSDs you deployed to be a write-ahead cache is failing because you didn't think through the write cycles properly and it's all falling apart. Or you have to re-architect your data center topology because of congestion. Or a new competitor shows up and you have to pivot. Right? These are the things you don't see coming, and this is what really typifies engineering projects. And critically, you can't think your way through finding unknown unknowns. You can't sit down and stare at a blank piece of paper and argue in a document and surface these things. You have to go find them, right? So let's talk about how project management usually works. We've probably all seen these projects with milestones M1, M2A, M2B, and M3, right? And I guess these are kind of somewhat useful for tracking progress, but otherwise they're relatively useless because they don't teach us anything, right? So they're not motivating. No one gets excited about shipping milestone M2A. There's no big, wow, we shipped M2A, awesome, right? And they generally don't deliver concrete business value, right? If we get to M2B, can we stop and call the project a success? Probably not, right? And they don't teach us anything. So M1 doesn't really teach us much about what we need to do for M2A, right? So how can we do better? So this is a diagram of what engineers want the world to look like. You have a starting point, you have an end goal, you plan out a bunch of tasks along the way, you do them in order, and then you ship the project and we all get promoted, right? I don't think I've ever seen this happen in any interesting project, right? It happens in easy projects, but who cares, right? This is how the real world works. And this is very managerial and buzzwordy because it says the cone of strategy on this, right? But I'll ask you to take a look at this diagram, right? So what's different about this? So end goals is a big vague cloud of things we might do. Generally, you don't know what the end goal is going to be. There could be a couple of end goals, right? The end goal might be, I don't know, build a storage system or write a distributed database or have a successful logging platform or build an exception tracking company, right? You don't know exactly what that's going to look like in advance. You have a starting point, and you have a set of steps along the way, but it's a meandering path towards success, right? Each step has to be roughly directionally aligned with the strategy, but you're going to change direction each step along the way. And the real key here is when you get to a certain point in this trajectory, the world changes. And this sounds ridiculous thing to say, but your brain changes. When you've delivered an incremental solution to a problem, there was 1,000 options in your head at the start, and now there's 17 options for next steps, and everything seems much more tractable psychologically. So I'm calling the points in this diagram stepping stones. It's my buzzword of the day. It sounds a bit gratuitous, but the point here is that a stepping stone is a vantage point, right? Stepping stone is a point where unknown unknowns are surfaced and eliminated, and progress improves, and your mental model clarifies, and everything feels more tractable. So let's define a stepping stone more concretely. So stepping stones are a concrete, cohesive deliverable. They involve shipping something, delivering something, right? It might be a system that works on a single node instead of a cluster. It might be a database that's entirely in memory, right? It might be something that works as long as nothing fails, right? It should deliver real incremental value, right? So if this company decides to pull the plug on the project and all you're left with is the stepping stones, they should be worth something, right? One example for building the storage system at Dropbox was everyone was telling me when Amazon built S3, they used this big distributed data structure called a Patricia trie. And you absolutely knew this need to build this custom distributed data structure indexing to the storage system. And we were like, well, why don't we just use MySQL and see what happens, right? And guess what? We never changed it. It's still running on MySQL, the index, right? So it's a simplified version that is legitimate in its own right. A stepping stone should exist within the cone of strategy. I see Andrew Fong already laughing at me, but it's gotta exist in this cone. It should be directionally aligned. What does that mean? Well, if you spend a bunch of time building a cluster management system and then just move everything to AWS Lambda, I think you stepped in the wrong direction. You built something useless, right? That wasn't directionally aligned. But if you build a prototype in Python first, and then you're like, cool, I think this works, I think the API is pretty good, let's rewrite it in Rust or Go, that feels directionally aligned to me, right? It should be a step towards the goal. And importantly, stepping stones should cover unknown unknowns. They should allow us to learn something. So we could build a basic prototype to see if other teams can use our APIs or if customers like it. We could build a non-scalable solution first and then see where it breaks and then optimize the things that do, right? We can build a single-threaded version of some code and see if downstream services can handle the load. So by building smaller incremental deliverables, right, it uncovers unexpected outcomes along the way and allows us to clarify this mental model. Personally, I find, and I'm guessing you find this too, this is a limit to how many problems I can keep in my head at one period of time. There's like two different types of things in your head. There's like the working set of all these worries that are floating around. And every now and then you take 7 of those worries and compress them down to one little solution. And then all of a sudden you've got more space inside your head. Right? I think this is the only way that you can handle these big projects. So what can we actually do with stepping stones? I'm going to give some examples that are hopefully relevant. So the first one is this issue of pressure from management. This is a VP breathing down your neck and saying, you know, why isn't this product shipping? Why do you need more resources? Well, the resources means people, by the way. I don't know if you know, it's a code word. And oftentimes I see engineers getting annoyed about this and thinking management are idiots, right? But you got to put yourself in their head. They have accountability too. They have responsibilities too. They've got to deliver to the company, right? So instead of you know, telling everyone to like hold their breath and cross their fingers, just scope the project into a set of stepping stones, right? Convince the company that you're going to deliver incremental value along the way. And if you don't deliver on the final outcome, at least you'll have something partial done, and show them that there'll be an ability along the way to evaluate progress. There's a lot of examples I can give. There's one example was multi-homing Dropbox, which is a product that had failed twice at least beforehand. And so we wanted to do it a third time and say, we're actually going to do this project. And we didn't go to the company and say, give us all this money and distract the entire engineering team and just trust us. Right? We broke this product down into a set of incremental deliverables that gave confidence. Right? So the first one was rewriting service discovery, so it was agnostic to region. Right? And then we decoupled services that had synchronous requests between them. And then we changed how database replication worked, and we added consistent caching. And there's all these deliverables on the way that actually advanced the company, but also stepped us towards an actual solution that we needed to get to. A web of dependencies, you've seen this before. It's an increasingly complex set of other teams that depend on this product to ship before their work can get done. I've been on the receiving end of this. It sucks when you're the tech lead of a team, you're trying to get something done, and every day there's another tech lead or another PM breathing down your neck about needing to do this dependency for them, right? So the obvious solution generally here is just to build the API first, right? If someone needs some implementation, just say you're doing a big rewrite and you need to change the API, just do the API first, right? And fake it on the back end. Unblock them, right? And then go and do it properly. Oftentimes you can find this works. Or the classic case of an engineer that wants to over-optimize. Or this maybe is you. Maybe you have a devil on your shoulder trying to get you to over-optimize. And there's countless times I've had someone tell me we absolutely have to build this like lock-free concurrent data structure in assembly code, or there's no way we can do this project, right? And it's very hard to tell someone no, because I don't actually know if they're wrong. Maybe we do need to do this thing. Maybe we need to build this advanced data structure, right? But what I can tell that person is, hey, why don't we just do that later, right? Why don't we do the basic thing first? There's so many examples at Convex where we just ship something really simple that uses like an n-squared algorithm or just stores data in a hash table, and later on, we can add the optimization when we need to, right? Oftentimes, you'll find that you'll never need the optimization at all. And if you do, at least you've learned why you need it along the way, right? Optimizing early on is almost always a bad idea. Or time to cut and run, right? Has the product run its course? Are we running out of resources? That word again. Do people need to go work on other things? Have priorities shifted at the company? you better hope you have some incremental progress. Because almost all products I've seen have never really finished. It's very rare you see a product actually finish in terms of like, you write this big plan of what you want to do, and at the end, all that stuff is done, right? Generally, you stop like 3/4 of the way in, and you say it's good enough, right? Let's go focus on something else, right? And so you better hope you structure that product in such a way that, 18 months in, you've got something to show for it. Because I have seen the contrary many times of teams that spend 2 years, we kill the product, and there's nothing left. And that's really sad. Or what if the team's struggling to be motivated, or you're struggling to be motivated? This happens to me a lot, right? Sometimes if I'm working on a long product and I see no progress in sight, I slow down. I don't feel like coming to work. I don't really know what's going on inside my head, but I'm like, well, I feel grumpy right now, right? And oftentimes this is just because you're not shipping stuff. You haven't got that serotonin rush of actually delivering anything, right? So you've got to break products down into like bite-sized chunks that actually deliver something. So I have a startup right now. We have a great platform. It's convex.dev. You should go use it. It'll solve all your problems. But we have a lot more features we need to build, right? And if I told all the employees to hold their breath and while we build a distributed database, et cetera, they're going to be really unhappy and we're going to learn nothing. But instead, we ship a new feature basically every week. And sometimes, instead of shipping a feature, we just put out some docs on how to solve that problem with a third party. Right? Hey, just use Amazon S3 for your blob storage, and this is how to do it with Convex, right? And that sometimes just solves the problem, right? But that means we can put stuff out there, even if we solve it in a hacky way, get customer feedback, and it feels good. It feels really exciting to have people using your stuff. It doesn't feel good at all to hit an arbitrary milestone. It feels awesome when someone's on Discord saying they're using your stuff. And lastly, what if you don't know what you're doing? Because you probably don't. I don't know what I'm doing, right? There's examples in like this Dropbox storage system where we use this custom designed Van der Mon matrix for erasure coding that took into consideration like the network bandwidth and the cost of the network cards and the cost of hard drives and optimized these for reconstruction. And it was really advanced stuff. And I can promise you, we weren't thinking about linear algebra when we first started the project, right? We just build the basic thing that just replicated data inefficiently and worry about this way later on. So don't be ashamed of doing the simple thing. This is just how projects work. No one knows in advance. But there's a dark side of stepping stones. I just want to acknowledge, right? You could waste time building useless stuff, right? If it's going to take you a week to do it, just do the damn thing. Don't break it down into stepping stones, right? These are not stepping pebbles or stepping sand, right? Just go do something and stop talking about it, right? This is for long-term things, right? You don't need 3 Jira tasks for a project that's going to take you 1 afternoon, right? So don't be timid. Don't just go through the motions on this stuff. Just, be actual intentional. You can get stuck in a local maxima. Sometimes, very occasionally, you have to take a big risk and just make some big, massive change. This is usually when like a big system rewrite happens. Someone says, hey, we're going to rewrite this whole thing from scratch. And mostly that doesn't work. Most of those projects fail. But sometimes you got to do it. But when you do it, you got to accept the risk. Generally, you see this happen at big companies like Google, where they just have a lot of engineers and they can afford to waste some engineering time, right? Usually, you have multiple groups doing the same thing, and maybe one will succeed. Who cares? And it's not an excuse to move without thinking, right? This is not like just plow blindly ahead and do some things. You got to think about the stepping stones as a flow, right? What things are you going to deliver in order? What do we think we're going to learn about them, about the system as we go? Right? Be very intentional, but be open-minded along the way, right? The last point I want to make here is the essence of stepping stones is that you're going to change direction slightly as you go. And if you overcomplicate things and you build sophisticated systems, you will not be able to do that, right? The essence of good systems design is simplicity. It's a very big topic. It's very hard to describe in one slide, right? But do everything you can to write as little code as possible. Have the cleanest APIs as possible. Use as many third-party systems as you can, right? Solve as few problems as you possibly can, because if you over-deliver early in a project, you will never be able to change direction and you end up building the wrong thing. So that's stepping stones. It's a simple idea. It's one thing that's helped me a lot in the projects that I've worked on. So embrace uncertainty. Structure projects around uncovering unknown unknowns and develop an ability to break big projects down into independently valuable stepping stones. Here we go. Thank you.
So if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. And we're also asking on Discord. So if you're on Discord, please feel free to ask questions. I am ready to read them. James, thank you so much. As if we planned it, I think that you reiterated a lot of the things that was said in, for example, the WTF panel about simplicity and making sure that you're making decisions for the site that you can see, knowing that there might need to be changes in the future.
I was just having conversations before this talk about the exact same topic. So I was like, awesome. I
Exactly.
question in the back though.
Beautiful, beautiful. So if we can get a mic over towards the back. I was going to do a quick update too if the mic's not, there we go. Okay, mic is there.
So, how do you measure simplicity so you know you're not building something complex?
Yeah, I've got a whole talk where I complain about data-driven decision-making. And why I do that is because if everything is data-driven, you're implicitly devaluing the immeasurable, right? So if you focus on just like lines, if I gave you a formula based on lines of code, you would devalue the immeasurable stuff. And the immeasurable thing is just how do you feel about it, right? And this is happening Convex, my company, right? Our initial marketing message, it was a little bit too sophisticated, a little bit too complicated. It was quite hard to understand because the shape it inhabited in people's minds it wasn't convex, right? It was a little bit too complicated, right? So this is really hand wavy, but it has to occupy a very simple shape in your head, right? And so simple APIs tend to have short names for function signatures, right? They tend to be, the functions are named as verbs, right? The system's designed thinking about states, which are nouns. There's a lot of things that go into simplicity, but it has to be about things should not have corner cases. There shouldn't be side effects. It should be very clean abstractions, and you should be able to understand every API or every library call with like one sentence of explanation for what happens and not a paragraph.
Yep. The point on the immeasurable, like how you feel. I think that it was Divya that brought that up a little bit in the panel of like, you might have chosen some set of frameworks or tool set for your team, but if all of the engineers are doing something else, like it's not something that you can necessarily just measure with data. Like
yeah, I mean, I've had debates before about what distributed database to choose for a company, right? And people arguing what we should do is just try 6 of them and see which has the highest throughput or lowest latency. This is not how you make a decision like that.
Yeah.
It's a multivariate decision that involves a lot of factors, right? And you're selling yourself short by just trying to focus on the real basic stuff and not the complex stuff, right? Use the wholeness and fullness of your mental capacities to make this, and your taste and your gut to make these decisions.
Yeah, it's true. And be okay with making new decisions.
Yeah, take a risk and fail.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Awesome talk, by the way. Thank you. So I'm just curious if you've kind of used like outcomes as part of this process, because that's something that I'm working on with the teams that I lead to kind of really think through, okay, here are our milestones and here are the outcomes. So this is when we know we've successfully reached this milestone, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, how is that kind of part of this loop that you've been describing?
I mean, I agree, but the way I would frame it is like, what's the point, right? Like if we do something, what's the point of doing it unless there's an outcome, you know? So it's like, does this thing have value or does it not have value, right? Like, oh, hey, I refactored this system. What do we get out of this? Is it easy to use? Is it faster? Is it this or that? And that's the outcome, right? So when you're defining the value of a deliverable, it should be defined in the form of the value or the outcome to the organization. We're doing this because it's easier to use. We're doing this because it's faster. We're doing this because it's more reliable. Not doing this because, hey, it was fun to build, right? Or it was a cool engineering project. Yeah.
Last question. Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry. Eli first. Go ahead. And then we'll do you.
How do you know you're in a local maxima?
Say it again?
How do you know you're in a local maxima?
How do you know you're in a local maxima, right? So you can, if you get too incremental on this stuff, you will just end up doing like too modest things. If you go too safe, you're going to end up doing boring stuff and you're not going to innovate, right? So you have to give yourself the freedom to take some risks every now and then, right? How I feel is if you keep everything else simple, right, there's room to take a risk, right? If you understand your system's reliable, there's room to add this new crazy feature. And it's a longer answer. I think if you're a tech lead, you need to keep space in your, and not take on so many projects such that you don't have a few hours a week to sit down and think, why are we here? What the hell are we doing? Is this good enough? Like, and you have to kind of pressure test what you've done, what you're doing now versus why we even exist. It's really easy to tunnel vision your way into just going through the motions. And so, yeah, again, it's a gut feel, but I think it's almost every now and then you make a thought experiment. Every now and then you say, if we hadn't done any of these things right now, if we had none of these constraints, if it was a perfect world with infinite resources, what would we do? And then you just compare what would the infinite team with 1 million people and bajillion dollars do compared to what we're doing now, and use that as a metric to see how big, how we make good decisions. Yeah.
In the planning phase of a large project, what frameworks or techniques do you use to like fully digest known knowns, known unknowns without being stuck in like analysis paralysis?
Yeah, so you cannot surface unknown unknowns. And so I think about it in terms of macro deliverables that have some value and some path to get there, right? But accept and keep buffer in there that we're going to screw it up along the way, right? This is not quite an answer to your question, right? So you might say, cool, if we're just like ignoring the unknown unknowns, aren't we going to take longer to do projects because we have to add buffer into every step to change direction? My experience is that's not the case, because my experience is people do way more work on projects that look like this. Like, because engineering output is so malleable. There's at least a 10x difference in output between a motivated team and an unmotivated team. And when doing some of this work, I was doing 16-hour days just because I wanted to. That's not a good idea, right? And so I think you got to add that buffer. You got to use your gut, come up with the outcomes, and then just trust that if each step is exciting enough and concrete enough, that people will just throw down and make sure the product actually delivers basically as fast as if you just charted it. If you had, I guess my point is, if you were an Oracle and you knew everything on the way, and you tried to go straight line path to success, I'm going to bet you go faster doing it instead of stepping stones, just because it's more fun. Yeah.
Thank you, James.
All right, thank you.
All right. So next up, we have our Shit Happens panel. What is this panel? If the panelists want to come on up, I'm going to introduce each of you. I'm going to read your introductions because each of you wrote really stunning introductions that I just want to read verbatim. This panel is really all about what happens, like, shit happens. It happens, and everyone on this panel has a different perspective of how they experienced that shit. So first we have Sachin from Cloudflare. Sachin has been breaking things and figuring out what makes them tick for over a decade now. He loves outdoor adventure and once helped debug a production issue for the mountains of Peru in a hut. Jordan is an OSS maintainer, not satisfied with merely causing problems for one company. Jordan has been making mistakes in JavaScript itself since 2014 and can take down hundreds of millions of build systems by publishing a single innocuous code change to NPM. We've got Jewel. Jewel has been shitposting and sad tweeting her way to a comfortable tech career over a decade in community consumer product engineering as a software engineer, manager, and all the hats startupper. She hasn't accidentally taken down production in a whole month, mostly thanks to PTO. And then finally, we have Andrew. Andrew has been involved in a large-scale infrastructure for over 20 years. He may or may not have caused sites like AOL, YouTube, and Dropbox outages on sites like AOL, YouTube, and Dropbox. Now he's working on making the cloud a little less shit for all of us. All right, hang on. I just locked my phone, and with this mask, I don't have Face ID for my first question. Truly, this panel was the inception of this whole conference. As I mentioned at the beginning, I really want to talk about how this is hard and shit happens, and I don't want you all to walk away super depressed, but this is that panel that I was very excited to have for this conference. So rather than just like a set of questions, I kind of want to treat this a little bit like a story time and let each of you tell a little bit about a time when you had that oh shit moment. We've all had them, whether it was something as simple as I accidentally just rm-rf an entire folder in school, or I took down AOL, YouTube, and Dropbox. We've all had them. And so I want to ask you all, maybe whoever wants to go first, one of your biggest or just most emotional, I don't know, what do you all want to hear? The biggest, most newsworthy, the one no one heard about? Oh shit moment.
I guess I can go
Let's
first.
do
So
it.
I can talk about, James just talked a lot about Dropbox. So I'm not gonna, I'll go to YouTube. This is probably 2010. I think at that point, YouTube probably had somewhere between 10 and 15 billion views a day, which is like an extremely large number even then. And we were going from Python 2.4 to Python 2.6. This is like that era. I drew the unlucky straw of doing the upgrade on YouTube that night, which was about probably at the time, like maybe only 3,000 web servers. And the way this upgrade was going to happen is, who's familiar with NetScalers? Anybody here familiar with NetScalers? I'm guessing the Cloudflare guys are, yes. And so think of them as like ALBs or ELBs, but they're actually hardware devices. And the way they work is you can have a health check that you're checking on your web server to see if it's up. We had a single file on every server that we checked to validate it was up. It was called in.txt. You took it out by moving that file to in-your username.txt, and then you did whatever you're going to do, and then you're going to put the server back in production by moving it back in. So I had a for loop going across every server. No deployment systems, nothing like Kubernetes, nothing like that exists, right? So this is all shell scripts. And so I'm running a for loop that's just like for in servers at YouTube. Do this, move the file, run. Also, no package management back then. This command called ncap, the system called ncap, epackage, to install Python, and then restart the web server, and then put the file back. Well, I didn't put the file back correctly because I had a typo in my username for like the move back, and I just like was running this for loop, like thousands of these, so I'm just like trying to like keep up with it. And somebody pings me an hour later saying, hey, YouTube is down. I'm like, what the hell is happening here? Like everything should be going back in, this should be working. And then I realized that like, well, it's not failing silently. It's just like, just moving it and failing and just like moving on with its life. So I ended up taking down like 90% of the capacity, and like the last 10% of these like 4 little web servers are trying to like keep YouTube up. That's probably the largest, that was the last time I directly did something. Then moved into management Dropbox because of that probably. So that's kind of my biggest outage I've caused in the last like decade.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah, I'll go next. So Cloudflare was trying to do all of this work to give developers the ability to sort of preview their work and spin up these sandbox environments and things like that. Super awesome technology, all the things that we've been talking about, trying to, ease of releases, ease of testing, deployment. Awesome, great. Well, so there was a developer who was working on some code locally, and this system was designed to run in CI, but it didn't disallow you from running it locally. Now, new technology, you can't really blame a dev for not really knowing how to use it. So this dev sort of spins up their dev thing, and they're like, oh, cool, I can kind of spin up this sandbox environment, and kind of assuming that it's going to run in CI, guess which environment it decided to run when it was in CI? It was production. So suddenly, across Cloudflare, we kind of saw the website having random development code with hello, debug, testing, and things like that. And so we're like, well, what is happening right now? This is really random and weird. And so that's when we figure out, oh no, someone's using this. That's the oh shit moment. Like, oh, we need to find out where this is happening, and then from there, try and fix the thing. And this was probably one of the worst moments of my professional life, is when I had to basically SSH into a production box, read a bunch of minified JavaScript, compare it to this person's source code, try and figure out kind of what changed, and then comment out all of the lines in production to try and figure out how we can bring this back. Because, redeploying this took a while, and bringing the website back online was sort of the most important thing to do. And we got back online. I didn't further break everything. I felt tremendously horrible after doing that, but everything was okay. My manager took me out for a drink, and we just sat down and had a conversation after that. But that was definitely one of the times where I was like, "Oh shit! Like this is not great." Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Impressive though that you went through all that minified JavaScript and found it. Jordan or Jewel?
Yeah, so I've been working in consumer product engineering for years, but ads engineering I kind of stumbled into by accident when I lost the company $20,000 in one day. And this was about 8 years ago at Imgur, if you have never said it out loud. It's actually Imgur. And this is before we had integrated Sentry. So I messed up some JavaScript code. Nobody was dogfooding the particular page that I broke it on. Turns out this is one of our kind of higher traffic pages, and the JavaScript blocked the ad sidebar unit from loading. No user is going to report that the ads unit isn't loading. But the ads engineering department is like, where'd that $20,000 go from yesterday? Does anybody know? Does anyone? And somebody dug in and the blameless postmortem. They're like, yeah, so this commit, we're not going to say who because it's a blameless postmortem. Well, this commit broke it so that, we're not loading the ads unit. And also we ran the numbers and yeah, that's $20,000 error. And I'm like, I didn't know the value of my time. I definitely didn't know the value of my errors. So, yeah, so that was a fun revert.
I feel like I need a sticker that says, I know the value of my errors or something. Jordan?
So let's see, probably my first major one of these moments was back in 2009. My startup at the time was running a URL shortener, and I was loaded up the MySQL console in production, as I did at the time, because why not? And I was trying to delete a certain couple rows out of it, and I typed my statement and I hit enter, and I noticed it hanging there for a second.
Oh, no.
I had, of course, forgotten my where clause.
Oh, no.
And I hit Control C as fast as I could. I had ended up deleting about 40% of all of the link redirections out of the database, and I had no backups. So I had to manually look at the access logs for the previous 6 months and try to reconstruct all the URLs I had destroyed. I'm pretty sure some of them are permanently gone, and this domain is long since retired, but it was a very panicky moment for me. After that, I set up automated backups, and so that even if I did do this again, I would be able to restore it with a lot less work.
Yeah. I feel like we need to now do like a poll in Discord. Who wins the biggest oh shit moment? So, we've all encountered them. Very stressful. Maybe lots of time to fix them, maybe not as much time. But in prep for this conference, Sachin and I were chatting, and you had some interesting, very useful ways of trying to remain calm. I'm wondering if maybe you can share that, and then if anyone else on the panel has ways that they try to remain calm or just don't.
Yeah, so it all starts out with me getting tricked into going technical diving to Mexico. So two of my mentors, Zach and Leo, basically, called me over to Mexico, and they're like, hey, come diving with us. Turns out it's like technical cave diving, and probably some of the hardest thing that I've done mentally, physically. It was very stressful and stress-inducing. And water is an inherently unstable environment. And the moment you try to, do one other thing. So actually, my first exercise was my instructor just came and gave me a weight and left me there, and I was freaking out because the weight changes your buoyancy, you can't breathe right, and then he would come and take away the weight, and then I'm shooting up to the surface. So it's inherently unstable, and it's your job to kind of try and control that. So got out of Mexico, came back, and I realized that they teach you a few principles, and incidents and when things break feel very similar to that situation when you feel like you're going to die and you're like, oh my God, I hate everything, I'm going to die. And especially if you're the person that broke the thing. Um, in reality, I'm still alive. I haven't died from an incident yet, so fingers crossed that keeps happening. Uh, but the tools that they taught me for diving and technical diving were really useful to reapply during the incident process. And so the three things that I generally use is first is just breathing. And you just take a second and you breathe. And the moment you realize that you can breathe and you're alive, everything else feels less important and everything else feels kind of okay. And it seems simple, but it's something we often forget to do in an incident where you rush into it and you're like, everything's broken. Oh my God, how do I fix this? And then you're like breathing really heavily, and that the feeling where your cheeks get hot and your ears are hot, and everyone's felt that, and that's kind of what happens. And breathing helps. One of the other things I do is I make tea, and Shannon, my partner, helps me, step away, make tea, and we just have a really quick conversation and breathe and just calm down before, especially if it's a long haul incident. The second sort of tool that they teach you is a checklist. And so you run through your simple checklists of breathing, buoyancy, and so on and so forth. And if you can get through that checklist, you're like, okay, I can progressively make harder and harder choices because I know my base level things have been covered. And so translating that out into incidents, usually it's, can we reproduce the issue? Is it an active issue? What went out where we were good and now we're not good? And so breaking it down into those small questions and having that checklist and just immediately running through that saves you a lot of time and mental energy and not having to like freak out. And then the last thing is just sort of personally, it's helped me and helped most of my engineering org is you assume good intentions all the time. And you truly believe that people did the best that they could with the tools that they had at the time. And the incident is about the thing that broke, not the person that broke it. And so if you just keep drilling that into your brain, when you get into this incident, everyone is just hyper focused on, okay, what's the thing that needs to get fixed versus who broke the thing, like what, like which team do we need to go to? And it's like, no, it doesn't matter. Let's just fix the thing that's broken. So I hope that's useful. But the three things: just basically breathe, have some sort of ritual, have a checklist, and then share your checklist with other people if it helps your team and stuff too. And assume good intentions. Yeah.
I appreciate that, run book, checklists, these things have come up a lot. This is something that's true with pilots too, right? Like they have a very specific checklist and another person to talk through it with them because they're in high stakes situations. Yeah, Jordan.
Yeah, I really like the what you just said. The breathing thing in particular. It's remarkable how much I've personally forgotten to breathe in situations, even though that's like the thing I need to do to live. The experiences that reminded me of while you were speaking are the times I've been in potentially bad car accidents. And also, I used to do social work at a group home here in San Francisco. And when you have a teenager yelling at you and throwing things, like, and then to a different degree, my own children, it's I've found that it's helpful to kind of go into like a triage mode of like, take a breath and then focus on what is actually the most important right now. It's not like punishing a child or like, which car insurance company do I have? It's, how do I get the car into a safe place? How do I make sure that the child isn't going to hurt themselves or another person? Like, ignore the fact that they're just destroying property. Is like, there any, physical danger? Like, I have to kind of aggressively triage those things and keep my own ego and perspective out of it. And that's not an easy thing to do, and I fail at that a lot. But when I'm in a tech incident, it helps me put it in perspective to think about all of those times when it was like really a problem and how this is just like a line item on somebody's balance sheet
Yeah.
or, a conversation I'll have to have with my manager. But it's like, in the scheme of things, it's not that big a deal. And I think all of those scenarios kind of overlap in how that in that it's useful in all of them to take a moment, center myself and breathe, and then like figure out what I actually need to focus on first.
It's interesting that the same theme from the WTF panel where we were talking about making choices before, right? Like what frameworks, what tools to make, the same types of things have been coming up, right? It's get your ego out of the way and don't focus on the who, focus on the why or the what, right? And so it's as if we planned these things. No, but truly, the panels shouldn't be so planned, right? And so it really is just showing you that that leaders in engineering are thinking about the same thing, whether we're thinking about it from the perspective of let's get started to, oh my God, something horrible is happening. Joel or Andrew, do you have any ways of staying calm?
So I'll offer, like, I think we can talk like what as the engineer. So the last 10 plus years, I manage large orgs. And so like, there's like a very different art when you're on the receiving end of it, right? Like, and so I think that that's also, I really appreciate like how they're framing it, because for me, the biggest part was like not getting involved. And so I think that's actually, if there's managers in the room, right? Like, I actually think it's very important to, you can't do anything at that point in time. I think of it as like if I'm a coach and I'm playing a sport and I feel that the team, if I get involved, I can't run onto the field and try to play the game for them. And so for me, like I try to think of it as like, what's the environment I'm creating before that, so that when they're out there playing this game, they know the rules, they have the checklist, they're practicing the checklist, and everything I have to do is before that. So I take solace in that, like if I've done my job well, everything else that they possibly could happen, like they're going to play the game and the game's going to come out the way the game's going to come out. There's nothing I can do in that moment to change the outcome of that game. All I can do is like look forward ahead at that. And so I just tend to think about it as, how can I be supportive to the team at that point? And how do I get out of their way? And how do I make sure the rest of the leadership team stays out of their way as well?
I appreciate that everyone has brought in topics from non-engineering related things, life experiences, right? And I think it's important to remember that like our jobs are not unique life experiences. Joel?
Yeah, so I will talk about this for hours. Happy hours at 4 p.m. All of this is amazing. And one of the particular checklists that I really love is the HALT framework. So that's, you're panicking, shit's going wrong, check yourself. Are you hungry? Are you angry? Are you lonely? Or are you tired? So these are like 4 quick things. You can just be like, do I need to take a nap? Do I need a Snickers bar? Do I need somebody to help me out? Do I need a hug? Do I need to go like practice a ritual with my partner? Or am I just really pissed off at this bug? I just need to take a minute to just sit down and breathe. So this is really good for in the moment, but you can use this framework for various scopes, various levels, where like if you're the manager or you're the director or you're the exec, what's your responsibility? Your responsibility is not to go and play on the field. Your responsibility is to prepare, so line manager, you prepare your team to be ready to respond to stuff. You run fire drills, you get people like running deploys all the time, whatever. If you're the director, it's you're prepping longer term. You're like 3 months out. Okay, let's build fallback plans where it's like, all right, we're gonna get 2 weeks into this plan. We're gonna have like our second thing where it's like, oh, we have some long range incident. What's our fallback? And exec level, it's like, okay, we're thinking like a year ahead. If we're gonna run out of money, what's the fallback plan then? How do we make sure that we don't go hungry? So a lot of this is like the farther out you get from being the initial incident commander, it's being the planning ahead. And you can do that for yourself too, where it's like, make sure you got a Snickers in your pocket. Make sure that like you go home at 5 p.m. if you're working a 9 to 5. If you're working night shift, go wake up in the morning, like, or wake up in, your morning. So it's like, yeah, balance out everything and just prep to be able to take care of yourself. And this is like, because incident response is like, as a person with ADHD, I will panic and I will try to solve everything. And it's like, no, I got to figure out what can I do? What should I do? And should I take a nap really quick?
We have some questions on the Discord.
Well, I just
Go
want
ahead,
to add
yeah.
to the what can I do, what should I do? There's a mindfulness perspective that I've heard in different contexts is about evaluating what you're about to do is this useful? Like, and also evaluating your feelings, like, or your reactions to what someone says. And I think that that's proven really helpful for me to apply in these kinds of situations.
I think that the folks on Discord are a little suspicious. They're wondering how we're all so perfect at just like knowing how to stay calm and zen and knowing what to do. But truly, like, one of the questions from Princess Marcia is, why calm down? Why not use that adrenaline rush to get you through fixing that incident?
I think there is a time and place for it. Like, I definitely think that you should not like, if you can channel it and you can find a way to use it, you should. I think that, I'm trying to think of a thoughtful way to frame this. You're in wartime at that stage, right? Like, you should accept, like, and Ben Harwood says, like, the wartime peacetime article, if anyone has ever read that, right? Like, it is wartime, right? Like, you do need to change the rules of engagement. Like, if you think that it's the same rules of like, let's go get an OKR list, let's go do this planning, it's not. Like, I've dealt with like very large codes reds that last for like multiple weeks to months on a storage system James may, or if he's still around, may or may not have built, where like massive corruption, and we're not going to have hard drives, and we're moving them around on pallets between data centers. And yeah, like, there's not, the niceties do go out the window in some sense, and there is an element of like, no, we're going to do this now, and I'm in charge, and you're going to do this thing, and like, that's the end of the story. And like, you have to assume positive intent, but you know, we have to be candid, and we have to actually move it forward. So I do think that it's like, it's just like Zen, but it's, you have to move the ball forward.
I give myself I make the decision.
Yeah, you make the decision.
I'm going to make the decision for this time period to be, Jewel.
So it's about making decisions. If you are like berserking, if you are like, I'm going to get this, like, there's a car coming towards me, I'm going to run out of the way. Great, get out of the way. But if we're working with really complex systems in software engineering, we're working with like huge knowledge management problems, we're working big teams, you can't just be running around bashing everything. You have to be making smart decisions. And if you're panicking, you're going to make very bad decisions, and you're going to drown, and you're going to take your team down with you. If you're scuba diving, you will die, and your tender will die with you. And in software, the stakes are a little bit lower unless you're working in mission critical software like NASA. I used to work at Epic Medical Records. Our onboarding was, here's stories about ways that we've literally killed people. Don't do that. And if you're dealing with an incident, stay calm. And that's how we're going to get everybody out together.
The other answer I would have to that is, that's not what adrenaline's for. Adrenaline is something we evolved to do to run away from bears. I mean, our bodies aren't built to sit down all day long. They're not built to use computers. They're not built to think about complex problems. They're built to like stay alive and reproduce. And the fact that we have this evolutionary response, if you can channel it, awesome. Like, repurpose it, great. But that doesn't mean that it's automatically or inherently useful, right? We're just poorly adapted to modern life, and learning how to stay calm and how to manage your kind of reptilian brain, or however you want to describe it, that's part of our like skill set that we all need to develop to function in society.
So I would add one thing to that. I've heard checklists mentioned a couple times, and like if you're running the checklist and you're not making it a stress situation, you're not running the checklist. Like, that's the other part to it, right? It's like, you have to put the stress in the situation. So find a way to make the stakes higher, and keep turning it up until until they can adapt to it. Like, that's something that I learned, that like the tabletop exercise doesn't work well enough. It's like good to like as a thought exercise, but make it real. Have it so they don't know that this is actually a drill at some point, right? When I was at Google, they had like Dirt Week, right? And it's like, they did that. Like, you run the process, you see it, you actually feel it. And I think you want to feel that stress situation, and you have to train the team on it. Like, I think that if you think it's just the checklist and someone's going to pull it out and they're going to do it, like, I'll go back to the sports analogy. An NFL team does not do that, right? In the last 2 minutes of the game, right? They run that drill in practice every week, so they're ready to play that last 2 minutes. And so I think just having checklists isn't enough.
Yeah. I think you're both kind of saying the same thing too, right? Where it's like, have the checklist, it's real. You know, you need to have that high stakes situation so that when it is high stakes, you're not just relying on adrenaline. You're relying on the practice with the adrenaline. Sachin?
So one of the things I think is also courtesy to other people. Because usually when you're in an incident, you're not the only one in an incident, and you could totally hulk out and use all your adrenaline to try and like fix the thing and do all the things and make all the PRs, but you're probably adding more noise and confusion to that situation where people are already freaking out, they're already stressed out. And so when you come into the situation being like, let's go, like let's fix this thing, people are kind of freaked out by that. Whereas if you come in and you're like calm and they're like, well, what's the problem? Where are we at? Like, what's the change? And this, and so you break that problem down. The goal is to kind of channel that adrenaline to kind of get many chunks of it. When you do need to make that PR, when you like do need to run that thing in prod, and you don't miss a where clause by mistake, you're like, oh my God, I didn't hit enter because of all my adrenaline. I caught myself and I added a not to you, but it's just, yeah, it's just as an example. I think it's a courtesy to other people to kind of, you know, show up calm. And it's honestly harder. Like I've done both where I've showed up all hulked out and my manager's DM'd me and he's like, stop floundering. Like, what's up? Like, what, you know, why are you doing so many things? And I'm like, oh yeah, okay, let me breathe. Let me go back to that. And usually solving, like you're saying, these bigger complex systems, like having all these problems, happens better when you're calm and the team is calm and everyone is just chilled out a bit.
And to some points that y'all have made, like probably the more that responsibility you hold, the calmer you should probably be, at least to the people that you're working with. Do we have any questions from the audience in person? If not, we do have another. Okay, yeah.
Andrew said something about the shift between peacetime and wartime and how during an incident, you have to be more prescriptive sometimes. Sometimes you got to tell people to do things and things feel more hierarchical. Can you talk more about how to do this, how to think about that in advance and how to get away with a very different shift in how an organization operates when they're under duress?
Yeah, I mean, I think that some people are more inclined for wartime versus peacetime. I think it's just like there's a natural resting state. Those that can move back and forth into it, like it's a practice skill. I think that you have to be, this is like a cop-out answer, but like you have to be your authentic self all the time in that sense, so that when you do switch that mode, right, and you are hierarchical and you are saying, hey, James, I need you to do this thing, it's not like they understand it's coming from a place of love and it's not coming from a place of like, oh, I don't trust you, right? And for me, it's like every day you have to be on in order to build that trust. And like, in some sense, you're using that at that point in time. And so I've always thought of it that way. I think that there is the change in tone. There is like all the body language cues. There's all of those things that you have to like practice and like know what you're doing. I think you said like you went to intentionally turn it on and do that. I have not seen an incident run well where it's by consensus. It doesn't work. And especially if they're running over long periods of time, they definitely don't work in that case. Plan it in advance, have your incident commanders lined up front. That's like, I mean, I spent, I don't know, a year building an incident management process for Dropbox, and then they kept adding commanders over time, and it definitely turned into by committee, which then we ended up pulling it all back and saying like, no, like there's an exec in charge or there's like a director in charge of this when this occurs. I mean, it's a balance. Like you have to constantly test it, like is the best way to say it. Like it's like anything else, just keep running it over and over and over again.
Well, the comparison that pops up in my head here is, so let's talk about like styles, like style preferences in code, right? There's all sorts of arguments that can be had about that. The place that you never want to have them is in a pull request to do something else, right? If somebody is putting up a bug fix or a feature or whatever, like it's great to have those style debates. Some people hate them, some people love them. The people who love them can go have those debates, but not in the PR. You decide separately what the style is, and then you follow that style in the PR, even if it's terrible and you hate it. And similarly, if you think you know better how an incident should be managed, awesome. I guarantee you there are people that you can talk to and you can get your ideas listened to. But during the incident is not the time to improvise. You follow the checklist, and like maybe you add an extra step if you're checking something, great. But like it's it's less about constraining you and more about making sure that when you wake up at 3 a.m. and you have no idea what you're doing, that it's harder for you to mess up, right? Like surgeons keep a checklist of every item they bring into the OR, even if a surgeon has never in 30 years left an item inside a body, just to make sure that never happens, right? Like it's, you know, we have to account for the fact that everyone screws up, everyone, and that if the process isn't designed to manage that, then it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Can I go back to wartime and checklists? There's a Navy aphorism that is, it's slow is, was it, do you know this? Slow is like slow and smooth. Do you know this one?
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Yeah, slow and smooth. So it's slow down. By slowing down, you'll make good decisions. You'll follow the checklist. You'll check in with everybody and make sure things get done right. You won't have those discussions at the wrong time. And then by being able to do it slow, you'll move smoothly. And you know, you zoom out and you're like, oh, I could have fixed this in half an hour, but that half an hour would have been like 2 hours of fixing it poorly afterwards. It's like, let me just take that whole 2 hours just to do it right, do it smoothly. And then in the end, it's fast because I just did it all by the book and everything went nice. And then once we're out of the incident mode, then we can go back and do nitpicks at each other.
I do think there's also a under subtext to what we're talking about that's like a cheat code, which is like, it's actually not the checklist. It's like the leadership ability that's happening through this. The checklist is a compensating control that's there. So I look at it as the best incident commanders are probably some of your best leaders as well. And so if you develop the leadership skill outside of the incident, like I almost focus on that as well. It's like two-prong approach. Like, let's get great checklists, but then I need a leader to actually like implement this checklist and run this thing. So that's the other part that I think gets dropped on the floor a lot when people think about building incident processes, is you have to train the leaders. If you don't, like, and it's not train them how to use the checklist. It's like train them to be leaders, and then like delegate the authority to them and get out of their way. Like James will attest to this. I don't think I ever got in the weeds in incidents when I was managing almost 300 people, and I was like not in the weeds in an incident, like except if it's like catastrophic company ending. And I think you have to train the leaders to do it.
The other quote I like relevant to what Jewel was talking about is the, if I had 6 hours to chop down a tree, I'd spend 4 sharpening my axe.
I like that.
One of the other things also I think that we're touching on is like trusting the team. And so if you've done all that prep outside of when it is wartime and you've like, you know, polished plans, done all the things, when it is an incident, everything should hopefully go smoothly. And, you know, you step out and the team steps in and they take over whatever needs to happen. And giving them sort of those tools to kind of make sure that they don't forget stuff, or like the checklist is very obvious and like it's in front of them and they can run all these things is a very powerful tool to have.
I actually look at it as like the greatest sign of, it's like you're not respecting them if you don't. Like that, like by definition in my mind, like if I see a leader that doesn't do that, like you're not respecting your team. You're not respecting yourself in that sense either. Like that's your job, and you need to get the team there, and then you have to step out of the way and you have to trust them.
That's what I appreciate about managers and directors who are like, you get the wheel, we're going to give you enough rope or like enough rein where you can mess up, because if you don't mess up, you're not going to grow. Because, you know, you can read a book and like learn from the book, whatever, but like you're going to concrete those lessons from when you are feeling actually in danger. That's when you're going to internalize that. And when you're in the incident, that's when you're like, crap, I forgot to do the where clause. And then you also got to go back and like write the book. Like you do your retrospectives afterwards when you're calm and you can like talk through stuff and nitpick things a little bit. But it's, yeah, you just got to let the baby touch the stove a little bit so that they can feel what that pain feels like and learn from it and do better next time and teach other people how to break things in interesting and new ways.
Yeah, right. So we had a question in Discord from Mr. Swats, and it's actually a question that I was hoping to ask you all anyways, which is, okay, so we've got these complex ecosystems, when incidents will happen, and we've kind of talked about what to do when they do, but is there a way to get ahead of the shit? Like get ahead of the incidents? Is there a way to prevent major accidents from happening?
The opposite of move fast and break things. Take your time, don't cut corners. If there's some strange business reason why you have to, make sure you fix the business process so that doesn't happen again, and make sure you make the time to actually clean up your technical debt.
Yeah.
It's shocking, but unsurprising probably to everyone here that that's not a thing most companies are good at doing.
Yeah.
So one specific way to break a technical debt is so feature flagging systems, where it's generally the theme is you want to be able to react quickly to problems. You want to be prepared. So that's not just preparing the team how to use your tools, how do you like set up your lint fixers, but it's having a toolkit built up that you can respond quickly. So investing in quick deploys, investing in being able to pull your backups quickly and restore your backups quickly. And then you have to constantly be doing like fire drills to be like, let's take this down. So like Netflix talks so much about taking stuff down and bringing it back up and like exercising their tools. One of the things that we've adopted a lot of Reddit is with feature flagging systems, where it's like, this is just bread and butter. Every pull request, you have to say, here's the feature flag that covers this, or here's why I don't need a feature flag. Because deploys, even as fast as you can run a deploy, it's still going to take a couple minutes to roll out. Feature flag, we've set it up where you can go into the config, you flip it, that gets distributed to all your clients and your servers within like a couple of seconds sometimes. Like the clients may take a minute or a day or whatever, but it's like you're just having these tools prepared and having people constantly use how do we quickly react to stuff. Then we can pull back, be like, oh, we see something going wrong. We can isolate it to this commit. What's the commit? It's behind some feature flag. Turn the feature flag off. Cool. Now you don't need to do another release for a week because you've just turned off the feature flag. Like this breaking things isn't running anymore. Fine, great, love it.
To also touch on something Jules said, breaking your system in new and novel ways is very important. So if you have an incident and you have the same incident again and again and again, you need to fix that incident. Like that's not the way your incidents should kind of work. So if you ever have an incident that happens more than once, something's fundamentally flawed with that system. And you really need to focus in and concentrate on why this thing is breaking in the same way multiple times. So in terms of getting ahead of the shit, it's a little hard when it's kind of like the unknown unknowns, right? Like those things will always break. You can't control humans. Like it's all hard, and someone might type something, and that's kind of hard to control for. But the thing you can do is the moment that case shows up in your code base, in your systems, build something or put some process in place, or do even a simple SOP where it's like, well, find a pairing buddy if you're running this command on prod, and make sure they're checking your work. Easy fix, and just make sure that incident doesn't happen again. So try not to repeat your incidents. Like if they're happening fairly often, then something's wrong.
I would also argue half cheeky that it's better to have a bug than to fix it without a regression test.
There's also, to go back half an hour, simplicity of if this thing keeps breaking and we're struggling to fix it, maybe pay somebody else to fix it. Maybe replace this whole system with a vendor who's like specializing it. Like sometimes you just want to spend the time, sometimes you just want to spend the money instead.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier today. You don't need to rebuild off every time. Yeah, and speaking of creative ways to try to break your systems, when I had my startup, microwaves can just totally take out your internet, just so you know. We weren't allowed to have lunch for a week. Anybody else have questions in the audience? Yes.
So Joel just mentioned sometimes like buying something from a vendor. So I'm curious, what happens when shit happens and it's caused by a vendor? Like, do you have any stories of really good scenarios where the vendor really stepped up and helped? And like, what does that look like for a vendor to really show up and support you?
Good question.
I mean, I don't know specific examples off the top of my head, but team communication, so like reaching out and help somebody. So Slack's been getting better and better at this, where like I was talking with some of the Sentry demo people earlier, and Reddit and Sentry go back years and years and years. And so Slack over the years has introduced like group channels, shared channels, where it's like, cool, you can have people from 2 different workspaces. Like the channel will show up in both spaces. It's like, cool, there's an incident happening. You can introduce people. They can be talking, they can be collaborating. Century and Red just set up a shared workspace years ago because we're just like, well, we need the help. So yeah, just the reaching, like bringing in the whole team is just a valuable way where it's like, and if the vendors are like responsive, where it's like, oh, they've said, and also SLAs. So if we're talking about like planning ahead to set up good systems, this is what the SLA framework is for. Like we're talking to SREs. So this is service level agreement. Thank you. Service level agreements, where you in times of peace, in times of calm, you define this is when things break. This is how quickly we're going to respond, like depending on the level of severity, depending on the impact, and this is how quickly we're going to try and fix it. And we're also defining like how do we measure those service level objectives and like KPIs. Like all of this stuff is just figuring out what's the impact, how quickly do we need to respond to it, and then responding to it. So like vendors who define those SLAs, that's a really good sign where it's like, oh, they're putting that thought into being supportive of you, and you can just look at the agreement and say, yeah, this works for us. And then when they step up and actually like fulfill their SLAs, and they can, then they can report on metrics of like, yeah, here's our amount of downtime. Like we can promise 5 nines, and here's the graphs to demonstrate that.
Let me ask the kind of like flip the question back around and ask, why is managing a vendor and having a vendor relationship different than a team on the far side of the company? Why is the vendor relationship or managing the vendor relationship different than how you have to deal? If I own a system, if I own a subsystem, right? I own that system and I have to take full ownership of that, whether I have a vendor, I'm using AWS, who's a vendor technically, or if I have a physical data center with my own server in it, that outage is still my outage. And so I have to deal with that no matter what. So I don't think of it as like I'm to manage a vendor. I need a process to manage it, like what we're talking about here. But from like a mindset perspective of building the system, I have to own that. Like you can make the choice to say Amazon went down, so therefore it's okay. Like the internet is down, so therefore my system is down. Like, okay, right? I'm noise in the system. But at the end of the day, your customers don't care that Amazon went down, right? So your customers also don't care if the auth team or the database team went down internally either. Like they just care that your thing doesn't work. And so I think of it as like, okay, well, you have to have a contingency plan for that, as opposed to I'm going to worry about managing vendors. You can build vendor processes, have vendor managers and all the rest of that. But at the end of the day, you still own the outage.
One of the things that helps here also is building your systems to be super defensive and kind of not trusting anyone outside your system. And one of the things with vendors is having multiple of them. So if you use sort of AWS and you have them for storage, also use GCP. And that might be a little expensive, but the fact that not having one is catastrophic to you would kind of mean, well, we're willing to invest in that redundancy. And same goes for like teams. If a billing service is failing, or if your database team is failing their DBs, having a conversation with them and saying like, hey, can we make some of this more resilient is also.
I was going to say one thing that I think is actually super important is at the very top level, like company values or like whatever the value system you have is, dictates also how you respond in these outages, right? And so if I run a company that is customer focused and customer oriented, right? Like by definition, in the billing system goes down, I should probably just give it away for free at that point in time. Like it's it's the right thing to do for the customer. Conversely, if I had a company that said like, no, like our goal is revenue and I don't actually care about the customer, right? Like, okay, then I should shut the system down because that's actually the right thing to do based on the value system. And like, you shouldn't penalize the engineering team for operating within that framework. So that's kind of like how I think about it. Also, it's like, make the decision based on what the company's value system is or like what the mission is, and try to stay aligned to that even in the moment there.
Yeah, and I would also like to your question earlier, or your point earlier, a vendor is in the same bucket to me as another service or your database or a third-party package or a different team's function or module. Like if you're not expecting that everything that everything you use like will break at some point, and then handling that appropriately, it's going to break and you're going to be screwed. So like, you should be building that into your contracts with your vendors. Of course, you should be having the equivalent of internal contracts with the other teams that you depend on in your company. But like, ultimately, as Andrew said, you own your outage. And so, You need to be defensive, like Sanchin said, at every possible point and come up with the least broken experience that you can actually provide, assuming that things break.
Any other questions in the audience? Right. I have a couple of rapid fire, no explanation. So I'm going to preface this one with, I'm not saying that no one should know how to do the examples that they're going to give. And I'm saying that because they shouldn't have to explain themselves because it's rapid fire. What are things that you now know or knew at some point how to do, but only because our developer workflow was broken or was not working properly? I mean, for example, Sachin already said one.
For me, definitely.
Read minified.
Reading minified JavaScript is way up on that list of things I don't want to ever do again. And yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. No explanation. Any other things that you know how to do or at some point knew how to do that like no one should ever know how to do?
I mean, I have hundreds of NPM packages that encapsulate things that no one should ever have to know how to do. That's why I made it as a package, so nobody has to suffer with that knowledge again.
Yeah.
You know, how do you reliably detect what kind of a thing something is in JavaScript? It's not actually easy. How do you like protect against, you know, prototype pollution or people mucking with the environment? I don't want people to have to know how to do that. I just want it to be fixed for them.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why we have jQuery, right? So we never have to remember any of that.
Absolutely.
This is going back out to people who work on systems from 10 years ago. You don't have to use jQuery anymore.
Yeah.
Man, my example is going to be way, I was going to say 15 versions of PHP under Apache SUExec.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Any others?
I mean, there's probably still a tab open upstairs where I was showing minified JavaScript payloads that are like, oh, there's a bunch of enums in here and I've memorized many of these. Okay, my data engineers, they have memorized the BigQuery project IDs for like 5 different IDs. These should all be bookmarked. They've memorized it all. It's like 165.111. That's our project ID.
Yeah.
Why do I know this? Because it's burned in my head from 5 years of working on the same project.
Yeah. Yeah. regex, however you want to pronounce it.
I mean, every time I use regex, I have to learn regex again. So
Exactly. How about a random fact that no one should know?
My understanding is that in the original version of PHP, functions were keyed off of the length of their name. So there was only one 6-character function and only one 7-character function and only one 8-character function. And that may be a big cause of some of the confusion in standard PHP function names.
Yeah, and just on the topic of PHP, function names are case insensitive. And so you can write really funky, weird, camel case, up and down function names, and it will work. And
any other fun facts?
I say, should we just make this into a JavaScript WTF session? I mean, these are recorded on YouTube already. You're like, Python, what, like, is not a number actually a number?
Yeah.
I honestly don't remember any of these at this point, but at one point I understood most of the Linux cap table, so we could figure out how not to let certain users write to certain partitions with certain commands. It was like complete chaos, but yes, went down the rabbit hole there.
Yeah. Any last minute questions before I let them have final thoughts? I'm telling you, I'm good at the awkward silence. Okay.
And you got to leave people like, that's actually a fun skill of like, as a manager, as like a leader, that's the leadership skills, leaving awkward silences, make it really awkward,
Yeah.
and somebody else will speak up.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Well, I mean, we know that if, especially in kind of a presentation style, and especially if you're going to be handed a microphone, if someone says, "Do you have a question?" You got to go, "Oh shit, they just asked a question. They asked me to think of, okay, now what did they just say?" And then they go back to, "Okay, oh wait, I do have a question. Oh wait, do I have the confidence to say it in front of a microphone, in front of people?" Okay, and so that takes time.
So what kind of shitpost we got in Discord?
I'm pretty sure I mean, there's some stuff going on. I wasn't following live. I have someone in the audience kind of sharing. We do have an update though. Keyboard features. Mechanical split backlit my laptop. How about answering that? Which is your favorite? Mechanical, split keyboard, backlit keyboard, or you just use your laptop? Those are your only choices. You don't get to have another.
I'm gonna say mechanical. So satisfying.
It is.
It's just laptop. I don't want to get used to something I can't always have.
Split keyboard because I got tendon issues, so I'm still working because of that.
Laptop because I'm incredibly lazy at like doing it. Like, if it's easy, I just do it.
Nice, nice. The winner though online on Discord was mechanical. So sorry, you're wrong, and you now have to buy mechanical keyboards. And if you are following along on Discord, and then the last one for today is your favorite music to code to. All right, we've got lo-fi, classical, ambient, podcast, or silence. Do you want to answer those? Classical.
I have a Spotify playlist where it's superhero songs from the 90s or something like that. It's
nice.
Electronic coding music without words. Pretty solid.
Like it.
I'd love to try that out, but between all those choices, I would probably actually go with silence because whatever I put on in the background when I'm coding, my brain loses the ability to hear it. And so like reruns of old TV shows I've seen 17 times is usually what's going on.
Yes.
Seinfeld, Friends, stuff like that.
So I've got classical superhero music because all those video like Zelda, all of the like JRPG symphonic backgrounds, because those are music that's like you don't have to pay attention to it, but it keeps you moving. And then you're like, now I will do a retro. Let's like go to the I'm wandering through the village music. And then I'm like, okay, it's incident time. Let's put on fight boss music.
We need to make an incident playlist.
Silence, but the last time I wrote some code was probably way too long ago.
So we need to fix that too.
Any
Any parting words from each of you on how to handle either pre-incident, post-incident, during incident?
Well, so I think from all the things I said today, if you could take away anything, just know it's going to be okay. Like we talked about all the things breaking and that it's hard and all this other stuff. And it's stressful. So when you're in it, just know that it's going to end and you'll be fine and the company is going to move on. You're going to move on and it's going to be okay. So
So yeah, if you have low or no confidence, relax. Everyone screws up, no matter how experienced they are, it'll be fine. If you have confidence, be scared, plan, don't cut corners, prepare.
Just keep breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say just prepare. Like I think lack of preparation has always been the thing I've observed teams that have bad incidents have not done.
Well, thank you so much, all of you. Really appreciate your time. Thank you, everyone, for asking questions. I'll thank the panel, and you can just leave the mics on the chair. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have one final session today. To close this out, we're going to have David come back on with Guillermo. Let me change this little thing here, and we can maybe move a couple chairs a little bit just to give you a little bit more space. And we're just going to talk on developer productivity and how to improve the developer experience. So I'll kind of do this for you. Come on up. And I'm going to get out of the way. I'm not going to moderate this. I think David and Guillermo are perfectly capable of chatting. But I do want to leave you with an opening question, which is, yes, they should both.
I'm mic'd.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You should be in just a second. Yeah. Testing.
I'm mic'd. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I'm
is
in.
that you?
Yes.
Oh.
Think. Yeah. Okay.
Cool. So my opening question for you is, what stands out to both of you as the biggest challenge in today's developer workflow in terms of productivity that needs to be solved? And I'll leave you to it.
I feel like we might both be a little biased from different angles.
Not using Vercel and Sentry
Yeah.
for every single project on Earth.
That is, I think that is critical. I guess I can start. So what stands out for developer productivity? I think my only goal is to like ship the thing and move on. And I'm always like looking for like the kind of the easiest way to do that. And half of this is probably my job. I don't get to do anything interesting anymore. So all my code is like a little hobby project, and I don't want to spend 3 days figuring out Webpack and stuff. I don't want to spend 3 days figuring out how to deploy this to AWS Lambda or whatever it is, right? And so I think it's just that, like, just give me a template project or a framework that's like low friction, give me a way to ship it to production, and essentially it'll tell me if I screwed up somewhere, if I have any customers whatsoever in my side projects. But I don't know, that's like critical for me, just time to production.
Yeah, something that we spend a lot of time thinking about these days is how to balance that ease with managing risk. So if you only make it easy and optimize that variable, then you'll just set everything on fire. Like you'll bring down the website or make a change that seems intuitively okay to you, and it's a bad change objectively for the performance of the site, performance of the business, or performance of the actual like rendering layer or whatever. So I think the motto that we've been using is, can we help developers transition away from thinking of themselves as just like pure builders to scientists, where any change is conceived as a hypothesis of some future improvement or result that you want to drive. And that should permeate through conversation. Like I'm thinking of my change, not as something that it will absolutely be merged into the main branch and shipped to everybody at once, but that idea of the progressive delivery and being okay with failure and shutting down the initiative and rolling it back as well. And I think we don't work that way as a whole. I think developers, we tend to be overconfident. We're like, get push. It's gonna be a great change. So I think it's important to go through the technological changes as well as the behavioral and cultural changes that come with that scientific, curious, hypothesis-driven mindset.
Yeah, I think that's interesting because like James was up here talking about what I would describe as iteration. And I think if you work at a startup, the thing you probably value is like there's not a lot of process. You can get things done. And I think it's very easy to get lost along the way of like the goal has to be very far away or it's a big thing. And I think if it's hard to ship code or it's unsafe to ship code, you're less likely to take like small steps. And so I think it's like the unwritten thing. Like you're not going to go to a company and be like, hey, what if I told you you could ship small pieces of code more frequently? You'll be successful. Like, I don't think you can make that pitch, but there is like a strong correlation to like the teams that ship frequently are usually the companies that succeed the most, right? And I think that's the dilemma, especially both of us, our companies have kind of grown in terms of humans at a similar clip. And it's like the more people, the more problems, I guess, more challenges at the very least. So
yeah, if you relate it to the early days of a startup, what grants a startup the really fast iteration velocity is fundamentally not having users and not having data. So if I want to add a column or like dramatically change my schema or change an underlying vendor or whatever, it just all happens because I have no users. So I think the challenge is, can you ship at a large organization with billions of users, but still act as if there are no users? And I think the methodology here seems obvious when you analyze it like this, which is like, well, ship it to just yourself, ship it then to your team, ship it to the organization, ship it to your first customer that you're doing user research with. I just think that we're not yet connecting the dots all across the stack and tools to make this a default way that people work, period. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and we're certainly working hard on this as well as Sentry, but It's exciting that we're very close and we're also very far away. I think a lot of that comes from that binary thinking of it's either shipped or not shipped at all. Like it's either in a local branch or some branch in Git, and or it's all in on prod, and there's no gradient to it.
Yeah, and so everybody should know what Vercel is. Hopefully, I would say it makes deploying what is a common app paradigm very simple these days. I almost feel there's a lot of technology change, and so I wouldn't say it's a solved problem, but the sort of approach to it is kind of a known quantity, right? And I think it's constantly getting harder. But here's my question for you: is like, I have opinions on this, of course, but what do you think is like, what are the gaps today? What stops us from actually being able to de-risk and move fast? Because I think we're almost good in some parts, but from a goal, it feels like we're not even remotely close to that.
Yeah, I think one obstacle is that doing it right and doing it quick and dirty are very different things. So I think on some level, we're all doing the experimentation thing. We're all moving fast on some level, in some domain. But that doesn't always mean that we're doing it in the best possible way. So our company, with our investment into our framework, Next.js and Vercel, what it's trying to say is like, hey, well, we're going to templatize doing it the right way. At least the way that we understand it as the inventors of the web and the inventors of the cloud, like Amazon.com and Google, how are they shipping software? And what is the gap between that and how you are shipping software? I think, and by you, I mean literally like the Fortune 5000, all the companies that are rushing to become tech native companies. So can we bridge that gap through what we like to say is like the transition from DevOps to developer experience? Because the best way to sell these things is not by reading a book of like the 200, commandments of Google SRE, which is relatable to the previous conversation, but by giving you an engine and a system that automates all of that. And if we can make it so pleasant to use, and by this I mean keeping the developer in a state of flow, giving them real-time feedback in less than 10 milliseconds when they change something on their code base to seeing their real-time preview on their screen. Those are the things or approaches that we think are going to be conducive to democratizing all those good practices.
Yeah, I think I would always, you start a company, you got to like make up some kind of dream at some point, right? There's like the reality of what you're doing, and there's like hypothetically, and I had this idea in my head for a long period of time. I'm like, wouldn't it be great if we could all adopt Facebook's approach to deploys? Now, they're kind of slow in a way, if you think 0 to 1, like it's either not in production or it's fully in production.
Totally.
But, and I've never worked there, this is all hearsay, so bear with me. But my understanding is, at least for a long period of time, Facebook would deploy internally first. So all employees, they were the beta testers. Employees can complain, that's okay, they get paid, right? Safe, it's no customers, you're not gonna lose any revenue or anything. And I'm like, that's great. Yeah, and then you just scale it up from there. Pick whatever flavor of expanding. And I'm like, that's what I want. Because once you have that, like you de-risk immensely, things like Sentry become more valuable because you can do it earlier in the life cycle. And I feel like things like Vercel and Sentry can enable that, but I feel like there's still gaps in like, for me, it's always been the database of like state is hard, right? State is state. And you don't want to change the state, but a lot of the critical things, at least for technology companies especially, are state change. And that's always been the gap for me for like kind of realizing that dream, I guess.
Yeah, one hypothesis that I have is that a lot of what we work to do, one of the dreams is getting everyone on the same page in a large organization. And this can be as simple as actually and tactically getting everybody on the same web page. So I think everyone got the news of like, oh, Figma got acquired by Adobe for this amount of money and whatever. And like, I think what they did well is that they got designers and everybody else at the company on the same page about what was being designed. I think what's been more challenging and we're working towards fixing is, can we do that for what's actually being deployed and built? Like, can we actually get everyone to see the same exact thing? So I think the Facebook example is so relevant because the first thing you want to do is like, if we're all working on a project here, we all need to get on the same page really fast about where the product is at, what are the gaps in UX, is billing wired up correctly, are all the notifications working, and we have to experience that. And that's a big jump from how we're used to building software because it started out with FTP and like YOLOing it into prod. which kind of gets you some of those benefits. Then it went to source control, and I think we all became kind of over-obsessed with the source itself. It's all about diffs and PRs and highlights and comments on the code, and then people started trolling with like, oh, you should have used a tab instead of a space here, and then we invented prettier, and we fixed that. But we're still like very zeroed in or like zoomed in into the code, and I think we have to take our eyes more into the experience. I think where Sentry probably got a lot of instruction for was that a lot of people were looking at the code and saying, oh, it looks good, and then you ship it, and then React shits the bed, for lack of a better word, on the client because you're not using Next.js and server rendering, and then your page is literally empty with a sad face in the middle of the page. So I think the more we can put people in front of that same page as quick as possible, then it benefits not just the developer, but everyone else at the organization. And that's, I think that's a dream worth pursuing.
Yeah, I agree, because it's like, I've never been a fan of staging in like the traditional sense of staging and stuff. And
It's
like,
fake news.
Yeah, it's like QA teams and stuff. And it causes just as many problems as it creates, frankly. And now, I don't think we're there, but at least if you use something like Vercel, you can kind of do staging, right? Maybe not your entire infrastructure or all of that, but you at least get a portion of it. And so like the people, maybe we're lazy. I don't know what it is that causes us to take all these risks in production, but like it removes some of the excuses of, oh, I'm just going to ship it and then it probably is going to work because, I don't know, it worked in this weird scenario. Well, it's like mostly live, right? Mostly works, probably good. Like,
yeah, it has to be in prod. I think it has to be in the real environment with the real data, with the real users. And I think, again, if you're the first user and you can experience that. The other thing that I think is really interesting when you talk about the dream, one of the things I always visualize, and I put this into DALL-E recently and I got a really cool image for it, is like Minority Report minus Tom Cruise. No, just kidding, no offense to him. But you have like this gradient and like this explosion of possibility in front of you, much of which can be auto-generated and auto-permutated. And then you're acting as this like creative individual who's choosing the right thing to work on, prioritize, ship, and is getting real-time insights about how those things are evolving. And obviously, like, you go from that to what we have today, and there's a big gap. But I think with all this technology, especially with all these advancements in AI and this blazing fast deployment methodologies, we're approaching that point where we're choosing between permutations of ideas. With Vercel, we're starting to see this a lot with folks that are using our dynamic edge rendering to basically give you different possibilities or A/B tests of a tagline, of a contact sales button, of prioritization of the pricing page. What should I highlight the most? What logos should I prioritize for different people? Should I bring the user identity into every page instead of making this static pages that don't really have your identity and your preferences in it? And I think that starts to get really interesting because once you assume that the default is dynamic, you start being empowered to present multiple different options to multiple different stakeholders. And again, this is something that we as a collective industry, we're not quite there yet. There's been some hacks, there's been, client-side JS snippets that kind of get you there, but it's not really how we build software. And if we can get there, I think our jobs become a lot easier. And I think we deliver the right thing more frequently.
Here's a question on that front. I'm a big hater of data. I hate A/B testing with a passion. Ask anybody at Sentry, I'm the bane of their existence. And I hate it because often the outcomes don't match the inputs in terms of effort, right? And even going back to James' talk, with that idea, ignoring the dynamic aspect necessarily, but just the idea of data, and this is a slight departure, how do you think about, how do you not be paralyzed by just getting something that's good enough and moving forward?
I think effort really needs to plummet to zero. I think this is the big obstacle, is that as developers, and this is why we insist on the transition from DevOps to dev experience, as developers, we have this overhang of all the things that could go wrong. We're kind of obsessed with okay, a lot of my customers today are thinking about Black Friday already. And I'm like, wow, I didn't even think about Black Friday until you just pointed it out. It's so far in the future and our systems are so generically capable that it's not on my mind. But I could see how if you come from the traditional cloud is really hard, scale is really hard, everything needs 10 layers of manual caching that you maintain. I could see how that starts removing some of that creative potential. You start being less ambitious with your code and more defensive. So frankly, A/B testing is a great stress test of how much can you permutate dynamically, how much Are you free to dynamicize? And really, it's easy as saying if else, right? It should be that easy. If some condition, component A, else component B. Now, it sounds super basic. It's like programming 101 is the first thing you learn. However, to do that at scale and to actually program in this manner is not happening today. We're still kind of with this overhang of like, oh, there's all these things that could go wrong, or I need to decide what kind of framework I use, what build tool I use, and how am I going to revert it? How am I going to get exceptions that tell me what was the branch that actually run and get the stack traces to be accurate? So I think as we continue to integrate all these tools better, we free the developer, and with lowering that barrier to entry to do these ambitious things, I think it's a huge leap in how people build.
Yeah, I'd agree, because like the more friction there is, the more time consuming it is, the less frequently you're going to do something about it, right? Like Sentry's, we have the same problems as every other big organization most of the time, which is things get slower. It's not always people. Sometimes it's technology. We've got a monolith still. It'll take us upwards of an hour to get a release out the door. It takes an hour. Well, you're like, okay, it's a little complicated. I got to think a little bit more. And an hour is not that much time relative to a lot of companies, right? But it is actually a lot of time in our world. Yeah. And if it takes an hour, I'm like, okay, I can't mess this up, because it will take an hour to go back the other direction, right?
Yeah.
And that's already bad. It takes 10 seconds. Or you can kind of run a copy very quickly as well.
Yeah.
Okay, you're willing to take more risks. Even if those risks don't have like harmful consequences, you're at least willing to be a little bit more, I guess, dynamic in thinking and how you approach a problem.
We're about to roll a feature that I'm really excited about. We dub it instant rollback. And obviously there's been versions of rolling back software done a lot throughout the years. But this one guarantees 0 downtime rollbacks in 300 milliseconds globally. And ensures that your front end doesn't break while certain nodes have some copy of the app, and like all those things that you would otherwise worry about as a DevOps engineer, like magically disappear. And one of the things that I'm excited about is, well, 2 things. One is, what happens now that people have this capability? Obviously, I'm not wanting for people to break software more frequently, but it is freeing and empowering to know that if your calculations didn't pan out or your internal test didn't pan out, like you can have that confidence of like, my risk window is 300 milliseconds. And the next thing is integrations, right? If Sentry can tell Vercel that the error rate on a certain critical page is going up, now Sentry and Vercel can autonomously cooperate to fix the problem within 300 milliseconds. So this is an example of like what technology can do. And I think it's sometimes fascinating to ponder, why is it so slow in other versions of the world? Is there something that inherently makes it such that it can't be 300 milliseconds? And 300 milliseconds turns out to be a factor of 2 within the theoretical speed of light limit between our 2 furthest locations, which are like Singapore, I think, and like US West 2 or whatever. So I think trying to always challenge yourselves to do better from those first principles unlocks a lot of this. Well, like there's no reason that an A/B test should be hard, auto-tuning should be hard, coming up with flags for everything should be hard, experiments for everything should be hard, and making all of that performance as well. So I think we need to also collectively demand a lot more of our tools.
Yeah, I agree. There was some feedback I gave the Kubernetes team back in the day, right when it was really catching on. I'm like, I'm sure it's great. This is my feedback to them. I don't really care about ops. I know a lot of the stuff, but it's not interesting to me. I'm like, look, you guys have built something very useful, I'm sure. It doesn't make my job easier to code into production. It makes SRE's job easier to manage a fleet of servers. Right. And I'm like, there's still this massive gap, right? And everybody kind of keeps ignoring that layer. And the thing that's been interesting to me throughout my career is like you often solve the problems that you see or that frustrate you. And mine has always been like, I just want to like ship the code. I want to tolerate the risk a little bit. I want to know when I mess something up, most importantly, and why it's messed up. But it's always been one of those captivating things. And I'm like, oh, we're just so close. But I think the challenge you talked about, like organizational scale, well, it's more like tech scene scale.
Yeah.
It's like everything has to work together, which is very difficult.
Yeah. The other one that I think about along those lines is the cloud really needs to work for us. We don't work for the cloud. So a good example would be I was on Hacker News today, like there was an outage in US West 2. And like it literally should not be impacting a single human being on this planet. Someone was complaining that their Roomba stopped working. But that's an example of you're working for the cloud. You negotiated with the cloud that all you could do with the budget that you had was to maintain one cluster in US West 2. But the premise of the cloud was, going back to like, what was the dream of all this? Was, well, like, the cloud is everywhere. It's disposable. It's just water vapor. It gets recreated. It's cheap. It's scalable and all these things. So that situation should literally not happen. And if it's happening, there's still work to do to make the cloud work for us. And I think it goes back to like, if that's not the case, then it's certainly inhibiting your ability to put out great products and be productive. Because you're going to be thinking, oh, I have to prevent that next outage in US West 2 of API gateway. I think the more you find yourself thinking that way, I think the more you need to run in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I actually agree. Like, I think we can all agree it would be nice if we bought cloud services and then we didn't also have to think about how we make those cloud services redundant, right?
Yeah.
Like, that is the sell, that is the dream. And I'm like, I think part of it is like, you can build products in different flavors, same tech at the end of the day, right? Like, why is it that we have to think about the region choice whatsoever? I think it's a fair question we should all ask ourselves. Like, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to invest a ton of Sentry engineering dollars, which are invested by every single company in the world, into multi-region support. But I have to. I have no choice. And so we just sit here solving the same problems over and over and over. And that's a lot of money and a lot of people hours, right? And that limits our progression of other things, right? And so I'd agree. It's like one of those things I'm like, And it's one of the reasons like Sentry, generally speaking, avoided magical cloud services, because they're like, yeah, I don't know what happens there. But it's a dilemma for sure.
The best magical cloud service is DNS. So when you point your DNS to us, like, we'll figure out how we route to a working thing. I think it's true for Sentry. Like, it is truly a magical technology that is globally distributed, redundant, self-healing, super fast, low latency. Awesome.
Yeah. Let's see, we got 8-ish minutes. I think that's how timers work. Switch gears to something completely unrelated. I did a bunch of nostalgia this morning. We got a few references from everybody that's been around the block a few times. It's been a lot of like people who have been in the business for a while talking about horror stories today. So I want to switch gears to that. Earliest memories in your career, pre-career even, of tech. What was like a highlight of early days for you that got you hooked?
Honestly, it's super weird, maybe too nerdy. Although for this crowd, we're all in good company. It was installing Linux and getting it to run the X server, X11, which nowadays is being replaced. I was reading the other day, I'm like so out of touch. I'm not using the new X server. And then launching a terminal and being able to compile a C program that said "Hello World." I think it all, like, this is probably what inspired my developer tools career, because I had tried to use Windows to do the same thing. Just go from like idea to "Hello World." And Linux, interestingly, shipped with either, like, Red Hat at the time was like, depending on how you selected different options in the GUI installer, it would come with a lot of pre-installed tools. Very much like Mac OS has a good set of defaults, like SED and AWK and Unixy tools. And with Windows, it had literally been weeks and weeks and weeks that I had just entirely given up. Imagine giving up so hard that you've given up an entire operating system and you have to tell your parents that you're changing it into something that they've never heard of that will allow you to develop in it. And I think there's still a lot that can be traced to that experience that we still see today. I always challenge our team to think not just about a net new sign-up that wants to deploy their first site, which we have a metric for, and it's super fast. I'm really proud of it. But also, I'm joining a company that uses Vercel as their developer platform. I've never even heard of the tool. I've just been onboarded into the company. I've been given Slack access. I'm like, hello, welcome. I'm Mary from New Zealand, and she wants to make a change to the code base. And what are the series of steps that you need to take today to make that hello world happen? Even change a color on a website or a single line of backend code. And it's a lot. And I think we're constantly working through the pain of figuring out what the right tech incantations are to not have to maintain and upgrade the systems. But it goes back to like, how quickly can you go to that aha moment? And it's not just when you're learning. because I think we're constantly learning. Every time we join an organization, we start a new project, is that new learning moment when you want to use the greatest and best tools possible.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, vivid memories of joining companies, and one of the first projects was always like, go add yourself to like the about page or something. And it was almost like this implicit onboarding experience. And you were always so proud how easy it was. And then it becomes not easy, you know. Okay, on the other side, least favorite moment of early days tech. What was the most frustrating?
How early days?
As far back as you want to go.
I got hacked one day. So someone on IRC, like there's the famous, so the other day I saw the funniest joke on the internet, on Reddit programming. Someone said, run rm-fr, not rf, you can permutate the order, / to remove the default French language pack from your operating system.
Ooh.
It takes up several gigabytes, you'll free a lot of space, just do it. Which was really mean, because I worry that someone will do it.
Don't do that.
Yeah, it's not the French language pack, is force recursive / you can delete everything. I think someone probably did that to me, but I think that's not the one that hurts as much. It's like someone gave me an SSH incantation in IRC that set up a reverse tunnel to my computer. Very clever, and this was like way back in the day. His name was Netroot. Netroot, if you're out there, you got me. And yeah, and then my entire computer got pwned, but I learned a lot that day.
Yeah.
Like, don't execute random commands from strangers. It's like candy from strangers, but especially if they start with SSH or they require sudo in front. So those are the things, because like I really started out like wanting to be a hacker really bad, like reverse engineering, coding competitions and all that. And then I got pwned in the most like easy way that you could imagine.
I gotta assume that the RMRF has hit so many people. I think it got me once.
It's
better
RMFR,
than
French language.
Yeah, so bad. I do remember those days. Like MIRC was a big one for me, and all the script kiddies. I was one of them a period of time. We're all over there. I
Yep.
remember writing scripts that, you know, I'm like 15 years old. Bear with me. Somebody I didn't like would join a channel, and it would exploit like a Smurf attack or something on their network, and everything was so bad back in the day. You could send a packet to a bunch of common modems. It might have been AOL actually, and they're just disconnected instantly from like. There's nothing they could do against it. Right?
Yeah.
And it was just that dead simple, right? It was
Yeah.
bad. Nobody knew anything, you know?
Yeah, I'm so jaded now that I'm always kind of like engineering adversarially. Like, what's the max size of that payload? What is the encoding? Like, what is the right? How early are we failing in the pipeline? Like, because these are the things that teach us. Yeah.
It's just like James was talking about, like known knowns and unknown unknowns, right? And it's kind of I've like security's been a passion project over the years, and I find it interesting because it's like ever evolving. And it's actually kind of hard to predict. And so it's always interesting if you're just like, if you think of it as like science, like the constant changes and like, oh, wow, I didn't even think about that. Okay, how could I counteract that? And it's just a fascinating domain, I guess.
Yeah, which kind of brings it back to where we started, which is that move fast and have an awareness and a management and a tolerance for risk. I think that's a like really key takeaway here. It's like too easy and complete disregard for risk, like race to the bottom. Too hard and too risk averse, race to the bottom. So what is it like just right, and how is the technology that you've used, purchased, etc., enabling you to be in control of that?
All right, I think one more topic. What is like, I want to focus in on JavaScript a little bit, just because it's such a pain point for me throughout the last 10 years. What is like, what is the future of JavaScript that you see, and or like, what would you change it into if you could? If ignoring like the actual challenge of doing it, what would you make it be? Or what do you think it's going to become?
Yeah, to me, JS is always a moving target. I've always likened it to a biological system more than a software system, because what is JS today? Well, is it JS, or is it TypeScript, or is it TypeScript with JSX, or is it TypeScript with language extensions that make you more productive? Or is it Svelte? Is it Svelte's syntax that gets that augments and uses JavaScript in clever ways, like the label indicators that have a reactive meaning within the context of their compiler? So I think what's interesting to me is to separate language from ecosystem and community. I think the thing that I was nerding out with Jordan a lot yesterday about NPM, and it's easy to poke holes on NPM. But NPM is this perfect reflection of that organism of we're all convening there to share code at a massive scale. And with that comes all of society's problems. We're talking about rogue developers. We're talking about nation state attacks on, shipping post-install malware vectors to people that pass away and like who maintains their packages if they have hundreds of millions of downloads every week. So JS to me is becoming synonymous in many ways with the cloud. This is becoming obvious with the edge, right? There were two competing hypotheses for the edge: WASM first or V8 isolates first. And it almost seems like every time the JavaScript gets tested, it passes the test. Okay, now we're all running JavaScript at the edge, and that's how we're enabling a more dynamic world. And WASM still has a role, but interestingly enough, it's still within the context of aiding or coexisting alongside JS and augmenting it where it falls short. So I think, the future of JS is just quite unpredictable, but also constantly getting tested by the community and industry to be improving. And we have this massive investments in the ecosystem that you can piggyback on to solve virtually any problem that you have with basically learning one language.
Yeah, I think that's been like the golden idea, right? Reusability. I know we're at time. I don't know, like you want to plug the next comp coming up? I don't know. We'll give you the plug.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Next.js solves all of the problems that I just talked about out of the box with no stress and no French language pack operating system removals. So check out nextjs.org/conf, October 25th. We have really amazing announcements, all of which are aligned with a lot of these intentions and dreams that we just talked about. So very excited about that, and thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Guillermo. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Guillermo and David. Also, I wanted to say a couple of thank yous to our catering team, our AV team, to the Pearl, to the Centaurs who've been launching products, running Discords, answering questions, and of course to all of you and to all of our speakers. So thank you so much for being here, whether you're watching online or here presently. Our winner of the music is Lo-Fi, although there were a lot of write-ins about just, video game background music. Probably should have been one of the options. But this is the end of DEX. Thank you so much for coming. We have a lot of content, a lot of updates to the products that you heard about today and more coming soon. So please keep checking back to thecentury.io/events/DEX. We will continue to put more content there, or you can follow us on social media, blog, etc. Otherwise, if you're here in person, we're going to head up to the rooftop for some happy hour, drinks, snacks. Feel free to mingle and continue chatting with folks. For those of you online, thank you so much, Anthony, for running this live stream and for everyone who's been supporting you in the back end. And I hope you all have a great afternoon and evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, it's been great. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to DEX. And if you missed any part of the stream, the content will be up on the Sentry website as well as the YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/Sentry monitoring. And look out for more content throughout the week and continue the conversation on Discord, discord.gg/Sentry. But thank you all for stopping by and have a good happy hour or whatever you're going to do after stream.